How's it going, everyone? Where is Chernobyl? Northern Ukraine. Hit the likes up, and then we'll let some guests in just a few minutes. Let's share it up, get everyone in here. Hello, Chickenpox. Sharp, what's up? What'd you want to come up for? We're not doing guests just yet. We gotta get some more people in here. The game? What game? What? The game Chernobyl? There's a couple games about Chernobyl. Are you talking about you mean Stalker? We gotta get some more likes up before we start letting people up, otherwise it fucks with the algorithm. Just type in chat what you want for now. What are you talking about specifically, Sharp? Thank you, Vika. Heroim Slava, Chickenpox. Oh shit, thank you for the gift, Vika. I appreciate that. I'll remember this. What are you talking about? Remember what? I don't even know what you're talking about. Let's try to get the live unshadow banned earlier than we normally do. Like the song? Nice. This is Carousel by Linkin Park. Let's get like, yeah, let's get likes up to 5K for now. Landing a plane on Sam's forehead, you son of a... who the fuck is that? It's a brand new account. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What is this profile? What? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. What the fuck is this profile? What the fuck? What the fuck is this account? Are you kidding me? Do you think you'll have to worry about Putin doing something crazy? I mean, that's always a factor. You can't rule it out. I saw it yesterday, but I didn't click on it. I didn't even see the profile picture. We might be having some commies attend tonight. How's everyone doing tonight? How's your day going, Bob? Oh, I just got flashbanged over my 3D printing program. Jesus. Okay, so that print's going okay. Other printer. Hey, 3D printing's going good. We'll close that in the background. Let's get the likes up to 5,000, then we'll start bringing people up. Thank you guys for the shares. Tap that screen. We'll start bringing people up in just a few minutes. I know you're trying, Vika. All right, for there. You mean the IRBM? Putin flexing and trying to be scary. He's trying to do the classic thing he always does and intimidate everyone, thinking that we won't react to it. We're halfway. There were 2,533 likes, everyone. Could they go nuclear? Yeah, I mean that missile can carry nuclear warheads. That was the whole point of the flex. It was supposed to be discouraging to the Western NATO nations because that missile is capable of carrying a warhead, a nuclear warhead, and it's basically like, look, I could have done it if I wanted to. If I wanted to, I could have nuked Ukraine. That was the whole thing. I don't know, Spinoza. We'll see. 3,200 likes. Let's go. Okay. News articles here real quick. Read about the IRBM. We're going over the IRBM. We're also going over the ICC case so far. Looking for Israel's comment on it right now. Israel comment on ICC warrant. Let's see. U.S. rejected it. Germany rejected it, but I want comment from the Israeli government. Let's see what Reuters has to say. No, I don't want to disable my ad blocker. Where'd they release their statement on it, Vika? Ynet. Okay, let's go to Ynet. Oh, my contacts are all messed up right now. Israel cancels state visit of Dutch foreign minister as world reacts to ICC arrest warrants. Office of Foreign Minister Jens Saar says he spoke with Casper Oldekamp. The two agreed his planned visit to the country should be postponed after the Netherlands declared it would honor the warrants. Some countries support the UN's court decision. I'm not seeing anything from them on Ynet, Vika. I'll keep looking for a second. Hang on, let's see. Nope, that's about Mohammed Daif. Daif, however you pronounce it. The warrant of arrest for Mr. Daif is classified as secret in order to protect witnesses and to safeguard the conduct of investigations. However, the chamber decided to release the information below since conduct similar to that addressed in the warrant of arrest appears to be ongoing. Jim found reasonable grounds to believe that during the relevant time, international humanitarian law related to the international armed conflict between Israel and Palestine and non-international armed conflict between Israel and Hamas applied. Where is their statement, though? Let me scroll up. I'm going to chat. I think Biden tried to tell Trump about the economics of it. Trump looked excited briefly. I have the comment. MC ready? Yeah, I mean, I'm going through people as they request an order. No one special. Do you have Telegram? Yeah. Shoot me a DM, Vika. Hello, Greg. What's up?
Hello. I'm just going to lay out some of my plans of what I think the US should have done with Ukraine. Is that okay?
Wait, what?
Oh, I'm just going to say what I think the US should have done with Ukraine, and you can say if it's a good or bad idea. I want to debate that.
Starting from when?
Let's say we can make a time machine and go back into 2022.
Okay.
When Russia first invaded.
Well, they invaded in 2014 first, though.
Well, that was more of the people rising up and saying, we've had enough of being Ukrainian, we want to be Russian.
No. No, Russia fully invaded in 2014 and annexed the entirety of Crimea and portions of the Donbass region. Putin admitted in April of 2014 on Russian state television that he authorized and ordered that invasion with Russian troops.
Well, the people were very happy about it. You know, they wanted to be Russian again.
Cool. That's debatable because the facts of the case prove otherwise. But again, they still invaded in 2014.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna admit, and you might disagree with this, but
Hmm.
I feel like Crimea has been there for so long that even though they may have obtained it under shady means, you can't just kick everybody out now. That would be
They weren't trying to. Nobody's been trying to kick them out. The problem is that when the Russians took it over, they ethnically cleansed the Ukrainians from that land and actually kicked out the Ukrainians and replaced them with Russian citizens. They do this in most of the regions they control. Like in Mariupol, they kicked out a bunch of the Ukrainian citizens, about 50,000 of them, and sent them off to eastern Russia, and they are offering to pay Russian citizens to move to Mariupol. MC, no one's stopping you from requesting.
okay. There is no way any Russians want to live in Mariupol, given that
The,
that city's probably dangerous
the
as
the
heck.
government is offering them money to move there. They have been posting photos, and this is not like some conspiracy, like this random real estate company did it, and this random real estate company posted unauthorized. No, like official government-sponsored state websites have been posting photos from inside Ukrainian apartments, putting them up for sale, and offering to pay them extra rubles as an incentive to move there, to repopulate the city. Remember, this is a city that
I
lost 120,000 people just unalived out of 445,000, and on top of that, had 50,000 people deported.
Okay, even though people who are even if they're paid money, people, okay, you
Hmm.
might disagree with this, but people who choose to go to Mariupol as Russian
Hmm.
citizens, I think these people are crazy because Mariupol is probably extremely dangerous right now.
It's
It's right
not
on the
it's not
edge.
anywhere near the front line right now. Russia's doing their rebuilding effort in Mariupol.
Huh.
Yeah, the city's been occupied since like the first or since the second month of the war.
You know, I still wouldn't go to Mariupol if I was Russian because I
You
just
wouldn't.
feel like there's.
I actually don't have any stats on how many Russian citizens have accepted. I haven't seen that. All I know is they were offering it. I haven't seen any data to suggest how many people have gone.
Okay.
So what is your plan though? Like, let's say what's your plan with it? What are you getting at?
Well, if it was in 2022, I would say, you know what, we have to support Ukraine. So I think I would have given them at first right away a bunch of missiles. Am I allowed to say that
Yeah.
on TikTok? Okay. I would have given them a bunch of missiles, and I think they should um be long range ones. I would have given them the Tomahawk cruise miss. Are those can those be launched from land? The Tomahawks?
Yeah, there's ways to do that.
Okay, okay. I would give a bunch of those because I think what's important is to well, y- the it's I think it's absolutely ridiculous that Russia is allowed to strike pretty much all of Ukraine. They strike Lviv
Mhm.
not as a military purpose. It was not even a military
I will
purpose.
say that
Lviv
some
they
of their
simply
strikes in
didn't have.
Lviv have been military targets. Like at the beginning of the war, there was a bunch of morons from the International Legion who were posting videos and taking selfies and all sorts of stuff and geotagging themselves on a Ukrainian training base in Lviv. That was a legitimate target. That one was
Okay,
100% a legitimate target. I know some of the idiots who were posting themselves there. Yeah, that some of the stuff they hit is legitimate targets. They,
um,
again, I'm not excusing everything, but I'm saying that some of them have been.
okay, okay. I think sometimes they do it to exert power. It's to simply say we can strike anywhere. We can even strike the farthest western part of Ukraine. Do you agree that they sometimes do it just for that reason?
I mean, yeah, they say it outright. They say like, "Hey, you're not safe anywhere in Ukraine." Like that. One of the things is you can. They say that one of their justifications for telling Ukraine not to bring F-16s into Ukraine was, well, unless you hide them in Poland, which we would see as illegal, then you can't hide them anywhere in Ukraine because we'll just hit them wherever you put them.
Hmm. Well, that's why I feel like F-16s would be too. They would take too long to pilot, so giving them F-16s at the beginning of the war would be kind of obsolete. I think if that would be
It
more
takes about
appropriate
a
to.
year to be proficient flying an F-16 per the training for the United States, and then another 6 months to be combat efficient.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So, uh, so I would have given him missiles in order to strike targets. So I would have given him the Tomahawk cruise missiles and several of the TACOMs and just a lot of that, and a lot of air defense weapons as well. Long range air
It
defense
sounds like
weapons.
you're just saying for what we've already done, just not delay it, which I would agree with because
Well, no, no,
we've
no,
been
no, no,
delaying
no, no.
stuff.
I'm talking about, don't Tomahawk cruise missiles go out to like 1,000 miles?
What's the range on that? Tomahawk cruise missile range. It's about 1,500 miles.
1,500. Okay. Well, that's farther than anything. They only allow them to go up to like 200 kilometers.
Right now, the United States has
And
asked
it,
that they only strike within the Kursk region and Bryansk.
okay, okay, why? I'm gonna admit, that's dumb as heck.
Did you have anything specific you wanted to bring up though? Like, are you just talking about your plan? Because if not, I gotta move on to MC here.
Um, anyway, I think the United States should definitely allow longer range cruise missiles. I think they need to be given a lot of long range cruise missiles in order to strike their targets.
I just think that the restrictions need to be taken off. But yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Greg. I appreciate coming up.
Whoopsie. I guess, damn it, we agree on too much. You can
Oh,
drop me, that's
oh yeah.
okay.
Have a good night, Greg. Okay, MC. Which one do you want to tackle? Do you want to go with Ukraine or do you want to go with Israel?
Do you want to do like the split screen thing? Bring my camera up.
I don't think I can do that from the PC because I'm streaming on my PC right now. I don't know if I can do that, but what I can do is if you do have the ability to turn your camera on, and if you share something, I can make you big screen. It just shrinks me down to your size. It's like if you want to show a source or something or have me pull it up, I could pull it up for you, or you can, yeah, like that.
Okay. Well, I don't know. You told me to join, so what do you want to talk about?
I've got either. You obviously disagree with both of my statements of support. I believe that we should support Ukraine to help them as a free and sovereign nation, based on one, the Budapest Memorandum, and two, it's a morally right thing to do. And second, I also believe that Israel has the right to defend themselves. I think, based on all the evidence at hand, even not even using Israel's numbers in any way, that they're conducting a lawful war, and that social media has kind of blown this out of proportion because civilians aren't used to seeing war.
Okay, I don't really give a shit about that. Um, well, like what I would want to start with is, do you identify as a Zionist?
Yeah, I believe that the Jewish people have the right to self-determination in their indigenous homeland.
Okay, I don't agree with that definition, but that's fine. So you identify as a Zionist. Do you also identify as, or at least identify with, Ukrainian ultranationalists?
No.
Okay, so like, why do you have an Azov patch? Why do you wear a blood and soil ring?
So the Azov patch, I collect stuff from different war zones. I've got stuff from Germany, Italy, England, America during World War II. I collect history stuff. Like I've got some Wagner patches up there too, just because I collect different things from different war zones. So that one's, I got stuff that was worn in Bakhmut from both sides. So that's where I've got those from.
Okay, what about the blood and soil ring?
That one is because it is the red and black is the battle colors of Ukraine and has been used by the Cossack people since the 7th and 8th century.
Okay, like I don't agree with the like Buddhist swastika angle from it. Like we both know what the red and black represents. We know what blood and soil is. We know that it's been at the very least co-opted by Ukrainian ultranationalists. So why would you think it's okay to? My point is to get to my point. You identify as a Zionist.
Mm-hmm.
Ukrainian ultranationalists are extremely anti-Semitic people. They did many pogroms against Polish
Oh,
Jews.
dude, I've interviewed some. So like, if you don't know, in 2016, Azov was essentially purged from not all but most of their neo-Yahtzee members. I've actually interviewed a couple of them just to see how extreme they were. They were, otherwise they weren't going to be allowed to be a Ukrainian unit as part of the armed forces of
How
Ukraine.
did so many pictures of people with like fucking Hitler tattoos pop up then, way after 2016?
So I haven't seen anyone with an H-Man tattoo.
Like black sun patches. People wearing like Totenkopf patches.
Yeah, they actually got
Like,
they got banned from using
in like the last year or so.
The Ukrainian government actually banned them from putting that on their patches.
And that's not even like Azov people. That's like just general Ukrainian soldiers.
Yeah, again, the Azov battalion was banned from putting the black sun on their patch and on their flag. Granted, they haven't gotten rid of their old stuff, and I've talked to a lot of Ukrainians like about the wolf song gold, the symbol in the center. I've talked to my Ukrainian friends for them where I get the importance of the symbol to them because of their past, where that was a 8th century rune that was used for freedom against those who oppress us. That's what it represented. I've even talked to them and said, hey, I get why it's important to you, but do you understand the optics of it? And to them, it's like, well, no. Why? That's our symbol. It doesn't matter that it was used by some terrible people for a couple years. That's still our symbol. You can't take away the history. Their whole ideal is, I want to take back the history of it. I get it. I don't agree with it, but that's their decision. I'm not gonna turn against them because they want to take back the history of their symbol. Again, I've explained the optics to them, and they for some reason don't seem to understand the perception versus reality thing. Kind of like why with the. It's kind of like me with the ring. I understand that the red and black was the Ukrainian battle colors for centuries, and that one group, the UPA, using it for 3.5-4 years in World War II when they were throwing hands with both sides, doesn't change the history of the symbol.
I mean, I would disagree with that. Like I say, do you agree with people when they would you agree with someone flying a swastika flag right now and saying that it's I'm just using the Buddhist meaning, or has it transcended that?
Depends, because in Japan, when I lived in Japan for 3 years, there were people that did that and they had it in the proper orientation. And as an American, it was really weird seeing that stuff, and I was like, that's a little weird. And I had to be explained and lectured by Japanese people. They're like, we don't care. We know what the true meaning of the symbol is. That's why we put it in the proper orientation. That's why we have it. It's at our religious sites. It's on our tombstones. Like, and I get it from their perspective.
We're not in Japan. We're on we're on a Western social media app.
Yeah.
And you're making videos where you're like prominently displaying your blood and soil.
Well, I'm not gonna hide
you, which you got very upset about.
Well, yeah, because I ended up getting over 500 unaliving threats directly in my DMs. I'm okay with people talking shit. I'm okay with people talking shit all day long. I don't give two shits about that. But the second my DMs and my messages start being flooded with people threatening my life and threatening to come to my house and blow my brains out, yeah, I'm not okay with that.
Yeah, I get the same shit. It does, like, it's internet bullshit. It doesn't.
Well, yeah,
matter.
that's why I just like they can say it. I'm just gonna shut it down.
That's specifically why. Like, you wouldn't display a swastika now. So why would you display a blood and soil ring? Especially, like I'm saying, my connection here is, you are advocating for the Israeli people, and do you still wear the ring?
Yeah.
Okay, so how can you justify that? Because to a lot of those people whose families were exterminated by people flying those colors.
Stefan Bandera personally was responsible for the unaliving of 10,000 Jews before he realized what was going on and turned against the Germans, and they threw him in a concentration camp.
Yeah,
doesn't make what he did okay.
The Nazis are very unreliable people. That's fine.
Have you been on TikTok Live before, by the way?
Of course. I haven't joined one. I've
just so to save both of us, because this will get you banned too. You have to act like you're talking to a toddler. It's dumb. So you got to say like Yahtzee, H-Man. You essentially got to filter yourself. You have to say unalive, like that stupid stuff, just because it saves both of us. But yeah, like I've had to talk to Ukrainians. I've had friends who are Ben Dadite supporters. I've had to explain to them, like, do you know why the world is pissed off? And they're like, no, he fought for our freedom. I was like, I get that. What did he do before that? Well, he was fighting for our freedom. He just chose the wrong side first. It's like, yeah, but what did he do when he fought for that side? Well, I don't know. A lot of them genuinely don't know, and I've had to explain to many Ukrainian friends that he was personally responsible for the unaliving of 10,000 Yazidis. That's why I'm not a Banderite supporter. I get that he was willing to do whatever it took to get the freedom for his country, but you still have to understand the ramifications of what happened before and what did you do while fighting for that freedom. Which is why, again, even though he switched sides and then ended up going to fight for the Soviets, then against the Soviets and throwing hands with everyone, he still was personally responsible for unaliving 10,000 Jews, which is why I'm not a Banderite supporter.
Okay, what do you think about? Oh shit, what's this guy's name? What's the other guy that's kind of like Bandera,
For
who
who?
also was like in the UPA?
Fucking hang on. EPA members, Ukraine.
Shukovich,
What about him?
Roman Shukovich. So I don't know if you're familiar. I live in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
I was born and well, not really raised. I was born in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with that city at all?
Yeah.
So they have a huge Ukrainian diaspora,
Mm-hmm.
like one of the biggest in Canada.
I think I know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the big tombstone that has the Swazi symbol on it?
Well, there's that. It's like a memorial to
I have an
assassin.
indigenous Canadian friend who actually was friends with those people and tried to have words with them about getting it taken down. And he talked to me about it, and he was like, yeah, they were of the same mindset as they like to ignore the optics of it because, well, they fought for our freedom. It's like, yeah, but XYZ. And he actually, I don't know if they rebuilt it, but it disappeared for a bit, if you catch my drift.
Well, it was vandalized.
Is it back up?
Yeah, I think I don't think it ever went away. I don't know for sure. But what I was specifically referring to is there is a Ukrainian youth unity complex in Edmonton. And it's a different place. Though
Okay.
the one you're referring to is in a private, I think, Ukrainian cemetery or just a private cemetery. Yeah. They have a Ukrainian youth unity complex and they have a bust of Roman Shukovich outside of it. Mm-hmm. Have you heard about that one?
I haven't heard about the bust, but yeah, it's a classic Ukrainian thing of a lot of Ukrainians don't understand the history. Because you got to remember, Ukraine was pretty torn during World War II. Prior to World War II, last interactions they had with the Germans was, hey, World War I was bad. Ignore what we did. Your friendly neighborhood Germans here. Here's a bunch of money. Here's a bunch of schools. Here's a bunch of hospitals. Bye. Let us know if you need anything. World War II happens and Germany goes, hey, we know you just went through Holodomor. You really don't like the Russians. Do what we say. Don't ask questions. We'll give you a free state. And half the country was like, I'm down for that. I'll do whatever it takes to get freedom. The other half of the country went, I don't know about that. I don't really trust that. And then you've got people in the middle who didn't really know what to do. And then you've got the UPA who started out on Germany's side, and then realized what was going on and went, ooh, I should probably go with the Soviets. Then they didn't even like the Soviet side and fought both sides. But a lot of Ukrainians genuinely don't understand what happened and what the side that sided with Germany did. Like, they genuinely don't know. And I've had to lecture many Ukrainians on that. Like, I'm not denying the history of what they've done.
Well, I don't agree with that infantilization. Like the we were just following orders defense didn't work.
No, I'm not saying that we were just following orders. I'm saying they genuinely don't realize. It's kind of like how Japan. It's kind of like how Japan teaches World War II. Japan basically teaches World War II is in two sentences as, yeah, war happened. We were on the losing side. Don't ask questions, and that's not right.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know why you keep bringing it back to Japan. It's
I'm saying the comparisons of the society with the comparisons are there with the society either not knowing or being unwilling to acknowledge what happened.
Yeah, but I still disagree with that, considering we live in the age of information. And if you don't actually want to learn or challenge the things that you've been brainwashed with, that's kind of a problem. And that's basically my entire existence is trying to de-brainwash people who have grown up under Western capitalism and have been brainwashed in similar ways. And I did it myself, right? I went back and at some point, I think most people realize that the narratives they have been fed living in the imperial core are not accurate in a lot of ways. And you can do one of two things when that happens. You can find out what else you've been lied to about, or you can continue to be ignorant. Now, I don't think it's a valid excuse if you continue to be ignorant.
Yeah, a lot of countries don't have that option. A lot of countries don't realize they've been lied to in the first place. They don't go do that research. You have to realize that we're in the United States. We are a more westernized nation than most of the world. We actually are willing to go out and question things and do that. A lot of countries aren't. Ukrainians are one of those people. Russians are the same. So are the Japanese.
Okay,
so are the Koreans.
Ukrainians in Canada, though, which is who I'm specifically referring to.
No, Ukrainians in Canada know what they were taught and refuse to listen to anything else because what they were taught is the word of God to them.
They're in Canada now, so your argument doesn't make sense. I'm specifically talking about the ones that either built that bust and that memorial or are okay with its existence, because there are Jewish advocacy groups, even like most of them are Zionist groups that have been constantly raising the alarm about these things, and they don't give enough of a shit to take these stupid things down. And that's my problem, is that here's the thing, right? I'm sure you wouldn't disagree that both the US and Canada after World War II took in a lot of Nazis.
Oh yeah,
correct?
a lot of people do.
Okay, so
definitely.
So most of the Ukrainians that they took in were far right. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Depends on what region they took them from.
Well, I mean,
like the western portion of the country,
complex with a bust of somebody who ran extermination campaigns against Jews aligned with the Nazis. So the fact that there hasn't been enough people in the Ukrainian diaspora there specifically arguing that should be removed kind of evidences that they probably don't really actually give a shit, or they're just far right.
I would say, based on all of the Ukrainians that I've ever met and the people that I've talked to and going to the schools and seeing this stuff, it's arrogance and ignorance at the same time. Again, a lot of Ukrainians will go, yeah, but it doesn't matter. They were just willing to do what it took for freedom. It's like, and I've had to tell them, that doesn't matter. This thing happened. You have to acknowledge it. You can say, yeah, I'm glad he fought for my country. I've said that to my friends who are Banderite supporters. You can say, I appreciate that he fought for my country. You still have to acknowledge what the fuck he did. And a lot of them don't. They're like, but he did it in the name of freedom. I don't care.
What do you think about Zelensky saying that people worshiping Bandera is cool and normal?
I don't really agree with Zelensky on a lot of stuff. Like, I think he's done good for the war. I don't agree with him on a lot of stuff politically, though.
Like my specific problem,
like the Parliament
Zelensky,
thing.
So
the Parliament thing that was.
Parliament?
Are you talking about when he brought the SS dude? That was fucking weird.
Well, in Canada.
Yeah, especially considering his grandfather directly fought against those people.
Yeah, I mean, Canada is like Nazi captured. We're a far right shithole. This country is an absolute joke. It's not only that. There's also, I don't know if you've heard about the recent controversy with the Victims of Communism memorial that they're trying to put up in Canada. Did you hear about that?
Where's that at?
It's probably going in Ottawa, which is our capital, but it's officially sanctioned by the government. It's run by this like non-profit group or whatever, but it's receiving public funding, but they're also taking private donations. And the donations, people donate to like put somebody's name on a brick. And then they have like these bricks, I think, laid out in front of this memorial.
Are they screening it? Like, are they screening what goes on them?
Well, not really. You're supposed to donate a victim of communism, right?
Okay.
They found that I can't remember the number. It was either 30 or 60 of them were like 100% confirmed Nazis, like people who were like volunteered to join the SS. But there was just a report that came out that said at least half of the 600 names probably have at least some connection to the Nazis. That would be enough. That should be enough to exclude them from this memorial. And they're probably still going to put all of those names and the ones who are actual, like former SS soldiers on this memorial.
A 2023 report from the Department of Canadian Heritage recommended that 330 of the 553 names listed on the monuments wall, due to potential links to Nazis or fascist groups. The memorial is complete but closed to the public. Photograph. Let's see, is there any updates on this? Because this was...
It's pretty recent news.
but the report came out in 2023, so I'm wondering if there's an update on it.
Well, I think that the original report was about either 30 or like 60 names, and then I think what they're referring to now is like an expanded. Somebody took like an expanded look into more of the names or something like that and found even more connections to
I'd
Nazis
say that I'd say
or
that
Yazis. Sorry.
I'd say yeah, I don't agree with if you're like dude, if you're a straight up SS member, then fuck no, I don't agree with that. Obviously, but if I'd
Well,
also
yeah,
say that
so-
someone shouldn't just be like I'd want to see more people going through it too and be like, okay, were they actually SS? Did they have a family? Were they forced conscripted? Like who is what? And let's actually get to the bottom of it, because anyone who actually is a Yahtzee member, gone.
Well, the other problem with Canada specifically is that there's like we took at least 10,000. I
Still
believe,
listening, by the way.
Is I think we took at least 10,000 Nazis in, and they specifically didn't reveal who we actually took in. And there have been a lot of groups that are trying to do like freedom of information requests to specifically have this information released. And our government is not allowing it to happen. And it's weird because these people, if they were specifically fighting for the Nazis, they're probably all either dead or in their 90s or whatever now, like that old skeleton that
So
they
it's
brought
like
up in front of
they're
Parliament
still
and gave a
basically
standing ovation
gatekeeping-
to.
They're still basically gatekeeping what we did with Operation Paperclip.
Yeah, so they're defending the honor of these Nazis, which is so. I mean, it's not surprising to me because obviously I live here and I know how, like, Canada likes to pretend that we're better than the U.S. and that we're not.
I wouldn't
a
say that
far-right.
they're. I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that they're defending the honor. I'd say there's probably a reason behind some of the names being kept here, but probably not all of them. Like, I could see if they were tied to specific operations that you didn't want people to know about, like the scientists and stuff. I could see that. I'd still argue against it, but I can see the logic behind it. But I wouldn't say it's okay to just hide all of them. Doesn't make sense to me. But I mean, we eventually came forward with Operation Paperclip and all the stuff we did with that. So I don't know why you guys are doing it.
Yeah, which is weird. And compared to the U.S., if we're worse on that, that's a huge joke.
Dude, we
Deans, are you-
literally had a bunch of people walking through the streets with swastikas in Ohio with flags, yelling to unalive all the Jews the other day, and everyone just
Yeah,
kind of
we
went,
don't-
"Wow, that's weird."
Yeah, we don't get like that kind of outright Nazism in public usually in Canada. I think there's probably a few instances. There's a lot of that happens in the U.S., but we still have people like flying swastikas at like far right rallies and stuff like that. But do you know about Canada's Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland?
Oh God, what happened?
So she's Ukrainian.
Uh-huh.
Her grandfather, I think his name is Michael Chomiak, or however you pronounce it.
What's her name
well,
again,
he
real
had-
quick?
Chrystia Freeland.
Chris.
If you just search like Canada Deputy Prime Minister, she'll come up.
Deputy Prime Minister. Let's see who
So
her
her-
grandfather was.
Yeah, her grandfather has Nazi ties. He ran like a propaganda newspaper for the Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
And she, first of all, she was photographed, I think shortly after the Russian invasion
Mm-hmm.
in 2022. She was photographed with some other Ukrainians, like some of the Ukrainian diaspora in Canada, and they were
Mhm.
holding I don't even think it was just like the red and black scarf. It was actually a UPA scarf, which she got in some hot water for, but also with her grandfather. She refuses to denounce him. And she has only like defended his honor, even though it has been proven that he ran a propaganda newspaper.
Is
for
she?
the Nazis.
What
Like,
is
they
her
would-
logic behind it? Is she saying, "Hey, he was like forced to do this," or is it just, "Hey, he straight up was one"? Because if you straight up
She
were
doesn't
one,
say-
if
she doesn't address it in that way.
because if you straight up were
She
one,
just-
then why would you not? If like, because if let's say it was someone who's like, "Hey, you ran this newspaper before the war, you shall continue to run this newspaper. If you don't run what we run, we unalive you." I can see defending that, but why not just say
Yeah.
that? Why not just say that then?
Well, yeah, sure. I think this newspaper was like literally spreading propaganda like about Jews and stuff. I don't know if that's.
I mean, again, the Germans did force a lot of people to do that who stayed in certain positions. Which again, if that's the case, why not just say it? Again, I don't support Yahtzees. Though. Like I've made that pretty clear. Like I am very supportive of the Jewish community. I don't support even Ukrainians who follow Yahtzee ideology because there are some. Dude, I even had to. This isn't going to help my case with the Ukrainian Yahtzee thing. I had a Ukrainian soldier that I was training that I found out he did this. He told me he did this as a joke because he thought it was funny. We're standing there at lunch one day, and out of his pocket, he literally pulls out a handful of Yahtzee patches. And I went, "What the fuck is that?" And the interpreter asked him, and he goes, "Well, they say we're Yahtzee, so why not make it funny?" And I went, "What?" He goes, "Well, it's got to be funny because they'll think I'm actually a Yahtzee because they said I am, so why not behave like one? It's funny." And I went, "Dude, no. You can't, like, I literally made him throw them away on the spot. I was like, you can't do that. Soldier's humor. I get it. Funny. Haha. You thought I was a Yahtzee. Now that you found this. That's not okay. The optics of that is awful. You can't do that." And his family was on the Soviet side. His family had nothing to do with Germany on that side. But he thought it was funny because haha Yahtzee. Like the way I compare Ukrainian humor to, and I've lectured a lot of my Ukrainian friends on it, is 2012 internet humor, where you assume everyone around you knows you're just making a joke. And it's like, you can't do that. That is not okay in today's day and age. The rest of the world does not view what you just said as a joke. Like, it's not like an Xbox 360 lobby where people say whatever the fuck they want and everyone knows they're joking. Like, you can't do that. And a lot of Ukrainians don't get that.
To change things in a different direction a bit, were you a U.S. military? Were you in the military?
No, I got medically retired in July of 2021. No, July of 2022. And then in the summer of 2023, I went over to Ukraine as a volunteer on my own with an NGO. Didn't get paid for my own equipment, paid for my own gear, all that.
But you were, what were you, like a Marine or what?
I was a Marine, yeah, for 10 years.
Okay, so where did you serve?
The United States and Japan.
Okay, you never saw combat or anything?
No, I broke the fuck out of my back. I was useless. So I got stuck on the paperwork side and doctrine development. So my main job was combat marksmanship instruction and doctrine development. So like making the training courses that we use to send Marines to war. So like the current course of fire that every Marine goes through for their annual rifle qualification, I helped develop that. The digital programming for all of the courses of fire that we use, I designed the digital programming for that in our simulator. I created the training course for the pistol that we use. Like, so I do training stuff.
Okay. So, like, from my perspective, I'm a communist. I am anti-imperialist. I'm very anti-American. I'm very anti-Canadian. In my perspective, like, we talk a lot about Yahtzees, the German ones. I often call America the Fourth Reich. I often say that America has done a Lebensraum that the Yahtzees could have only ever dreamed of, given the fact that they militarily occupy 80% of the countries in our world. So this is my thing, right? You speak out against the German ones, but from my perspective and from most anti-imperialist perspectives, you're just the new ones. You know what I mean?
Except I actively speak out against Yahtzee ideology in the United States too, because I think it's also weird to say that.
I'm not talking specifically about that. Like, do you defend the U.S.'s actions in Iraq?
Iraq 1, sure. Iraq 2, we fucking dropped the ball hard on that one.
Okay, so then, like,
I've got no problem calling my government out when we've done something wrong. No, I'm not ashamed of serving, because I joined for my main purpose was to help defend those who can't defend themselves and go out and do stuff abroad. And by and large, we fuck some stuff up. We still do that.
Doing something wrong is like an extreme whitewash. Like, there's a report from Brown, I think it's from Brown University, that I've been talking about a lot on my TikTok because not very many people realize. Around 1 million people died in Iraq and Afghanistan as a result of like direct fighting. There's estimated.
I think it's 325,000 is direct. 1.2 million indirect, I think is the.
Well, no, the indirect is not, because it's hard to count these things. This study specifically posits that there are 4.5 to 4.6 million total, including direct and indirect deaths.
Let's see here, because I've seen Institute for Study of War analysis that shows it as vastly different.
It's the something war costs department at Brown University.
Ew, Wikipedia, get out of here. Let's see, where's
I think it's called costs. If you search like costs.
Oh, here we go.
War,
Civilians, unalived and wounded, costs of war. Okay, so I'm seeing. Let's see this. Are they characterizing in between direct and indirect? Let's see. Let's Control F Iraq.
Yeah, so they say 4.5 or 4.6
Oh,
million
that's
deaths.
combining though. That's combining Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, Yemen, and Somalia. And that says
it's all
says,
of the actions
it says,
post
yeah, it says
2001.
U.S. post
9/11.
9/11 wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, Yemen, and Somalia take a tremendous human toll. The death toll in these war zones, including direct and indirect deaths, is estimated at 4.5 to 4.7 million and counting. Of these, an estimated 408 civilians died from direct war violence. So that's saying that of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of 6 conflicts total, they're estimating that 408,000 died by direct combat or direct action. They're saying that the rest of the 4.5 million from all 6 of these are indirect. Like even I'm looking at it right now. Here, let me.
Yeah, but why are indirect deaths not as bad as the direct deaths?
No one said it's not as bad. It just depends on what the cause of it is. So, like, right here it says, oh, God damn it, it's so fucking tiny. How do I?
Well, I mean, the cause of it is the U.S., first of all, creating the conditions for why 9/11 happened in the first place by constantly destabilizing and bombing, etc., the Middle East, then responding to 9/11 by attacking all of the wrong people.
Except that's not what caused 9/11, arguably, because Osama bin Laden even admitted in his memoirs that that's not what caused 9/11.
Osama bin Laden, who was on the CIA payroll?
Yeah, back in the day, back when he was with the Mujahideen, way back in the 90s.
The U.S. supported the Mujahideen. Well,
and then he became radicalized.
I would trace it. Well, why was he radicalized? That's the point. I would trace it back before that. I would trace it to the Soviet-Afghan War when the U.S. armed and funded the Mujahideen against the Soviets.
So there's a lot of nuance though.
They were fine propping up extremist, radical Islamists, Islamic fundamentalists to fight against their enemies.
Actually,
and look what it came from. The Mujahideen splintered off into Al Qaeda. It splintered off into the Taliban. It splintered off. But I'm saying
at that time, relatively speaking, per the region, those people actually weren't that extreme. The original Mujahideen weren't that extreme. The problem we got into was when, and I've got a friend who was there who did foreign relations on this stuff. He's probably asleep. But the problem that we got into, which led to a lot of groups becoming more radicalized individually, was like, especially with Osama bin Laden, was the picking favorites between the different groups there. We would work with one group who didn't like another group we were working with. Then they would start fighting each other, and we went, we're out. It's like, well, no, you can't just abandon people. Now you've created inner turmoil. And we did a lot of things where we just abandoned and picked and chose people at random, and then the infighting and all the stuff and the radicalization happened after that. Like originally when we started helping people, they, by and large, they weren't extremely radicalized at that time.
Nah, I disagree with that characterization for sure. I mean, but either way, we're still talking about imperialism. The U.S. has no right to interfere in the Middle East in the way that they have. For instance, with the Soviet-Afghan War, the Soviets were invited over and over and over again by Afghani leftists who were trying to protect their new burgeoning democracy. I think they asked them 8 times before the Soviets finally responded and sent some troops over to defend them. And then the U.S., of course, has to go and find anybody who's in opposition to the Soviets because they cannot allow communism to spread by any means necessary. So they end up funding and arming these people who, contrary to what you say, they were absolutely radical at the time. They were not.
No, I'm saying relatively speaking, especially considering today's day and age of radical Islamism, and compared to other groups that could have been selected in those regions to be funded and helped out.
It's gotten worse because of U.S. destabilization in the Middle East. That's why everybody's becoming more radical. That's why ISIS exists now. Like, these are all directly the fault of the U.S. destabilizing these nations. So this is why I call the U.S. the new Nazis, and why I don't really distinguish between an American soldier now who doesn't regret their service and the people in Germany Like, think about.
I don't get how we can like.
Behind me. If
Yeah,
you
I
can
can
see
see.
behind me, I'm a fan of North Korea.
Uh
Right?
huh.
I'm a North Korea defender. Do you know? Are you very familiar with the Korean War?
What about the Korean War? I know more
Well, you
about the
know that
individual
the
battles and
U.S.
stuff.
You know that the U.S. did a bombing campaign that killed 2 million North Koreans, right?
Okay, yeah, war was fucked up in the past.
Okay,
Carpet
so
bombing
yeah,
was a
so
thing.
yeah, but that was 20% of the Korean people. The Yazidis killed 6 million Jews. There were about
Mhm.
18 million Jews at the
It
time.
was
So they killed 30% of all Jews.
15.6 or 7, I think.
Okay, so they
Mm-hmm.
killed 33% of all
Mm-hmm.
Jews. The US killed 20% of the North Korean people. That's not a problem.
Again, I'm not worried about what happened in the past because I'm
And
worried
then,
about
of course,
moving
there was the
forward.
Vietnam War.
Uh,
Like, well, these things, the North Korea thing specifically is important because that war never ended. They signed an armistice. They never signed a peace treaty. They're still technically at war. And the U.S.
mhm.
specifically is using propaganda all over the internet, all over the West, to demonize North Korea, to lie about them, to manufacture consent for potentially a future hot war against them because they're in more of a Cold War now. So I don't even think that's in the past. Like, that's very much a topical thing.
Let's see here. 2 to 3. Let's see here. Scholars have noted the percentage of civilian casualties in Korea is higher than the World War II and Vietnam War. Yep, that's true. Putting civilian casualties at, let's see here. Everything I'm
Like,
seeing is showing the
I can tell you
2.2 to
more
3
about.
million. Everything I'm seeing for the 2 to 3 million citation shows that as both North Korea and South Korea civilian casualties combined, where South Korean civilian deaths were at about 930,000.
Yeah, so
So I'm
either
not
way,
saying it's
though,
not
it's
bad. It's
Korean
still
people.
bad. It's still bad. Yeah,
Are you
obviously, but it's
are you
war.
aware of the circumstances around the division of the Korean Peninsula?
What about it?
Well, so obviously, they were occupied by the Japanese for decades before and during World War II.
Japanese did a lot of that.
Obviously, when World War II ended, the Japanese occupiers were expelled. So now people like to say that it was the US and the Soviets who were agreeing together to divide the Korean Peninsula, but that's not really true for several reasons. One, the US had just dropped 2 nukes on Japan. I like to say the first one was to, one, take credit for the victory over Japan from the Soviets, who were about to beat them on a ground invasion, anyways, and 2, to absolutely beat the Japanese into submission so that they could just turn them into a colony of theirs, which they ended up doing. That's what the first nuke was for. The second nuke, I like to say, was to threaten the Soviets. It was as if to say, there's more where that came from. Obviously, at this time, the Soviets had not produced their first nuclear weapons, so they couldn't directly contest.
You're basing this opinion off something that's not entirely based in fact, because we even admitted that we didn't have more than 2 nukes at the time. We only had 2, and we were afraid that after the second one, if Japan didn't surrender, they were going to keep fighting.
They can make 3, and they
yes,
can
but
make
we
4,
didn't have that at the time. The reason the second one was the reason the second one was dropped was because Japan didn't believe us after the first one. The Japanese leadership said, "You didn't do that. That's not real." They didn't believe us. They weren't going to surrender. We dropped the second one. That's the facts of even stated by the Japanese government. The Japanese government disagrees with you.
Here's the thing about the U.S. in World War II, right? Like, they were fine allying with the Nazis because they wanted them to destroy the Soviets.
You mean the Soviets who allied with the Nazis in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and split up Poland together?
A non-aggression pact is not.
They literally had a combined military parade in a city in Poland.
But that's a whole different conversation.
So we'll talk about the U.S. allying with Nazis, but not with.
Yes, because that's completely relevant to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Do you agree that the U.S. wanted the Nazis to destroy the Soviets? Yes or no?
No, I think we were hoping they would both whittle each other down, so that if we had to take on both of them, it would be easy to wipe them both out at the same time.
Same thing. So the U.S. were fine with the Nazis as long as they were attacking the Soviets. The
No.
US only turned on the Nazis, I mean, mainly because they're allied with Japan and Pearl Harbor happened, but also because they attacked an actual US ally, right? So
But we weren't. It wasn't that we were okay with them. We were isolationists. We wanted nothing to do with anything. Yeah, we helped out our allies with supplies because they asked us, but we pretty much fucking ignored everything that was going on across the entire world up until we got involved. It doesn't matter if you don't agree.
Way,
these are the facts. You can have your opinions, but these are facts.
This is my point. So the U.S. was fiercely anti-Soviet, correct?
Yep.
The U.S. at the end of World War II was already planning on how to take on the Soviet problem, correct?
Yep, because we saw what the Soviet Union was also up to.
Okay, so why would you disagree with my characterization that the nukes, 1 or 2, were also used in a way to threaten the Soviets who did not have nuclear weapons up and running at the time?
Because that's an opinion that's not based in fact.
Okay,
again,
well, it is an opinion, and it is based on the facts.
I would just disagree with that opinion. That's just it.
Well, either way,
because a lot of the U.S. leadership, a lot of the U.S. leadership was like, no, the Soviet Union's fine. Why are we? They helped us beat the Nazis.
Here's my point in it: the Soviets didn't have nukes; the U.S. did. So the division of the Korean Peninsula was very one-sided in that regard. Now, if it were up to just the Soviets, they would just let the Korean people choose their next leader. And everybody knew that if they did that, the leader they would choose is Kim Il-sung, because he was leading guerrilla armies to fight against the Japanese imperial occupiers. He was well loved, well respected by all of the Korean people, no matter if they were in the northern part or the southern part of the peninsula. So the US was the main force in dividing the Korean Peninsula because they knew the same thing that the Soviets did. Kim Il-sung would be chosen by the people. So the US divides the Korean Peninsula perfectly along the 38th parallel, which makes no sense because it completely ignores everything that we know about how borders naturally develop. That's not how the border is now. It's a little different. It's a little squiggly now. But either way, what the US then did is they sent a dictator straight from Washington, D.C. This guy was like training under the American president at the time. I think it was Woodrow Wilson. So they sent this guy straight from Washington, D.C. to rule over the South with an iron fist. He immediately began slaughtering any opposition to the new American imperial rule. Of course, they were under Japanese imperial occupation, and then the U.S. came in and did an imperialism of their own and basically took control over half the peninsula. So there's this island just off the southern coast of the Korean Peninsula called Jeju Island. The people on Jeju Island did not like their new American imperial occupiers, so they did a revolt. Do you know what the guy that the U.S. sent to rule over?
Are you referring to when they were basically trying to hunt down all the communists?
Yeah, he slaughtered up to 100,000 people in Jeju Island. That was the start of the Korean War. So my point is, if we go back to what I was saying at the beginning, every death on the Korean Peninsula in the Korean War is the fault of the imperialist USA.
So I get that you don't like the U.S. Like you're free to have that opinion.
My point is that they're the new Yahtzees.
But again, your whole point is based on opinions.
Disagree with that characterization?
I 100% disagree.
It's based on their death toll.
Yeah, except are we going to talk about the death toll from communism?
Which is what? What do you think it is?
I'll just look at Holodomor, the 5 million Ukrainians that were literally intentionally starved to death that the Soviet Union denied because they said, "Oh, that's just Yahtzee." No, they were, and the Soviet Union tried to categorize it.
Starving.
Yes, the Soviet Union intentionally attacked the crops.
The same famine killed a higher percentage of people in Kazakhstan, and it also killed a bunch of Russians. So. The
Russians have shown they don't care about their own people. The target was Ukrainian people. And again, and then it's a cop-out to say that the U.S. is just doing stuff on purpose because of communism as well.
No.
Again, the Soviet Union openly admitted that, or they didn't admit it. They said, this is just Yahtzee propaganda. It didn't even happen. This is just to make everyone forget about what the Yahtzees did in World War II.
Even if your CIA numbers are true, they don't even come close to the death
These aren't
toll of
CIA
capitalism.
numbers. These are Ukrainian numbers, and that's just from one place. 5 million people in one country.
Kills 20 million people per year.
And that is based on what? Stat? Based on what? Yeah, I've heard the propaganda stat before.
8 million die from a lack of food in capitalist countries. 8 million die from a lack of clean water in capitalist countries, and 4 million die from vaccine-preventable illnesses in capitalist countries. These people die because it isn't profitable to feed them or give them clean water or vaccinate them.
See, I don't understand, because you can say that it's just one-sided, but the death toll on both sides is about the same. It's estimated, depending on who you read, it's estimated about 100 to 150 million for both.
Okay, the 100 million numbers from the Black Book of Communism, and they count the Yazidis that the Soviets killed in World War II. They also count unborn children. They count the difference in the birth rate between the Soviet Union and America. That's the number that you're quoting. Nobody's told you this before. Come on.
Let's see. Look, I don't really care about your dislike of America, though, or your dislike of.
Okay, but let's say that your 100 to 150 million number is true. In 5 to 10 years, capitalism surpasses the 100-year history of communism, if your numbers were true. So what are you even arguing?
I'm arguing that I don't care about your opinion-based dislike of America.
You don't care about death? You don't care about people dying?
No, what I'm saying, that's not what I said. That's a straw man argument. What I'm saying is I don't care about your opinion-based hatred for the United States and your personal belief that we are the new Yazis, because I just disagree fundamentally.
But they demonstrably they are. The U.S. is the one propping up global capitalism. The U.S. is the one establishing a global capitalist hegemony.
You don't like capitalism. I do. We have a fundamental difference in opinion. Therefore, we're not going to line on that at all.
Let's talk about that. Why do you like capitalism?
I thought this whole thing was going to be about Israel and Ukraine and how you thought I was a Yahtzee. Because like you've shown
that's
like
what we're talking about.
Yeah, except we're talking we've pivoted away from Ukraine and Israel.
Somebody who served in the Marines in the new Yazis and clearly doesn't regret what you did.
What exactly is it that you think I did?
That's the whole problem here.
What exactly is it you think I did?
I mean, you're familiar with ACAB, right? Even if there's somebody who is a police officer who like gives a kid a lollipop, they're still a bastard because they belong to a force that only exists to serve the interests of capital. So in the same way, being in the US military, which only exists to project American hegemony across the world, no matter what you did,
yeah, every country defends its interests.
Same thing, it goes back to what we're saying before with just following orders wasn't an excuse.
So again, what is it you think I did when I served?
It doesn't matter. I'm telling you.
It does though, because you're generalizing. Again, I can denounce when my government has fucked up. I'm not going to denounce anything.
You're not actually denouncing them.
I have. I literally said Iraq too. We fucked up. Afghanistan. We fucked up. Vietnam. We fucked up.
And still support.
Because not everything is. It's not a monolith. We do a lot more than. Because we're not a monolith.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the ACAB thing. Yeah, a police officer gives a kid a lollipop every now and then. It doesn't change what the police exist to do. And it doesn't change what the U.S. military exists to do, which is not to protect Americans. In fact, it only seeks to harm Americans, as evidenced by 9/11. Americans meddling all over the world is going to bring us to World War III, where we're all going to die. Americans, specifically propping up capitalism, the system that is destroying our existence on this earth due to climate change. The next world war is going to be a climate war. And I'm in Canada here. We have the most fresh water in the entire world. When your shithole country runs out of water, do you know where you're going to turn? You're going to come and annex us.
Bro, what the fuck? Why would we? That's not how that works. Your irrational fears of capitalism doesn't justify anything. Again, your whole thing on ACAB, it doesn't make any sense either, because statistically speaking, when it comes to even just police, less than 0.1% of interactions end up with someone even firing a shot. Like, and
you're
less
not even
than
listening to my arguments.
You're not listening to anything I'm saying, because you're seeing everything as you're viewing everything as a.
I explained why it's ACAB
because you don't like the authority that exists within it. You don't like the authority that exists within it.
Harmful institution.
No, you believe your personal belief is that it is.
America is to serve the interests of capital. It's not to protect the poor people.
To enforce the law.
In fact, Okay, but what was that law written for? Who was
To
that?
keep a
Who
well
were
and
these laws
orderly
written
westernized
for?
society. Yes, there are
What
some
does
bad
that mean?
laws.
What does westernized society mean? Does having
A society,
600,000
a
homeless
society that
people in the
believes in
U.S. while
Western
there's
values.
millions of empty homes?
Cool. Yeah,
That's what
homelessness
westernization is?
homelessness is a state level social issue that has nothing to do with the police.
Of course, that's an easy cop out.
No, it's not an easy cop out. It's a fact.
Police are
It's a
the
state level
enforcers of this.
homeless
That's what I'm
issue.
saying. If you
Police aren't the
have
ones making people homeless.
Listen. If you have an empty house and a homeless person, and the homeless person goes into the empty house, do you know who comes and uses violence against them to
Who owns that
remove them
house?
from this empty house? The police do.
Who owns that house?
Some rich fucking asshole.
Okay, you don't just get to take someone's property. It's not
Why?
yours.
So you would rather have a house sit empty and have somebody live on the street? That's
I
the
would
problem
rather
here.
I would rather the state unfuck their social issues and take care of that person individually.
That's an easy cop out.
It's no, that's
don't do that
every
is so
time
that
I
they
come
can
up with a
keep- 'cause
counter, you just call it a
capitalism
cop
needs-
out.
Capitalism needs homeless people to
I
function.
just-
Capitalism needs the threat of homeless people to keep workers in line and to keep them from revolting.
I don't understand how every time I come up with I don't understand how every time I come up with a counter to you, which is based in fact, you immediately go, well, that's a cop out. Literally everything you're saying is a cop out.
Okay, but I have a response to everything you're saying.
And so did
do you
I,
mean?
except you called it a cop out.
I call it a cop out and then I explain why.
No, you're
What have
going
I
off of
not
opinion.
elaborated
You're
on?
going off of opinion based
What
in
specifically
paranoia.
have I not elaborated on?
Again, your
What would you
dislike
like
of
me to
your
elaborate
dislike of your dislike of police is based on your idea of what the police are there for, based on your idea of what the laws are
that's
for.
What police are there for?
So the police are the
Okay,
ones that are making people homeless? Is that what your
think about
assertion
this.
is?
Well, they're okay. In my example, you have an empty house
Mm-hmm.
that is owned by a rich person who doesn't
Mhm.
need to live in the house, and you have a homeless person. If the homeless person squats in that house, the police come and enforce the will of the rich person to use
It's
violence.
not the will of the
to
rich
remove
person.
that person who is just looking for a shelter.
It's not the
over their
will
head.
of the rich person. It is the will of the law, where you cannot take someone else's
Okay.
property that does not belong to you.
Okay, but how does the rich person remove the person from their property?
By calling the police and usually getting sent to court.
Exactly.
It's the same thing
So
with.
if-
It's the same.
so the-
I'm
okay,
not
but-
fucking
but
rich by
think
any
about it
means.
this way.
Hang on, I'm not rich by any means. I live fucking paycheck to paycheck. I lease. If someone comes and squats in my house, I still have to do the same fucking shit that rich person
Okay,
has to
but-
do to get that person
But it's
out of
not
my
your
house.
It's not your extra house.
It doesn't matter.
It's not your empty house.
It doesn't matter. It's not
Okay,
my.
but
It's
think of
not
it this
their
way.
property to take.
Think of it this way. So a homeless person
Mm-hmm.
sees a property that is open and has been vacant for a year.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, wow, I'm freezing cold every night. I need a roof over my head. Could they call the police and say, hey, this rich person is hoarding something that I need to survive. Can you go and take care of them for me with violence so that I can take over their house?
So what you're saying is you would like if the homeless person who is not being taken care of by the failure of the state gets to use the police to steal property from someone else that they own it, but the homeless person doesn't.
What does steal mean?
If you go in and you occupy someone's house and take it under many U.S. states' laws, you can't even be
Okay,
kicked out
so-
anymore. You are now
Yeah,
now
so-
occupying that property and stealing the right of that, or you are taking away from the right of that person who owns that property to use with it as they please. It is their
Let
property.
me simplify this. Let me simplify this for you. Are you opposed to someone who is starving stealing a loaf of bread from a grocery store?
Yes. I
You're-
understand
you're-
it.
you're opposed
I'm
to
opposed to it. I'm not going to say they should be massively punished. I'm not going to say they should be
shit.
massively punished, but I am against breaking the law. But the fact also
So-
remains
so
that,
what does that-
hang on,
who-
the fact
who
also
is
remains
that
that
law
poor
protecting?
people, hang on, the fact also remains that poor people don't commit more crimes than rich people. So being inherently poor doesn't mean that someone's just going to go steal bread.
Who does that law benefit?
The store who is selling the commodity to other people.
Exactly. The capital owner, the rich person. Do you understand
So,
what I mean?
I
So the
disagree
laws
with
don't
everything you were
exist.
saying fundamentally.
The law, but you don't have a response, and that's why you're saying that. The law specifically
Because your arguments are
exists
nonsensical.
not to protect the person who is in need of something that is a requirement to live. The law exists to protect the person hoarding it from them in exchange for this useless fucking thing that we call money.
So you assume that because someone has a store that they are rich and now they're being protected?
It doesn't matter. Let's say it's Walmart. It's Walmart.
No. Let's say it's a little mom and pop shop where they're barely making the bills, and someone comes in and steals something from them.
Sure.
That
So
now affects them, and if it continues,
I'm gonna
it could get to the point where
some-
they could just lose their entire shop because they can't pay for the items that are being stolen. That happens.
Sure, so I'm going to get into some terminology that you probably don't understand, but we're referring to the difference between the bourgeoisie and the petite bourgeoisie.
Mm-hmm.
So the petite bourgeoisie would be like somebody who owns a little mom and pop shop.
Mm-hmm.
They're not quite on the same level as the bourgeoisie, which would be the Waltons who own Walmart. But the mom and pop shop owner is still problematic because what they're doing is they are taking something. In the case of groceries, they're taking something that is a specific thing that we need to live, and they're putting a paywall behind it. And they're saying, if you don't have the money to pay for this, to pay me so that I can make a profit off of it, then you don't get to eat.
It's how
Don't have a
supply
problem
and
with that?
demand works, and if someone can't afford that, these social structures set in place by these states
Okay,
are supposed to
supply and-
handle
who does
that.
Who does supply and demand benefit?
Literally everyone in the economy who uses a supply
not
and
true.
it does.
It benefits the bourgeoisie. It benefits the capital owners. It benefits.
It
the
benefits me
1%
when there's
of
no
the
supply
people.
and demand benefits me when I need when I need food, so I go to Walmart and I buy that food. I have now participated in a supply and demand economy.
No, I don't think you don't have a firm understanding of these concepts, which
No,
is fine.
I do. I just
That's why I'm
disagree.
trying- but
I
I'm-
do.
but
I
I'm
just
trying to
disagree
put it
with
in very
them.
simple terms.
No,
I'm trying to put it
I'm
in
saying
very
I
simple
understand.
terms.
I just disagree.
You are fine with a Walmart manager calling the police on someone who steals a loaf of bread because they're starving. You're okay with the police coming into Walmart and using violence to punish that person for
I like how
trying
upholding
to
the law is
obtain
automatically
something.
violence.
No, it is violence. The police
Upholding
have
the
a
law
state
is
monopoly
violence?
on violence. No, the police have a state monopoly on violence. That's what I'm talking about. The only people who can legally use violence against someone are the police. Do you disagree with that?
I wholeheartedly disagree with that.
How do you disagree with that?
Because in the great state of Texas, if someone comes at me, I can use violence against them and defend myself.
That's not what we're talking about.
But
So
that's
if
a
I
form of
go up-
using violence against someone, is it not?
Listen. If I go up to someone on the street and say, "Hey, you did something wrong. I am now going to tackle you to the ground, and I am going to put my knee on your neck, and I'm going to restrain you." Are they allowed to do that?
Depends on the policy of the department.
The answer is no. The answer is no.
No,
They're
that
not
is
allowed to do that.
that's
The
not
police
no.
are.
That's depends.
Okay, but this is not something that you can argue against. You're unfamiliar with these concepts. The police have a state monopoly on violence.
That's
That
not
is an
true.
Incontrovertible.
Do you know what a citizen's arrest is?
You're not saying the same things that
No,
I'm
do you know
saying.
what a
don't
citizen's
understand.
arrest is?
Okay, so when you do a citizen's arrest,
Uh-huh.
can you take somebody to your basement and lock them up in there?
No, because I'm not a sanctioned law enforcement
No,
body. I can
exactly.
detain them and I can hold them
So
until the police get
the
there.
police have a state monopoly on violence. Violence includes putting someone in a cage.
So let's talk about this then. You say you're blaming America for this and the police say it and blah blah blah. What is the punishment for theft in North Korea?
I don't know. It's probably I don't know specifically, but it's not like the idea. We're talking about completely different systems.
No. Let's not pivot. You said you're blaming America for this.
Important.
You said, hang on. You said that the police have a violence on monopoly and
I
it's
don't
because
have
of
a problem
capitalism and
with
stuff. So what
I don't
about
have a problem with proletarian police?
do you have a problem with publicly
Okay.
executing people for stealing food?
That doesn't happen.
It does. North Korea does that.
Prove it. Prove it. Give me something that didn't come from the CIA with.
Okay, how about a Reuters article? North Korea conducts public executions for theft and for watching South Korean.
Sure.
Okay, let's see. North Korea carries out public execution. It's from July 19, 2017. North Korea carries out public execution on riverbanks and at school grounds and marketplaces for charges such as stealing copper from factory machines, distributing media from South Korea, at S-Work.
What's the headline so I can pull it up?
North Korea conducts public executions for theft. Watching South Korea media report by Christine Kim, July 19, 2017.
Okay, so are you aware of like the difference between a primary source and a secondary source? I assume you are.
Yeah, the primary sources are listed in the article in paragraph 3.
Okay, so the Transitional Justice Working Group is the
Mhm.
primary source here. Do you agree
No,
with that?
no, it's the North Korean defectors that were interviewed. That would be the primary
Okay,
source.
no, because this the report is from the Transitional Justice Working Group.
Yes, based on the interviews of the North Koreans who defected. The
Okay,
interviews
sure.
were conducted with the North Koreans.
So Reuters.
The North Koreans are
Okay,
the ones who are the primary
okay.
sources.
Listen,
They are
listen, listen, listen,
reporting
listen.
on that.
Reuters did not talk specifically to these North Korean defectors. Do you
Mhm.
agree with that, or do you disagree with that? So the
Correct.
Transitional Justice Working Group passed on the message that they
Mhm.
obtained from these North Korean defectors
Mhm.
to Reuters. Do you agree with that?
Yep.
Obviously you don't know who the Transitional Justice Working Group is. I do. Would you like to know who they
They're a
are
human
and who
rights
they're funded
organization.
by?
They're a human rights
Do you know,
organization. Let me guess. The
do you know who funds?
CIA.
Yes. Do you want me to show you how?
Sure.
This can be a fun little lesson for you. Okay. So if you go to, you can just search for Transitional Justice Working Group. You can go to their website. It's easy. I've done this a million times.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to sponsors in the
Mm-hmm.
drop down menu, do you see what the first sponsor is?
Let's see. Partners, sponsors. Let's see here. We got. Come on, links. Oh, there we go. National Endowment for Democracy.
Okay, so go to their Wikipedia page.
Oh God, we're using Wikipedia now.
It doesn't matter. I mean, you can pull up the primary source from Wikipedia if you want to. It's a Washington Post article.
Okay.
Are you on their Wikipedia page?
Oh no, I'm on their website. Whoopsie. Wikipedia. Okay.
Read the third paragraph in the intro.
Upon its founding, the National Endowment for Democracy assumed several former activities of Central Intelligence Agency, political groups, activists, academics, and several governments have political groups, activists, academics, and some governments have accused NED of being an instrument of U.S. foreign policy and helping foster regime change. Yeah, so taking over for certain things and taking stuff away from the CIA does not mean they are sponsored by the CIA.
Okay.
An accusation is not a proof.
Go to the reception tab, or the reception category.
Reception. Okay.
Read the third paragraph.
As President Carl Gershwin said that NED is created because it would be terrible for democratic groups around the world to be subsidized by the CIA. Yep. That would be terrible. We saw that in the 1960s. That's why it has been discontinued. Okay, that makes sense. Throughout the course of 2013, throughout the course of the investigation, hang on. Those who separated creation of NSC have no longer acknowledged it was a part of the effort to move from covert to over. Yep, they moved away from the CIA. They're openly stating that, and they wanted to be public.
No, they say a lot of what we do today was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA. So they didn't move away from the CIA.
Have long acknowledged it was part of an effort to move from covert to overt efforts to foster democracy.
They moved these actions that the CIA used to do to this NGO. Would you agree or disagree with that?
No, it looks like I wouldn't say they moved it to them. It looks like the NGO took over it because they didn't think the CIA should be doing it and it shouldn't be a secret. So it's not the CIA anymore. Well, we are separating from the CIA. Does not equal we are the CIA.
They're saying that they're doing the work that the CIA used to do.
Again, we are separating from the CIA.
How could you possibly disagree with that? They're saying they're specifically creating a new group because it would be bad if people knew that the CIA was doing this. So they're doing the same thing the CIA used to do under a different name. We call that a CIA cutout.
Except it's them stating we are separating from the CIA. We are not the CIA.
No.
They stated that. They split off. An NGO being founded. It's not a misinterpretation. An NGO being founded and then taking over stuff that the CIA did and saying, hey, we want to be public with this. We are not part of the CIA does not equal we are the CIA.
Let me give you an example. If China did the same thing, would you feel comfortable sourcing a report from an organization? Okay, no, but listen to what I'm saying. If China was reporting that let's say there's American defectors. American defectors said this to this group that is funded by an NGO that used to be part of Chinese intelligence. and they said that America is doing this thing that's bad, would
Mhm.
you believe that, and would you take that as a valid source?
Depends on what the claim is and what it is and what the evidence is. They do
so
that
if
all the
it's
time.
if it's something as extreme as public executions for stealing,
I would want to see what their evidence of that is, and I would want to hear what the
Okay.
interviews were with those
So what-
individuals.
okay, they don't reveal that. Do you know why they don't reveal that?
Why?
Because they just made it the fuck up.
So these people just escaped North Korea and said that people were executed for no reason?
Well, okay, I mean, we can get. Do you want to get into that? Because we can get into that. This is what I do. I mean, you can see what's
I
on
thought
my
the whole
wall.
point of this was to talk about how you thought that Israel was an ethnic
No, you-
colonial, whatever it was.
Yeah, I also believe that, but you invited me on here. This is just where the conversation goes. I mean, if I
It
love
went
to
this
talk
way
about
because
stuff.
you
Look at
first
my wall.
started. Yeah, I know that. It went this way because you first immediately started down the rabbit hole of USA bad
But you,
after we
okay,
talked
but
about
you
Ukraine for a little
also-
bit.
You also brought up North Korea.
Yes, because you were going down the rabbit hole of, oh, well, police do this, police do that, as if there's not violence in other countries that it just happen to also be communist. Again,
Yeah,
the
but
whole
this
point
is-
of this,
this is
again,
the
was
difference.
discussing, the whole point of me inviting you on, too, was when we were discussing how you believed that the numbers I was providing were from the Israeli government when they weren't. You called Israel an ethnic colonial state or a colonial entity, whatever it was. Like, that was the whole point
So-
of me inviting you up
so
here.
You want to abandon this, or do you want to just end the conversation because you're in over your head?
No, it's just because you came up here for a specific topic, and I really don't give a
didn't.
shit. I don't, dude.
I didn't care what
I
topic
don't
you
give a shit
wanted.
what you
told
think.
me to
I
come
don't give
join
a shit
your
what you
live.
think about the United States. I really don't care. It doesn't bother me one way
And
or
this
another.
Is all, this is all related anyway, because Israel's just another imperialist project of the U.S. empire, which is all just what I'm talking about. here.
How are they an imperialist project of the U.S. empire?
Somebody's telling you to bring up Otto Warmbier. Do you want to talk about Otto Warmbier? Because I can talk about Otto Warmbier.
I don't care. Let's talk about Israel right now.
I'm saying somebody in your comments is saying that. That's your people.
I don't care about the chat. I don't look at the chat 99% of the time. I'm just curious. How are they a
Bob
project?
the Builder is trying to say something too. Amnesty International literally gives names and the crime committed.
Okay. I still don't get how is Israel just a project of the United States?
Okay, we'll move on. You're in over
Mhm.
your head. We'll move on to Israel.
No, it's not that I'm in over my head. It's
How-
that
how
we've
is-
gone down
how
a
is
rabbit hole that
Israel-
has nothing to do with the original topic.
Okay, sure. Let's talk about Israel. How is Israel a project of the United States? Well, your wonderful President Joe Biden once said, actually twice said, if there wasn't an Israel, we would create an Israel.
Mhm.
Why do you think he said that? Why do you think he said that?
Because we would need to create a home for the Jewish people to be free and sovereign.
That's not what he was talking about. He was talking about projecting U.S. interests in the Middle East.
We can already do that without Israel.
Well,
Saudi Arabia.
Turkey.
Turkey.
Not really, because Saudi Arabia won't do the kinds of things that Israel will do. But either way, there is, I guess, there is some kind of like Jewish supremacy angle to it as well. But that's another story. But yeah, with Israel, the U.S. The reason Joe Biden said that is because Israel, very specifically, like in that very specific part of the Middle East, they have their little stranglehold on. So the U.S. can then not worry so much about the surrounding countries there and can focus more on Iraq and Afghanistan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
So their little stranglehold, meaning they're one tiny little nation surrounded by the 22 Arab ethnic states and all the groups around them that are trying to unalive them.
Yeah, there's a lot more Arab people in the world. What do you want me to say about that?
It's just it's weird you call it the stranglehold when
And
it's just tiny nation with the only home of the Jewish people.
A lot of the Israelis are Arab.
No, about 21% of the Israelis are Arabs.
So yeah, 1 out of 5. That's a lot of people.
It's 21%.
So okay, so is the U.S. a safe place for Jews?
Relatively,
So yes,
it's getting pretty bad though.
Is the U.K. a safe place for Jews?
Not particularly lately, no.
Why not?
Hate crimes of Jewish people have gone up over 300% in London alone in the last year and a half.
That happens when
But that would inherently mean that it's not safe for Jewish people.
And also Islamophobia.
It does
also.
cool.
But, okay,
Yeah,
ignoring this
the
conflict.
Islamophobia increases from 100 to 150% based on the like less than 100 attacks that happen.
Yeah.
So we're
Yeah,
just
the
gonna.
problem
So
is
the
with
problem is
the-
you're
the-
immediately diminishing.
No.
You asked if it was
You gotta
safe.
listen.
I
You
said,
gotta listen. You
hang
gotta
on.
listen.
No, you're not listening. You asked if
No,
it was
you-
safe. I said no, and then I gave the reason why, and you immediately diminished it and pivoted to, well, what about this other the Islamophobia? You immediately pivoted away
Well,
to
yeah,
diminish
I'm-
the fact that
I'm
I
saying
said
Islamophobia is also rising because it is just a
Yeah.
byproduct of a conflict between somebody who says they're acting on behalf of Jews worldwide and somebody who is being genocided by those people. But either way, the problem with like you're trying to downplay the rise in Islamophobia, which is weird because yeah, your numbers might say there's more anti-Semitic incidents, but what they consider an anti-Semitic incident is, for instance, someone saying from the river to the sea.
yes, that is anti-Semitic.
That's anti-Semitic.
Do you know what the original Arabic is for from the river to the sea?
Yeah, Palestine will be Arab. I don't care.
Yeah, that is saying we are going
so
to push
when-
the Jewish people into the sea.
Sure,
That is inherently
so
anti. Are you denying that it's inherently anti-Semitic? Hang on. We have to
listen,
establish
let
that.
me make my
Are
point.
you saying that it's not
It is
anti-Semitic
not.
to say you're going to
It
push
is
all the
not.
Jewish people into the sea?
Okay, that's not even what it means.
It literally is.
so if-
From water to
so if-
water,
but
Palestine
listen,
will be Arab. There will be no
let me
Jews
make my-
here. We are
let me
going to
make my
ethnically
point.
cleanse the Jews.
You have to actually let me make my point.
Okay.
It is considered an anti-Semitic incident when a white college protester, for instance, says the specific words "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free."
Based on
That
whose
is
standard?
considered to be.
Who
based on
documents
those-
that?
That's what the
what-
FBI considers.
So the
to be an
FBI, can you
anti-Semitic
show me
incident.
where? Yeah, that's not documented as a hate
It
crime
doesn't-
though.
But that is
Say
added to the
no,
statistics.
it's not saying it's a hate crime.
It
No,
is. It
it's
absolutely
not, because I've heard this argument before. They go, oh well, it's up to the person who's reporting it if it's a hate crime. That's not true because plenty of people have reported stuff that they thought was a hate crime against Jewish people, but it wasn't.
Okay.
But again,
You're going off on a
chanting.
tangent now.
hang on,
Let's get back
I'm
to
not.
my
I'm
original
proving
point.
my point. But again, chanting from the river to the sea is anti-Semitic. You are openly
is.
saying we want to wipe the Jews from this land and push them into the
Incorrect.
sea. Then what does it
Incorrect.
mean?
Okay, so my original point is if we are disregarding this conflict, which heightens both anti Semitism and Islamophobia, is the UK a safe place for Jewish people?
I would say less safe than Israel before the conflict, relatively.
Less safe than Israel?
Mm-hmm.
Less safe than Israel?
Mm-hmm.
Israel, the people, the entity that is currently stoking tensions with every single one of their neighbors, Israel makes Jews less safe. And
It
they
doesn't,
specifically want that because the more violence against Jews in Israel, the more the Israelis specifically are fine with their government going and doing systematic destruction of all the people around them. But either way, do you understand the point that I'm making here?
I do. I disagree.
America is safe for Jewish people. The UK is safe for Jewish people. So when you say that Israel must exist to be a safe haven for Jewish people, you're lying.
Cool. You can. That is one of the contentions. It's not a lie. It's also an opinion. I would say that Israel is safer for the Jewish people based on statistics, based on anti-Semitism or anti-Semitic attacks and hate crimes in different countries. But I would also say that that the reason Israel exists is because it is the indigenous right or the indigenous home of the Jewish people.
Okay. Well, no, that's.
But
like, that's a different story.
I still want to go back to how have we. What do you think from water to water Palestine will be Arab means?
Okay, I don't criticize the actions of a starving person.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah,
I gave you what it
because you like
means.
to analyze
I
things
gave
in a
you what it
vacuum, I
means,
don't.
and you immediately
So for
disregarded it and said I was wrong. So
let
what
me
does
give
it
you an
mean?
example. Let me give you an example. You know who Norm Finkelstein is, I
Yeah.
assume, right?
Yeah.
So Norm Finkelstein specifically was speaking about the Houthi flag, which
Mhm.
obviously we both know what the Houthi flag
Mm-hmm.
means. It says a curse upon the Jews, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what Norm Finkelstein says is that he compares it to Jews in Nazi Germany. He says he wouldn't fault a Jewish person for being, for instance, Germanophobic
I would.
instead of anti-Yahtzee.
I would.
Okay, well, that's
I don't
that's
care.
dumb.
I don't care what he
You
says.
shouldn't.
I'm saying
Okay,
I would
but
though, because
okay,
you
listen.
don't have to inherently
So
hate an entire group of people and see them as a monolith. That's why you
okay,
didn't see
so
massive attacks against German
yeah,
people after World War II. The Jews didn't just go around hunting down Germans.
Okay, when you're finished your diatribe, what you're saying is you would criticize the table manners of a starving person.
No, you're coming up with anecdotes that have nothing to do with this. You're putting this
There's a
into
reason
no.
why. There's a reason why people use anecdotes. It's not an anecdote.
I still don't get how you. Why can't you just answer what does from the river to the sea mean? Because you disagree. From water to water, Palestine will be Arab. You said that I was wrong when I said what it meant. So what does it
Okay,
mean?
sure. Let me approach this in a different way. You are living in a nice house, and somebody comes in and they take your front yard from you, and they say, "Oh, we need to take the police come and say, oh, these people need to live in your front yard now." And you're like, okay, that's fine. We'll share. And then all of a sudden, those people take over your backyard, and you're like, "Oh, they need more space. Sure, they can have that
Well,
space."
This didn't
And then all of a
happen, and
sudden,
it has nothing to do with
just
what I
listen,
asked.
just listen. I'll connect it. And then all of a sudden, they get some guns and they break down your front door and they say, "Hey, we need your kitchen and your living room." And you're like, "Well, shit, I don't have the means to defend myself, so I guess they're yours now." Eventually, they kick you down into your basement and they lock the door. They take your whole house, they take your front yard, and they take your backyard. And then you're in your basement and you're saying, "From the front door to the back door, this house will be mine." You have a problem with that?
Yeah, because that's not what happened.
Of
That is
course it is.
categorically false and not what happened in any way, shape, or form. Have you ever read because you're gonna go off on how this is the Nakba and how they've been stealing Palestinian land, correct?
Well, I mean, I could pull up the map for you if you
Cool.
want to see it.
When did the Palestinians ever control that land? When was it theirs?
Well, okay. Yeah, people
Well,
use
actually,
that
no. Wait,
same
hold on. I still haven't gotten the answer for what does from water to water Palestine will be Arab mean. What does it mean?
People use that same argument when they talk about the indigenous people of Turtle Island.
Cool.
who were
I'm still
colonized
waiting for the
because they
answer of
didn't
what does it
have-
mean.
Because they didn't have the same norms and customs. They didn't specifically claim land in the way that the white settlers did. So when the white settlers came in, they said, "Oh, this land is all unclaimed. We can take it for ourselves because we put a little signature on a piece of paper, and that says that we own the land now."
I'm still waiting for what does from water to water Palestine will be Arab mean.
You're deflecting. That's not what
I'm
you asked
not.
about.
I asked you. No, I did. I directly asked you because
No,
you said I was
no,
wrong.
the
I
question
said
you
from
asked
water
me
to water
is
Palestine
when-
will be Arab
the
is
question you
inherently
asked me
anti-Semitic.
is, when was Palestine a state?
Well,
So
yeah,
that's
because
the
I let you
question that
pivot,
was
and then
answering.
I fell for the pivot, and I didn't ask when was Palestine was a state. I said when did they control it? But I want to go back to
answered your question. I said I don't criticize the table manners of a
That
starving
doesn't
person,
answer my
and
question.
Now I am proceeding to explain how they're starving.
that doesn't answer my question. You're
Both
disregarding what it says.
figuratively and literally.
So you're saying that because someone is starving, it's okay to say they want to wipe the Jews from the land, because that is what that phrase means. They want to ethnically cleanse the Jews from that land.
I'm not condoning it, but I don't criticize the table manners of a starving person.
So you're saying there is an excuse for there is a world where there is a valid excuse to say I want to wipe out all Jews, and I'm the Nazi.
Well, yeah, you are, but that's a different story. I don't know how much clearer I have to be. I don't.
You're not
criticize
being
the
clear
table
at all.
manners of a starving person.
Cool. Let's
So
go
I'm not-
through how
you're-
let's go
but
through
listen.
again.
I don't-
When did
I
the
just- I
Palestinians
don't even
control that land
understand how
again?
You're making this argument okay.
Because nothing you've said happened.
Okay, so what I said is that I told you exactly what the comparison is. Do you agree with what white settlers did to the indigenous people?
We're not talking about Turtle Island. We're talking about Palestine right now. When did the Palestinians? I don't care. When did the Palestinians own that land?
Compare to other things. When did the indigenous people own Turtle Island?
When they were the indigenous peoples there, they were the only ones there, and they controlled as the indigenous people.
Okay, but no, that's not how.
Just
it
like
works,
the Native
because they
Americans
did.
didn't have a state, a
did.
sovereign state, and the indigenous
did.
Americans in the United States didn't have a sovereign state, but they controlled that territory. It was their territory.
You're not familiar with this concept. Let me educate you. So the indigenous people did own that land, but because they specifically didn't have a piece of paper where they would
No,
make a
I'm not
little
asking for a piece of
signature
paper.
and
I'm
draw
not
a
asking for a
line
piece of
around
paper.
it. No,
I'm just saying, when
just
were they in
listen to me.
control?
But listen to me. Because the indigenous people didn't have that specific thing, the settlers who came in said, hey, we do it this way. And since these other people didn't, then we can just take all their land and sign our little piece of paper and then use violence.
No, I'm not saying anything
kick
about a
them
piece of
out of
paper,
it.
because the Jews are
That's
the indigenous people to
specifically
that
what
land.
happened with the establishment of the Israeli state.
It's not.
That's exactly what happened.
It's not, because
Yes.
I'm not even asking for a piece of paper of when the
British-
Palestinians controlled it. The Palestinian national identity, the Palestinian national identity, literally did not exist until 1964. Before that, the
You're
Arabs
wrong.
of the land, really.
Okay,
When did
there's
the
so much
why did
proof
the
of
why
this.
did the
There are
Arabs hang on
coins that say Palestine on them from
do you
before
what does
that,
it what
from
else does it
before
say?
the Nakba.
Yeah, what does it say? What else does it say on that coin?
The British Mandate of Palestine?
What else does it say on that?
What else does it say?
Eretz Israel, land of Israel. The Hebrew that's literally on all those coins on the passports.
I don't think that's actually true.
Cool, let's pull it up.
Okay, but you're going to cherry pick one.
Nope, I'm just gonna go straight.
But
from
it doesn't
Google.
matter either way.
No.
Do you not-
So you
You
just
don't
said it's not
understand
on
the
there.
Parallel?
I'm
You
saying
don't
that you're just
understand the
I'm saying you're flat out wrong
Okay,
because you
you're
don't know
talking
what
about one
happened.
specific thing that's called cherry picking.
Should we go over the passport too? Should we go over the documents that all say British Mandate of Palestine, land of Israel?
You're going to cherry pick more things? Then no, I'm not going to accept that.
Here, let's look at this 1927 coin. It says Palestine, Eretz Israel, land of Israel, 1927.
Okay, so in what way does that coin, for instance, map out the current state of Israel and all of the land that they have?
It doesn't. It just shows that the Palestinians
Okay, so
didn't
then
control that
what is
land.
the point-
The
so then
Palestinians
what is
never
the
showed
point of
that.
this argument?
The Palestinians never controlled that land ever.
Yeah,
never in the
they
history.
made
The
white
Palestinian
settlers
national
made the
identity.
same argument.
Yeah, Jews are-
against the indigenous.
Jews are
on
the
Turtle
indigenous
Island.
people. Jews are the indigenous
Okay.
people.
Okay, but a state of Palestine doesn't mean no Jews.
It does to the Palestinians.
No, it doesn't.
What happened in the West Bank, or as the colonizers call it, the West Bank? What happened in Judea and Samaria after the 67 War when Jordan annexed Judea and Samaria? What happened to all the Jews
Okay.
there?
Okay, listen. I could pull up the Hamas charter right now,
Mhm.
and I could show you where on the Hamas charter it specifically says
Last sentence
the
of Article
state-
7.
the state that they create
Mhm.
will not be an ethno-state. It will be a secular state where anyone.
What about the
The
last pair? What about the
Hamas
last
charter
sent? What
says
about
that.
the? Are you talking about the 2017 one?
Yes, the new
The one that they admitted
current
the one that they admitted on May 5th, 4 days after they released that does not negate the first
See,
charter.
I know that you've memorized all of the.
Well, yeah, because
Hasbara talking points.
it's an interview.
know-
Hang on, hold on a
What-
second. Hold on. You're not just going to disregard that. The 1988 charter, specifically the last sentence of Article 7, says that they're going to wipe out all the Jews. The 2017 one came out on May 1st, 2017. On May 5th, 2017, on May 5th, 2017, they openly came out and admitted
Cool.
that they didn't negate the original one, that the original one still
Who's
stands.
they?
Hamas
they?
leadership. Here, let me pull up the interview. Memory TV interview, May 5th, 2017.
See, like I said, I know you have.
Hamas charter.
I know you have all the Hasbara talking points memorized. I know that you do this on a daily basis, and you're trying to. Use
It's
all the
called
debate bro
called
tactics.
facts. It's this isn't tactics. It's called facts.
It's called facts.
Yes, you don't like the facts. So
Facts.
let's see.
See, I could memorize the counter to this argument.
Cool. So
anytime
what is
that I
what is the
wanted to.
counter? What is the counter to?
Sure. The counter is that the 88 Hamas charter was
Uh-huh.
authored by one person and was not condoned
Cool.
by the rest of Hamas.
Show some supporting evidence for that. So on May 1st,
Sure, there's a
2017,
book.
Hamas
There's a book
published a
about it.
policy document approved by all the movement leaders. Leaders clarified that the document was not replacing the original Hamas charter, but was aimed at adapting the movement's position in the current time. The document was presented by a Hamas spokesman as a development that did not compromise their principles. Their original charter still stands. They've openly stated this. We could go to quotes from Fatih Hamad, a prominent Hamas leader who openly tells Palestinians across the world to just wipe out all the Jews.
You can
because you
perhaps
don't
stand
like
to
the
your
you
weird
don't like the
Zionist
facts on
audience
this.
all
No,
you want.
it's amazing that you whenever I come up with a counterpoint to you, you disregard it or you say it's not true
Yeah,
or you
I
say it
just
doesn't
said
matter.
I just said you've memorized all the Hasbara talking points.
You know, talking points based in facts.
I don't do this every night. I don't defend genocidal apartheid ethno states every night.
It's not even a genocide by definition.
Of course. What does, by the definition of genocide, it's not genocide. You're
But
gonna
the
debate,
definition
bro,
of
a fucking,
the
you're gonna
definition
debate,
of
bro.
genocide as set
Okay, let's say
the definition of
it's only
genocide as set in place by the
40,000.
Genocide Convention of 1948.
Let's say it's only 40,000 people. You're gonna debate, bro, whether or not that's a genocide. I don't give a shit about
The number
your
of people
terminology.
the number of people dead has nothing to do with the genocide or the definition of genocide.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you there. You're going to debate, bro, the definition of genocide while people are dying.
Yes, I'm going to say that it is not a genocide.
What's wrong with you? This is why I call you a Yahtzee.
Because I don't agree
Because
I don't agree that a
debate, bro,
war in which Hamas started
whether or
and getting their
not
ass
the
kicked is a
tens of
genocide.
Thousands of people, if they started it, really, what do you call the 248 Palestinians that were slaughtered by Israel in 2023 prior to October 7th?
I don't care about that. The war started on October 7th.
Why don't you care about that?
Because that has nothing to do with the war starting on October 7th.
Palestinian lives.
Here's
don't
how it.
matter
No,
to you.
that's not what I said. That's a straw man
Israel
argument.
can
No,
slaughter
that's a straw man
250
argument. No, see, what you're doing is a straw
in
man
just a
argument.
longer
What you're
period of
doing is a
time,
straw man
and
argument.
That's not starting a war. But when people break out of their concentration camp by bulldozing the walls that were installed by their imperial occupying force,
You see,
and then
what you're doing is a
try
straw
to
man
kill
argument
a
based on
bunch of
something I
people
didn't
and
say.
take hostages so that they have leverage.
So
that
here,
they
do you
can
want to know
trade for the
why?
tens
Do you
of
want to know why
thousands
those deaths
of
don't matter?
Palestinian
Are you just going to
hostages
keep rambling
that are held
on
by
and on
Israel?
and on?
I'm waiting for you to address the 248 Palestinians that were slaughtered by Israel.
It has
in
nothing to do with October
2023.
7th.
Why? Why?
Because the operation had been planned for 2.5 years prior, so those deaths were happening after the
Okay.
operation had already been planned.
Okay, so were those 248 deaths the only deaths of Palestinians?
No,
by
obviously,
Israelis,
Hamas and
or
Israel.
has it been
Hamas and
going
Israel
on
went back
for
and forth.
years and years and years?
Hamas and Israel went back and forth. This war, this supposed
Okay, so
genocide,
then
started
why
on
did it
October
start
7th.
Why did it start on October 7th if they've gone back and forth?
Because Hamas invaded the sovereign borders of Israel and systematically slaughtered as many Jews as possible.
Okay, so you're locked in your basement and you kick down the door.
They're not locked in a basement. Basements don't have 5-star
Okay.
resorts,
I
zoos,
don't think-
water parks, Mercedes
they have
dealerships.
5-star resorts?
Yes.
They still have 5-star resorts?
Not anymore. Start a war and you get
I wonder
fucked.
why that is.
Because they
I wonder
started a
why that
fucking
is.
war.
Okay, so what do you call the 248 Palestinians that was slaughtered by Israel in 2023 prior to October 7th? That's just a
I said that has
reasonable
absolutely.
amount
You're
of-
still
that's
pivoting
just a
away from what I'm
reasonable
saying.
amount
You're
of
still
people
pivoting
dead to
away
you?
from. I'm not talking about that. It has nothing to do with the current war. It has nothing to
Why
do
don't
with
you
it.
talk about it? Why don't
Because
you
it
talk
has
about
nothing to do with the current war that you were saying is a
I
genocide.
disagree.
So the fact that the operation was planned
So
long before that.
Let me get this straight. Wait a second. Let me get this straight. So you say that I am dismissing your
Mm-hmm.
points, and you will refuse to talk about the 248 Palestinians that were slaughtered by Israel in 2023 prior to October 7th.
I'm saying it has nothing to. No, I'm
Explain.
not dismissing. I'm saying
Explain.
it has nothing to do with this. Because the operation had been long planned before that. I am addressing
like
it by
you to
saying that it
address it.
doesn't have anything to do with the current thing you were accusing of being a genocide.
disagree.
Because you could disagree all you want, but the operation had been planned long before that happened.
Okay, because of all the other people that Israel has slaughtered.
No,
I'm
it's
just using
no.
this as a
According
very
to
specific
Hamas, no,
example.
it's not because of people that were slaughtered. It's because Hamas wants to wipe out the Jews. They
Why
openly
would
admit
they
this.
Possibly, okay, if that's true, why would they possibly want to wipe out the people that keep them in a concentration camp and steal all their land?
It's not a concentration camp and the land hasn't been stolen.
Want to do that.
And even if that
Okay.
were true, that wouldn't justify
Would you
wanting to
like-
wipe out all Jews.
Would you like another comparison?
No, I want you to address what we're actually talking about.
Yeah, I am. Do you condemn the Jews who broke out of the Warsaw Ghetto and started killing?
The
a bunch of
fact that
Germans?
you are actually comparing, which Germans were killed? Which Germans?
How many IDF
Every
soldiers
single,
were killed on
every
October
single
7th?
person, every single person that they unalived in the uprising was a German soldier. Every single one of them.
Unfortunately, we don't know how many civilians Hamas actually killed on October 7th.
We
because
do.
of the Hannibal Doctrine.
No, we do know how many.
Yes. So does that not?
Are
exist?
you? No.
The Hannibal Directive.
No, that was gotten rid of in 2016 or 2017. One of the two.
Okay, so the footage that I saw of Apache helicopters firing upon
You're joking,
anybody
right?
and everybody.
You're joking. The footage from the helicopter. Okay. Yeah, the video evidence that the IDF released themselves when they were engaging Hamas militants. Hang on. No. We're not pivoting. No, we're not pivoting. We're not pivoting. We're not pivoting. We'll go to the kibbutzim because I know about that one too. The helicopter.
Yeah, I know.
No, the helicopter. Yeah, because I care about facts.
So that you know how to count.
I care about facts.
Of course you do.
I care about facts.
I told you, I don't do this for a living.
So
I haven't memorized all the counters to your fucking
it's nice because I know the facts and I can educate you.
Right now.
Yeah, and I can educate you for free.
Why would I believe you?
Here, you don't have to believe me. You can.
You are a
I am not a source.
For the most imperialist
cool. I don't care.
Force
I don't care.
Ever exist
That's nice.
In this
That's
world.
nice. I am not a source. I am relaying information. You don't have to believe a word I'm saying. The least you could do is research the things I'm telling you to see if it is actually fact, because that is what I'm doing. I'm relaying you information. The fact of the case is, though, that with the helicopter hang on. No, you made a claim. You made a claim. I'm going to prove you wrong.
I heard you before I jumped in here, and you were trying to source Ynet for something. Do you think that I'm going to accept your far-right ethno-nationalist sources?
Because I wanted to see if there was a quote from Israeli officials on Ynet.
You don't use Ynet for anything?
I just wanted to see if there's.
Ynet?
I rarely use Israeli media. Period. I just wanted to see if there was a quote from an Israeli leader.
Where'd you get all your Hasbara talking points?
This is a fact. You could go to France. What is it? Was it France News 24 or something? They did an entire debunking thing on this too. The helicopter footage was released by the IDF. It was of footage of them engaging Hamas militants 15 kilometers south of the. Hang on. Let me finish. Let me finish giving you the actual facts of this. It was from a night vision raid on Hamas militants crossing back into Gaza 15 kilometers south of the Nova Music Festival.
The ones that were taking hostages?
Those people didn't have hostages with them. That was 15 kilometers south of the Nova Music Festival. It was geolocated. It was, and on top of that, that was public. Yeah, I know that. Again, this was 15 kilometers south. 2 days later at night. This had nothing to do with October 7th because it was 2 days later. This was not attacking people on October 7th. Again, this was 2 days later at night. And the IDF released the footage themselves. No one claimed that it was an Apache helicopter attacking it. Hang on. No one claimed it was an Apache helicopter. I love when you try to bring up stuff, and the second anyone discredits you, you just start getting upset.
Sinwar's wife having a $22,000 bag in the tunnels.
I don't care. I don't care about her fake bag. I don't care about her fake bag. It was fake. I don't care. So again, you don't want to listen to facts anytime someone counters you because the facts aren't convenient for you. The fact is that they didn't shoot their own people with the helicopter. In a kibbutzim, there was an incident where a tank did blow up a building because a civilian came up and said, "There's Hamas in that building." But there's also some civilians. They got shot at and the tank said, "Fuck it, YOLO, boom." And they blew up, I think it was 18 Hamas people and then 1 or 2 civilians inside of it.
Why would I take your word for it?
You don't have to. You can Google this stuff and research it yourself.
You're a cheerleader for that.
I never said take my word for it.
You're an unbiased source?
No, I never said I'm unbiased. I'm obviously biased. I'm very open about that, but I am factually reporting on stuff.
You want to sit here in silence while I fact check every little bit of Hasbara talking point that you're going to drop?
I could pull up the sources for all of it. I could pull up the sources for all of it.
Of course, because you have a Hasbara tab in your fucking browser where you have some bullshit ass fucking response.
Do you not categorize stuff you read and learn? Do you not save that stuff?
I don't do it in defense of a genocidal apartheid ethno-state. That's for
because
sure.
It's none of those things. Again, I'm proving to you that you are wrong about multiple things. The foundation of your argument is built on lies. The first thing you said was, okay, well, the first thing you said was, well, we don't know because Israel's killing their own civilians. That's not true, except for that one incident in the kibbutzim.
Enjoy being on CSIS's watch list. See, your people are absolutely psychopathic. They want state violence to happen against me because I disagree with the genocide.
Okay, hang on. Look,
don't you just love the people that you are
hold on. Ignore the chat. Yeah, hang on. Hey, to the fucking mumpties in chat, you guys know that it's not okay when the other side condones violence. Why the fuck would you do the same thing? You guys have heard me lecture this shit constantly. If there's
Listen,
anyone who's condoning violence, you're gonna get banned.
I honestly don't care to talk to Zionists because
Because the facts are inconvenient.
You guys got all your Hasbara in line.
You don't like the facts.
But yeah.
I could even show
Cool.
you how the entire narrative of the Nakba was a complete fucking lie based on
Israel,
Arab sources.
Kill more Palestinians.
Do you not like Arab sources that show that the Jews were right in 1948? Would you like some of those?
You don't
Arabic
understand
sources
what
that
I'm
are
doing
anti-Zionist sources?
You don't understand what I'm doing here.
You're ignoring facts.
I'm trying to say goodnight because
Okay.
it's 2 a.m.
Here's a fact. Well, that's that. Oh my fucking god. My brain. I'm at a Red Bull. Hello. Are you asleep?
No, you caught me when I was drinking water. Sometimes you need to
Whoa.
read your messages.
What messages where? I'm not looking at
I've
any
been
messages.
messaging you on Telegram.
Oh, dude, I'm literally looking at the screen. I'm
in the
not
chat.
looking at the comment section. I'm not looking at my other chat. I'm not looking at my sources and stuff. I'm literally looking at my screen.
Well, you need to have like an alert set up when certain people message
Oh,
you.
no,
'cause-
dude, I mute Telegram because I am in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, wait, I can just select all and see how many. I am in 75 different Telegram channels, and I have messages from probably like 50 plus people.
Well, mute everyone else, but me, Hammer, and Rabbi.
No, I need like Ukrainian update. Like I get like Ukrainian air raid updates on some of them.
Yeah, that's fair.
What?
No, it's just a lot of the arguments he was making. I've literally argued against these exact talking points before, and I have all the sourcing. And I tried sending you a source as well, in regards to some of the things.
My
he said
thing is,
about
I
North
can show
Korea.
the sourcing, but yeah, again, his whole thing of like, oh well, they're part of the CIA.
It doesn't
Well,
matter
no,
what he says.
that's what
It
I'm
doesn't
saying.
matter what he
Anytime I would
says.
argue logic, it was, well, that's irrelevant. Yes, someone threatened to send CSIS agents to arrest me. Stop lying. What are you talking about? What is CSIS?
Well, come back up if you're going to keep on complaining in the comments, because I've got a bone to pick with all of your nonsense.
Wait, is
Especially
CSI?
when
Wait,
you're
is
trying to say-
CSI? Is you had someone feeding you sources?
He
Apparently.
literally said he didn't look at it. So it's not me feeding him sources. I would bring them up myself because I was also requesting to come up because I've
Oh.
dealt with your attitudes before.
I have
And
a.
also, I'd like to introduce you to my friend Macy, who is a North Korean defector who I get first-hand accounting from, and she is at my university. So if you want to play that game, I can phone her up right now.
Oh shit! Thank you, Auntie. The last time I opened your messages was yesterday
Fuck you.
at 5:10 a.m. Whoops.
No, that's really bad.
MC, if you want to talk to him, sure. It gives me time for a smoke break. I gotta go check on my 3D printer.
Say England was safe. Where's my mod, by the way?
I don't know. Remember, this is my backup account.
Hell, sort it out.
The Russian Yahtzees nuked my other account into oblivion.
Right, I've got my microphone on now.
Oh god, I swear to God, if you do that fucking voice,
What voice sound?
I will block you.
Okay, I didn't do it.
I will block you. Behave, by the way. Hang on, palliative, add moderator. There you go. Yep, just behave. Okay.
Somebody talking about DPRK?
Sorry, what did you say? I was just connecting my headphones properly.
Are you talking about the DPRK without me?
I think he is.
DPRK? What do you? Yeah.
What do
What's
you have
the
to say
problem
about it?
No, there's plenty
You
to
said
say
you
about
said
it.
you said you wanted me on here. What do you want to say?
Well, the DPRK, as Sam has pointed out, and as there's numerable sources reporting from independent and verified sources, including direct interviews with Korean defectors,
Which
from
sources?
not from an NGO, but from the BBC, direct interview with defectors on the BBC.
Which one you're referring to?
From 2019, 11th of June.
Give me the headline.
Yeah, sure. It's North Korean hundreds of public execution sites identified, says reports. It has 3 sourcings. It has a South Korean NGO, it has physical on-ground mapping, which is shown, and it has a recorded of North Korean defectors speaking specifically on this topic.
Okay, we can get into the defector thing, So this
yeah,
is
you're gonna say
also
they're capos, aren't
listen,
you?
listen, listen. This is also citing the Transitional Justice Working Group, which is exactly who I was referring to.
No, it's a South Korean one, not the Social
The
Transitional
Transitional Justice Working Group. That is the first line in the article.
Justice Group. 1 second.
The Transitional
Total
Justice Working
defectors
Group
over
is
4
the
years
South
for
Korean
its report.
NGO. They're funded by the CIA.
One second. So they're not funded by the CIA. There's actually
Yes, they are.
there's no evidence of money going from the CIA.
They're
to them.
funded by the national. We just
There
went
is-
over this. Were you
there is-
watching?
No. There is no evidence that the CIA at any point have funded them.
The Transitional Justice Working Group
That's not evidence. Saying that they used to be linked to the CIA is not
used
evidence.
to be. No, their
No.
sponsors page has the National Endowment for Democracy. The founders
Yes,
of the National Endowment for Democracy
the
exist.
National Endowment for
that it
Democracy is not
exists
funded.
to
Is
do
not funded directly by
overtly-
the CIA.
It's U.S. Congress money.
Okay, so there's plenty of NGOs that are funded by US Congress, including UNRWA. Are you now saying that UNRWA is going to be lying about its reports, even though it's pro-Palestinian?
What is UNRWA?
UNRWA
Like
is
what-
a UN
what-
organization that's
I'm not
funded,
asking
and the
what
UN is
UNRWA is.
82%
I'm not
funded.
asking
The
what
UN,
UNRWA is. Listen to me.
the
Listen to me.
UN is 82% funded by the United States, including congressional money.
Listen. So,
No, your
First of
argument
all,
doesn't
bringing up-
hold up. It's either some congressional money is toxic, or
Bringing
all
up
congressional
UNRWA
money is toxic.
okay, yes, I agree. All congressional money is
So
toxic.
by
yes.
your definition, UNRWA now,
Okay,
as a fact,
Why are you deflecting to
It's not-
UNRWA?
it's not-
Let's
it's
talk
not- it's
about
not-
the
it's-
National
no,
Endowment for
it's not a
Democracy and
deflection.
its stated
It's not a
purpose by
deflection
both
when
of its
your
founders.
point, MC, it's not a deflection. I don't think you actually know what debate tactics are. When
Did
your
you
point
read
is,
out-
when your point is that simply there is money coming from the United States Congress, and that is a bad thing, and you're making an implication on that. If I can cite several other instances as a
Okay.
comparative, which you tried to do
Listen,
earlier, which
listen,
also
listen,
includes this is I'm not finished, which also includes these exact
You're
same
not saying
things.
anything
You
relevant.
don't get to interrupt me like you did, Sam. I'm not nearly that nice.
Of course I do.
If you're including this, and then you're saying it applies here, then it has to apply unanimously, which
No,
means
it
it
doesn't.
applies to UNRWA, which means it then applies directly to the UN, which means it applies to NGOs that actually work in your country,
Does it
Canada,
only
which
apply
also
when it's
applies.
convenient?
It
Let
also
me-
applies to Canada as a country,
Okay,
because
when are you
2/3
done?
of your military is
If
covered
you're not
by
going
the
to shut
United
the fuck
States.
up, then I'm just going to go to bed. Let me speak.
You can
Okay.
speak when I'm finished
Okay.
speaking.
Listen.
So it's called waiting. It's called courtesy. You don't
shut
get to interrupt
the fuck
people.
up.
Who are you telling to shut the fuck up?
Okay, are you ready
You,
for me to
enough.
speak?
Both of you, enough.
No, don't tell me enough. I was in the middle of a sentence. You kept on trying to interrupt me.
You're
Just 'cause
still
your mic
talking.
keeps so fucking loud.
Okay, here is the only comparison that you can make in this situation. You can't bring in UNRWA, you can't bring in any other countries because we can't analyze things in a vacuum. There are very different material conditions, there are very many different circumstances behind all of this. The specific reason why it's problematic that a CIA cutout or just US Congress is funding a group like the Transitional Justice Working Group is manyfold. For one instance, it's because they don't actually reveal their sources. So they are just passing on information from these unnamed defectors. That's one.
That's a lie. They
Also-
provided videos for all of them. In fact, there is
Listen,
4 people on this
okay,
article that you can
we'll-
watch talking about
We'll
it. So
get
you
into
lied.
that. We'll get into that.
No, so
There's
you
peop-
lied. You said they
there's
don't provide
people
their
s-
sources. They literally
There's
just provide their
people
sources.
spamming
Provide
racial
satellite
slurs in your
imagery as
chat.
well.
And who's spamming what? Oh, look.
Okay.
There's a,
Satellite
Why
imagery.
is there a
we
mod
can, we
not
can get
taking
to the
care of that?
satellite imagery
Sorry, I didn't
later.
even see that. It literally just came through.
lovely.
We can get to the satellite imagery later. Okay, so specifically the issue here is that the DPRK, or North Korea as you call it, is a hermit nation. So we don't specifically have the type of insight that we have into them as we do for any other country. This gives the US carte blanche to make up anything that they want about their enemy to demonize their enemy. For instance, they'll use Radio Free Asia, which I'm sure you know is
Sorry,
run
you're
by the US.
speculating here. There's no facts here.
Listen.
This is your personal speculation.
Okay,
I
no,
want
there's
facts.
no facts in what the Transitional Justice Working Group
So if
says
wait,
because
wait,
they're
so
funded
wait,
by
no,
an
no.
enemy
If there's,
of the
if there's no facts,
DPRK.
how can you be supportive of them? Because you can't make an argument either way.
What are you talking
You
about?
said there's no facts, so they
Just
can't
because
make an
they're-
argument
just
either
because you
way.
have funding from, even if that's the case that they have funding from the CIA, that doesn't mean that every single thing they report is not a
Okay,
fact.
but my counter to that is if you can fund something that is cited by the U.S.
Wait,
government,
if you're
then
saying no, if you're
listen,
saying
I
it's,
can
no,
cite
I'm
KCNA.
engaging with your
Can
argument.
I
You're saying
cite
it's a hermit
KCNA?
kingdom, so there's no facts. So there's no facts, so you can't make a claim on it.
Can I cite the KCNA? Yes or no?
Which case?
The
You could-
KCNA.
Yeah, you can cite whatever
KCNA.
you want. Then you have to go
That's-
through the validity of
That's
that
North
individual
Korean
citation.
state media.
No.
I can't cite the KCNA.
No, as much as if there's allegations against the United States right now, and you tried citing Fox News to me, I would say that that's an implicitly biased source, which is by proxy. If it's state-owned, which Fox News
I
isn't
say you can
state-owned,
cite
but the
whatever you want.
KCNA
You just
is.
got to analyze it.
Yeah. But I would no, but my media, the reason I
cite
wouldn't
Russian
accept
media
it
all
is
the
it wouldn't be a trustworthy source based on his own metrics. So your own metrics are it's not trustworthy because it's linked to the government of the USA. My metrics are
Correct.
if you're saying it's a hermit kingdom and you're saying there's no facts in this, and you're then
didn't-
saying that you want to
I
trust the
didn't say there's
media
no
that's
facts in this.
directly subsided from that country, which is implicitly biased to make itself look good.
You're
then
twisting
I'm sorry,
my words.
I'm not
I didn't say
trust
there's
that.
no. I didn't say we don't hear anything from it. I said we don't have the same access to information in the DPRK as we do to any other country. You disagree with that?
Yeah, I implicitly agree with you on that one, but the virtue of saying we don't have as much is not the same as saying we don't have some. There
Okay,
are
sure.
infiltrators consistently, and we also have celebrities who have gone to North Korea and spoken about the things they see, including the fact that the
What did they see?
civilianry are not allowed to speak to them. Now that is
That's not true.
very odd. No, it is true.
Okay, if you're saying celebrities.
We have a basketball professional from the United States who was invited by Kim Jong-un to North Korea, stayed in North
Okay,
Korea,
why would
and
that?
met him.
That's not a normal circumstance.
No. So the normal people couldn't speak to him?
That's not a normal circumstance.
Why?
A high-profile visit like that is not a normal circumstance.
Okay. So a
There
high-profile
are people
visit of
before the
literal
US banned-
athlete can't
I
speak
mean,
to public people.
Gorbachev visited the United States and was talking to people at a fucking grocery
Okay.
store.
Again,
Literally.
that's not comparable.
That
but let's
is comparable.
specifically-
That's the leader of the Soviet Union. You can't get more
Let's-
high-profile than that.
Let's specifically
In the
talk
United
about
States.
defectors. Did you say you had a defector friend?
Yeah, my friend is a defector from North Korea and a family.
What did they tell you about their time at the NIS?
The NIS specifically, I don't remember much being specified by that title. NIS. One
It's
second.
the
let me- 'cause
National
I-
Intelligence Service. It used to be called
National
the KCIA.
Intelligence Service Korea.
It's South Korea's spy agency.
Yeah, so they actually had at different points contacts not specifically within a specific agency, but contacts with extended family that existed within South Korea because they were still connected. And when this border got closed up, they at some point there was a big scandal back in the 50s because
I don't think you understand
my
what I'm
friend's
asking.
grandfather was passing notes back and through the fence, and then he was caught by the North Korean military and held in detention along with his entire family. When they got released after years of starvation and in working camps, 2 years later, they gave birth to my friend. She was then born, and the parents made a daring escape across the border, was intercepted by the South Koreans, by the military first, not the intelligence service, was passed into South Korean care, then they immediately demanded to leave the entire region. After being exposed to, at this point, basic internet, and also basic technology, the early 2000s, so 2003 to 2007, so very basic components, they demanded to be able to be going to the European because they aligned more with their values. They didn't want to stay in South Korea. It reminded them far too much. They could hear, at this point in 2005, the noise weaponry. So what the South Koreans do on the border and the North Koreans
know.
do is use weaponry of noise, and they could still hear it where they were. So they moved
just
to the
clarify,
United
hang on.
Kingdom.
Sometimes we do. Sometimes I know that you know about that
USs
stuff, but
do.
we do have to explain to some people in the chat who don't know about that stuff.
Yeah, so there are noise. Basically, it's like a noise form of warfare. So the South Koreans play the sounds of people
both
saying, "Come
sides
over here,
play
there's food" and
propaganda.
stuff like that. And it's entirely designed to.
It's
Okay,
psychological warfare
I
waged by
understand.
both sides where they try to persuade the public. Just for
Yes.
everyone in chat.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's literally what they're trying to do. I don't agree with it from either side, bearing in mind, but that is
Neither
the
do I.
on-the-ground situation. But once again,
Okay,
when we have people like
you
her,
didn't
who
answer my
her
question.
earliest memory,
So she was a child, right?
yeah, her and her mother's memories that they share together of North Korea are them being threatened, them
Okay,
being forced, not
we'll
allowed
get
to
to
have an
that.
opinion. She went through preschool where she was taught to love the God, the supreme leader.
We'll get to that. Okay, I'm specifically asking you. So your friend was a child, so she wouldn't have known this or she wouldn't have remembered that. Are you familiar with what happens to
No,
South
I'm sorry,
Korean
what? She
defectors?
wouldn't have known this and she wouldn't have remembered that. How do you know that?
Her time with the NIS, because you clearly don't know, so she didn't tell you
wait,
about
no,
it.
MC, I'm sorry, but as a child, when very dramatic and drastic things happen to your life, especially when
You don't
your life
even
is
know
under...
what I'm talking about. You didn't know what the NIS was.
No, I didn't know what the acronym was. National Intelligence Service, an acronym that also refers to refers to Denmark's National Intelligence Service. You realize?
Why would I be talking
so
about
stop
Denmark?
interrupting when I'm mid-sentence. So I didn't know it by that acronym doesn't mean I don't know it. Those are two different claims. So when I don't recognize an acronym, what I do is I search it up to see if that correlates with the information that I understand. Because A, I'm not a first grade English speaker.
Okay,
I grew up with a different
is
language.
utterly
And
useless.
B,
I don't have
it's
time to listen to
explanatory.
this pointless rambling.
I'm sorry,
I told
whether
you
you
I
have
want
time
to
or
go to
not,
bed.
you're making
Can
accusations.
I make my point or not?
Make your point.
Okay, so I'm sure you are familiar, you should be at least if you know North Korean defectors, that when North Korean defectors make it to South Korea, they are imprisoned in the NIS for 3 months. Are you aware of that?
Imprisoned is a very strong term for what actually goes on.
Are they allowed to leave?
No.
So then they are imprisoned.
No.
Of course. So
No.
during this time,
no, I can give you a great example. I can give you a great
okay,
example.
I don't need your rambling. Let me finish my point.
No, because you can't
I
just
asked
skirt
you
past
for
things.
a yes or
dude,
no.
Dude, you don't get to dictate to me. You can't just skirt past things and expect me, like anybody else, just to roll my belly over. That's not happening, okay? So there are many situations where people are detained and not held in prison. So a great example was during COVID-19, when people have an infectious virus, which, bearing in mind, North Korea doesn't have a wide vaccination program, and there are a lot of viruses, a lot of cases of rabies, a lot of cases of tetanus. What you do is you put them in isolation for both their protection and the protection of others. So I muted you because you don't know how to have a civilized conversation and let people finish a sentence. Then you can leave. Like, if you want to act like a child, that's fine, but I'm in the middle of explaining something that you've just brushed past. You can't make very bold claims and then not expect somebody to deal with it. Okay? So yeah, I can think of other reasons why people are detained as well. Security reasons. It's somebody coming over the border. That doesn't necessarily mean you're in prison. Infiltrations from people over the border. There are 1,000 reasons why. Also, for everybody who didn't catch this, you're just using your Hasbara playback. Like, I'm sorry, but Hasbara literally just means explanation. It's a Hebrew word. All you're saying is you're just using your explanation playbook. Like, are you really trying to say that? Sorry, Sam.
Go ahead. Fuck it. I didn't mod this count. Go ahead and let the next guest up. I'm gonna drop and then bring me back up so that I can be next to where it says smoke break, Sam.
Yeah.
I'm in the garage. Yeah.
Oh, I tried letting them up and it didn't work. So
do it again.
There you go. I think we were trying to get Pro Pally, God knows. Sam 2.0. There you go. MC,
Yo,
you're
what's up,
still.
brother?
1 second. MC, you're still here. You have every opportunity to still come up.
Dude, that guy was crazy.
No,
It's
he
just
wasn't
amazing
crazy.
when a counterpoint is presented with supporting evidence, it's immediately disregarded.
No,
Yeah.
guys, he's not crazy by any stretch. I do not give him the benefit of being able to call himself crazy. Like, that's not craziness. That's willful hatred, and it's self-hatred. And it's really interesting that a guy sitting in Canada was talking about if they run out of water in the USA. This is the thing that made me laugh so hard. That they'd just come and take Canada's. Well, I'm sorry. Like, 2/3 of your military is currently the USA.
His bio is literally nuke Canada. Like, what's his excuse? Like, did you see all the stuff he has
He's
in
a
the background?
communist. He doesn't like anything capitalism.
Well, if he doesn't like anything capitalism, please go to South Korea. and then
Yeah.
cross the border into North Korea. Defect to there. Like, or defect to Venezuela. If you don't like it that much, defect to the countries that have it. You live in the West, you've got the opportunity to do that. Why not do it?
Look,
And then you
he's
can
the
go and
type
show
of-
the world how good it is over there.
He's the type of person, like, for example, if you have a Torah or like the New Testament or anything, right, and any religious book in North Korea, you will be unallowed if you're found out. So, and he would say, well, that's not true. Okay, go to North Korea, bring a Torah, and see what happens. That's what he should do.
It's ridiculous to me that he thinks that the argument is, because the argument didn't work in the first place. He said it's a hermit kingdom, so you can't know anything that's fact. And then he tried citing the state media. But earlier in the conversation, he had a go at Sam for using Ynet. And I'm just like, well, hang on a
By the way,
minute.
I didn't even use Ynet. I was just looking for a statement from a public official.
I
wasn't
know.
using Ynet.
Sam, I'm not stupid. I'm fully aware of what you were using it for. But you were literally MC. Don't lie. This live was recorded, and I will make Sam get the recording off. And when you were trying to use that as a source,
all the
and I
live
will
recordings
post it.
are on YouTube.
Sam,
Like,
Sam, he made a video on you that said that the Yahtzee counter is how many
I
times.
know. I
you
replied
used
to it.
Yeah.
No, I replied to it, and then the response was something to the effect of that people that believe what I do should be lined up against a wall.
Wait, Sam, what was that guy who coined the term?
right, one second, God. One second.
The guy who coined the term Nakba, Konstantin Zarek, who admitted that it wasn't the expulsion of a bunch of people. The Nakba was the failure of the Arab armies to defeat the
I
Jews.
can give you
and
the
not
literal
cooperate with each
translation.
other.
I've got his book here. The literal translation of his sentence was, "It was the piss-soaken pants and rusted weapons of the cowardly Arabs who didn't fight off the Zionists and
There was
eradicate them all."
something about-
Because the main problem with the Arab armies was that they were refusing to cooperate with each other, and they were too prideful to admit when they needed help. There was many battles where one army would come in and go, "Yeah, we won," when they didn't, and then the next Arab army would go, "Oh shit, they won. Let's move forward."
Yeah.
And then they would move forward and go, "Oh shit, the other guys won. We can't let them embarrass us by saying we lost. We'll tell them that we won too." And then it would keep going until they kept being defeated and going, "How are we losing if everyone's winning?"
The best way to think about it for anybody who doesn't understand it, it's like the Klingons in that terrible Discovery show. That's actually quite accurate. They were just ripping each other apart like the 12 houses. Like, 24 houses, sorry. Anyway, MC, you're still here. I thought you had to go to bed. So you can request to come back up and we can have this discussion, or you can keep complaining in the comments. But the problem you're going to have with me is, I'm not nice like Sam. I don't allow for thousands of points to be made and for illogical, statements to be thrown out without addressing them. Like, if you want to make those comments, okay, keep complaining. Then you're not providing any solution. You're not providing anything to your side. You've admitted in the comments that you keep complaining. Come on my live where I can silence you. Why would I come on your live when you actively are saying you're going to try and silence me? I wasn't trying to silence you. I'm trying to address your point. Who blocked him?
I don't know.
I didn't.
Somebody just removed his comments and blocked him.
Oh, that they might have just muted. If
Right.
the comments get removed, that means someone was muted.
Right, okay, can we not mute... Whoever muted him, unmute him, please? Because it's like...
Wasn't me. I'm sitting
I
here.
know it wasn't you. You're miles away from it.
Yo, Sam.
I also don't have mod on this account.
Wait, Sam. What you said?
Oh,
You pulled
5
up
second
that guy's
timeout.
book, and then the guy who coined the term Nakba, and something like 70% of Palestinians didn't see a Jew or something. What was that?
No,
No,
so that was
Helene Baran and
the
Peter
water.
Dodds.
That was A River Without Bridges. That was the study of the Palestinian Exodus in 1967, where they
Yep.
interviewed refugees from both the 67 and the 48 war, and they found that of the thousands of people they interviewed, from the 48 war, 68% of them never saw a single Israeli, not a single Jew, not a single IDF person, just a single Israeli. Period. They never even
Mhm.
saw an Israeli.
Yeah, I remember that. What's
I'm
the guy's
curious
book
how you
coined-
force people out. Granted, there were some villages that did get forced out, but I don't understand how you can say people were forced out if they never even saw an Israeli. How do you force out of people you didn't
Well,
even
no,
see?
Sam, you're missing a key wording of that statistic. It was 68% of people reporting didn't know any Israeli through friend or family as well. So it wasn't just that they hadn't, it was that the extended people in their group hadn't as well. So that equated to way more. So they weren't even at this point speaking, like the Palestinians, quote unquote, even though they were calling themselves Arabs, were not themselves speaking on this.
Was the book that you guys were talking about the Nakba, the one called Manan and Nakba?
No. Look up.
Manu and Nakba is the Arabic translation.
You're
It's
gonna
the meaning
wanna
of
look up-
disaster.
Yeah, the English translation of it is The Meaning of Disaster by Constantine Zarek. If anyone wants the book, I have the link to it in a Dropbox. You can DM me. I will gladly
Sam.
provide any of the sources I have.
Sam, you said you were gonna DM me those sources about the priest, but you never like DM me back.
About which one?
Something
Oh, the church
about
thing?
yeah.
Yeah, not gonna lie, have not looked at that one bit. I've not looked at that at all, not gonna lie.
What source is it?
I've been the source on the Russian or the Orthodox Church. No, the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, which is run by the Orthodox Church of Russia. The priests that got in trouble for giving up bombing targets of Ukrainians.
The one that they've just proven and done a full investigation to.
Yeah, I know there's multiple investigations and statements by the SBU, but I just didn't have them at the time because they're all in Ukrainian. I've got them somewhere. I just
MC,
haven't looked at them all.
Sam isn't even commenting, and I will happily drop God.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna debate them. Like I don't debate those types of people.
Dog, I'm chilling in my garage right now.
Yeah, and I can mute Sam, and he can't do anything about it.
I can unmute myself, you bastard! Don't you dare! I will go inside to. Is Sam in two boxes? Yes. This is everyone. Follow this account that I'm on right now too, just in case, so we can stream on this one.
Unfortunately, I follow all of
Wait,
Sam's
Pally,
accounts.
can you DM me the source too, where they did an investigation with those priests?
I'm pretty sure it was done by Sam. What's that investigation organization beginning with
SVU?
F? No, the F one.
What are you
It's
talking about?
not military intelligence. It's related to
Does
I
anyone
was
in the
going off
chat
the
know?
I was going off the SBU investigations because the SBU is essentially their secret service.
Yeah,
and
it's the
general
SBU has done
intelligence.
investigations, but it's the people in Ukraine who investigate. But they're not just Ukrainian; they're European as well. They investigate crimes
Are you talking about Free
committed.
Radio Europe?
Maybe it's the ones that investigate crimes committed by religious institutions.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't gone off theirs. I was going off the SBU ones. Granted,
Right,
by
yeah.
a source, but still, they provided plenty of photographic evidence and like testimonies and everything.
Oh, have you heard about the new? One second, I think I can get it up. The investigation done in South Africa, Hamas, Iran, and Iraq by the ISGAP.
What's that one on?
It is the hijacking. One second. So, South Africa's case against Israel at the ICJ. The decision by the ANC leadership to bring a case against Israel at the ICJ raises questions not only about its motivations, but also about its capacity to do so. At one level, this
Is
is
that the
in
one talking
keeping.
about how they literally got paid by Hamas and
Yeah, it
IGC?
shows the evidence, shows the back trail, also shows conjecture between the their own organization. So for people who don't know, the way Hamas often gets money from America is through South Africa. There's a South African organization called the AAJ something. I can get the exact name up soon. That literally works as the bank transfer unit for them.
They're
It's
the
Al
middleman.
Aqsa, yeah, it's for Al Aqsa something, and it's Hamas's one. What's really interesting is that organization also seems to have a lot of ties with the ANC specifically. So that is really quite troubling. Now, there's no problem with a bank being in a country and necessarily being used as an intermediary point to transfer funds. But there is a bit of a problem when it's directly tied to a government, especially a government that is now working in favor of that country and of that organization to proceed over an international case against a group. Like, it's very troubling. Golda got triggered that I was on 89.
What?
Oh, she's just made it 100 because she likes the even numbers.
Oh, okay.
Sam, I'm recording just in case if I forget. So can you explain the Nakba dude, like who coined the term, like what he
Yeah,
admitted to?
the dude who coined the term was a Syrian historian named Constantine Zarek.
Yeah.
He was a Syrian historian who was a primary source who was documenting everything that was going on at the time. full disclosure, his book, The Meaning of Disaster, super anti-Semitic. He goes off on Khazarian theory. Granted, at the time, Khazarian theory was pretty believable because there hadn't been really many investigations to disprove it at the time.
Yeah.
But he goes over about how the Nakba, as he coined it, was the failure. It wasn't the expulsion of a bunch of people. It was the failure of the Arab armies to cooperate with each other and basically run away from the Jewish armies.
So,
Okay.
oh,
Do you remember the page on the top of your head where like he says that or whatever?
It's a tough read, but you're gonna want to just read the whole thing.
so Sam,
Okay.
I've got it all in books. I've got all of their books.
Oh, I've
literally.
got it. I've got
Look.
it printed out behind my desk.
No, I've got them all here. So I've got The Meaning of Disaster as a book that I can cite, reference, and source right here. So I'd love it if somebody would come for me because I've read this like 8 times.
Is that in a drive folder?
I have it all. I have it all in a Dropbox if anyone wants it. I've also got This Is Israel by I.F. Stone, the anti-Zionist British investigative journalist who was there as a primary source during the meetings between the Arab leaders, the Jewish leaders, the British leaders, between everyone who documented all the meetings. He's got records from British military archives. He's got.
Could you send me that?
Meetings.
Could you send me that one? Because I can get all these books and just download them.
Shoot me a message to remind me to do that one.
I've got Righteous Victims by Benny Morris, One State, Two State by Benny Morris. I've got British Politics, which talks about it, which is by Simon Griffiths and Robert Leach. And then I've got Between Europe and America, The Future of British Politics, which also talks about it. Bordering Britain, which talks about the British Mandate and has all the British Mandate documents in. Legal Aid in Crisis, which talks about British and American involvement with Hamas, Hezbollah, and other organizations.
Too, or?
Oh, I've just got them all books. They're just all books and articles that I saved to my
all
books.
the stuff that I have is in a Dropbox that I'm going to be making public. I can still send you individual links for now, but I'm going to be making the Dropbox. I'm going to be making the entire Dropbox public, and it has pretty much every source that I've personally collected as well as other people brought into one place. Everything that I've used, everything that I've researched, everything that I've read on the history of Israel and Palestine.
I've also got The Arab-Israeli War by Chaim Herzog as well. So that's actually quite a nice read, to be fair. Where am I? 1 second.
Have you read the book By Way of Deception?
Yes.
What do you think about it?
The
The ex-Mossad agent guy?
Yeah, it's off the top of my memory. It's an alright read. I'm not sure of all of its validity. Like,
apparently he failed his Mossad course.
Yeah, that's why I'm not.
Everything.
There's certain claims about him which make me less inclined to believe anything that comes out of his mouth. So it's one of those stories where I'm like, it's a good read. I like reading, but how much merit do I put on it? It doesn't really cite many factual cases. It speaks on things that did happen, but it doesn't correlate with reality on many instances.
Yeah. Sam, I want that Dropbox. I don't know if you could send the full thing, but that'd be great. I don't know how to DM you though, like for you to see it.
Is there anybody even requesting? Yes. Oh, it's Golda.
Okay,
Sorry, Golda.
If you want access to the Dropbox, if you want the individual sources, just click on my profile, click on my main profile, and then shoot me a message, and it'll probably go to my message request.
Yeah, I've already shot you a DM about the priest cases, and
Gotcha.
Yeah, Pally, if you can find that.
Don't call me Pally.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that.
Palliative.
Palliative,
Or you can call me
there
Ipsy, which most people do.
you go. Yeah, Pally's an insult for sure.
That's not an insult, it's a bloody sin.
Okay.
But yeah, DM me that source too, because we're friends on TikTok here. So
Yeah.
How do I make myself a mod? There we go. Add moderator. Boom.
Now you
All right,
can
well,
leave.
You could drop me down, Sam. I'm gonna shoot you a DM from this account. I already DM'd you on my main though.
Gotcha.
All right.
Chat back.
I don't think there's any pro Pallies who are brave enough to come up. Unfortunately, they're all
there's
cowards.
one that keeps rambling on in the YouTube comments, just like an insane.
Yeah, they're all scared. All right, guys. Have a good day.
Sam, you'll
I'm gonna
like
keep
this.
watching.
DJ put Harry Palliative and the Hasbara Stone. Oh, come on, that's funny, you miserable bastard.
Why is there so many people?
That's funny, you miserable bastard.
Why is there so many people innovating in my Twitch chat?
Hello from Jerusalem.
Wait, just to add to the Harry Palliative and the Hasbara stone, although I look awful in this picture, here's me next to Harry Potter.
I have the best mic sound on this app. Thank you.
Disagree.
Quiet, Dimmy.
So you're Arab now, saying that to a Jew?
Quiet, Dimmy.
Wait, so you're an Arab Muslim now?
I am the colonizer.
Oh, okay. Do you want my juzia?
Your juzia?
Well, it's juicy.
Yeah. Paladin, have you taken your Jihada yet?
No.
Juhada.
Guys, you forget, my main account is now Jumam of Hasbara AI, okay? I'm the one that gives the Juhadas. You guys take the Juhada from me.
Oh no, Reuben created a whole Jihada
Man, I gotta.
and a Juhadi movement, and people are actually adding Juhadi to the end of their names now.
I know, and I'm the Imam of Hasbarai, okay?
Okay.
Well, I'm the Jumam of Hasbarai.
Someone in my chat brought up the time Gorbachev got drunk and wandered off. For those that don't know, let me pull up the exact details on it. Gorbachev wanders off drunk. When a Russian president ended up drunk and disrobed outside the White House. Oh wait, it wasn't Gorbachev. It wasn't Gorbachev. It was Yeltsin.
I thought Gorbachev also went and did something similar.
Fucking probably. Basically, so the weirdest incident in the professional relationship between Yeltsin and Bill Clinton was when Yeltsin got drunk and wandered into the streets in his underwear trying to get a pizza. The incident happened during Yeltsin and Clinton's first meeting in Washington in September 1994, although there were glancing media reports about it over the years. It wasn't widely reported on until 2009. Secret Service agents discovered Yeltsin alone on Pennsylvania Avenue, dead drunk, clad in his underwear, yelling for a taxi. Yeltsin slurred his words and allowed to argue with the baffled agents. He did not want to go back into Blair House where he was staying. He wanted a taxi to go out for pizza. God damn, man, living the American dream the second he gets here. Oh shit, thank you for the sub. Who subbed? Oh, someone subbed on YouTube. Thank you.
And that is the difference between Soviet Russian quality vodka and American homegrown.
What's going on in the YouTube chat? You are literally talking like a Yahtzee? Sure I am.
Question, Sam. What's your YouTube channel name?
_Sam41. All the links to all my stuff are in the link tree in my bio. So if you click on my profile, click on the link tree, you can find all my channels.
Wait, _Sam41.
41. We are currently live on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok.
You're on Twitch right now?
Yeah. Gotta counter Hassan's propaganda somehow.
Oh no, that guy's revolting.
Okay, someone who wants to come up. Is anyone going to discuss anything? I don't know, Poppy. Let's see. Tiger, what's up?
Hello, bro. How are you?
Tiger is on Earth.
Damn it, Tiger.
I like you, bro. I just follow you. I go see your account. I like people like you who's brave. You fight in Ukraine. God bless you.
Thank you.
I fight in Syria for years. I fight Hezbollah.
Oh, shit.
I get shot in my head. I have the problem
Jesus.
in my... Yeah, I have problem in my face. I lost my nerve 7 and
Wait,
nerve
are you
8.
Kurdish?
No. I'm Muslim.
What were you fighting for against Hezbollah?
Don't forget, in Syria we have FCA.
Yeah, that was my next question. Were you with the Free Syrian Army?
Anything he says
They
seriously.
have operation room with American army. The room is Tanim Al-Muk. You know Muk room?
Yeah, why Bracha?
He tends to over-exaggerate and tell elaborate stories.
All right.
Who?
What was that?
What? Bracha, did you did the number I gave it to you? Did it win?
Yeah, we were gonna test his ESP, so he was gonna give me a lottery number to try, just for the heck of it. By the way, it did not work. So you do
How
not
many
have
num-
ESP.
how many numbers same?
I love the
Maybe
rate. Hang
two
on.
numbers were the same, but that just happens all the time. So
I love the racism that just popped up in the YouTube chat. The dude just been calling me a Yahtzee this entire time. Just heard a random Muslim person come up and just said, Al Qaeda just called you. Way to go.
What?
Yeah. He
Wait, is that
just-
the same guy in the YouTube chat who's turning around and saying that I'm uncivil?
yeah,
Or that
probably.
I'm a Muppet or something?
Oh.
not you're correct. Tiger is great. It just that he is great, but sometimes he over exaggerates. That's what I just wanted to put out there. That's all.
Mm.
But he's good. He's good. He's a great guy.
What happened? I don't understand what you say. Translate it for me.
Never mind. Never mind.
Wait,
So
do I
what's the
have
subject
do I have
today?
anyone in the topics who disagrees? Dude, by the way, we're at 23,000 likes. Let's get this up. We've been live for 2.5 hours. Let's get the likes up.
Wait, Sam, is call sign thingy same
Oh, I
on
should
Twitch
probably
as well?
follow you.
Yeah.
Call
Dude, just go to
sign.
my link tree. You just click on them all.
Yeah, but that requires me caring to go on your link tree.
Guys, send a heart me, send team bracelets. It really helps get this live going.
Thank you for joining him. Yeah, it's the same thing on my Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube are all the same.
Okay. Well, now I definitely know when you're going live because I don't follow anybody on Twitch and I don't follow anybody. You're doing it on Twitter as well?
Oh my god, thank you. Is that your
What?
hang on.
Twitter, more freedom to talk.
Yeah.
I just
you
sent
know
you a
what?
message on Telegram.
Well, it's not my
Elon
name.
Musk should buy.
Oh.
Should buy
It's a moniker.
Oh.
TikTok.
Yeah. I do not use so every social media account I have a different name all the way through. So like people have actually tried doxing me. The only way people have tried doxing is because one of my friends released my full name, and then the Prallies tried copying my name and couldn't write it down because half my name is in English, half my name's in Greek. So-
Palative, could we be in touch in private?
Yeah, sure. What about?
Well, first of all, about a bunch of stuff. Oh my god. About the Hasbara stuff situation, all of that kind of
Hasbara
stuff.
situation?
Oh, just What do you mean the Hasbara? Oh, stop it! Stop playing with me. We're basically like just do talk about the Hasbara. Well, my brain is not working right now.
By the way, do you like
a
do you like the
Bengali
sound of this?
Basically like about Israel related topics. Is what I meant to say.
FSA infiltrated Al Qaeda. Have fun with idiots. Free speech a-holes. Dude, what? What is wrong with
Message
you,
me your
pal?
Telegram now, Braca.
By the way,
you know.
this is what I sound like when I just wake up, so I sound like an idiot.
Braca,
Ah, Jesus.
message me your Telegram right now, and then we can go on there.
Sam, are you live in the other app? Are
Yeah,
you Twitter
we're
or
live
YouTube?
on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and
Okay,
TikTok.
how many people they watch?
And Twitter. Fuck's sake.
With Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube, we have 77 viewers. I don't know where they all are.
So if I want to send message to people on Twitter, they can hear my voice. They can hear me.
Oh God, what are you about to say?
I want to speak about the people who the news they cook your mind and they think Israel he make genocide. I want to tell them Israel he didn't do genocide because Israel he always before he bombing the building he sent message to people you have to leave this building. We're going to bombing this building, but unfortunately some people he has ideology. If he die he going to go to heaven. That's why he stay at the building. So this is not Israel mistake. It's your mistake because he believing himself. If he die, he going to go to heaven, and he not accept also to take your children outside, and also the each group they use human shield. You know, they put them shield, and they don't let them go leave the area. And what happened in Syria? Not only genocide, it's more big than genocide. 1 million die, and the court, international court, he don't make any decision to arrest Bashar Assad. He only make decision to arrest Vladimir Putin because he's Jewish. His decision anti-Semitic decision, you know. And white people, they don't talk about Syria. And Bashar Assad, they shoot his people with a Himawi weapon. I don't know how I say in English. Guys, can somebody help me?
Ma?
Himawi weapon. How can I say Himawi weapon?
Khimawi?
Like
Chemical?
if yeah, chemical. They shoot his people chemical weapon, guys. It's more than 10,000 children. They died the same day. Where is your voice? Where is your feeling? You have a problem when you see Muslim Syrian children. He die in Syria. No problem. But if Jewish, they want to just defend of himself. You start against him. Why? Because they are hate Jewish people. But what is going on in Syria, in Iran, in Iraq, in Libya, in Yemen, all of this, the Iran militia, they send Hezbollah, they send Houthi, they keep people. You have no problem, you know. And Israel is the most country human rights. He gave people water, he gave him food. In Syria, guys, you can just open Google. You see the children, how is their body, because he don't eat. Every week, he only eat one bread in Syria, okay? Why? Because Bashar Assad and Iran, he closed all the area, and he don't let us eat one bread. And why nobody talking about this? In Israel, look, the Palestinian people, they have shawarma. They have everything. We are in Syria, when Iran, they closed the city in Damascus, North Damascus, and South Damascus. I swear to God, children, they die every day because no food. But nobody, they know about Syria, but because unfortunately we don't have so much journalists like in Gaza. You know, they have fake journalists. Al Jazeera, always they make fake video. You know, always they make fake video against Israel. So I wish everybody they go check very good in Google and what's happened in Syria.
To Pal in the YouTube chat. No, it's been very well documented that Assad used chemical weapons against his own civilian population in Syria. It was not proven a lie. You're just wrong.
Apparently, SKS will come up if I don't slander.
All right, well, I'm going to clip the panel a bit right now anyway, so thank you. Thanks. I'll kick Tiger, and thank you for coming up, Tiger. Bracha, thank you for coming up as well. Gold, I'll leave you up for a little bit.
It's SKS who wants to come up.
Okay. Oh, hey. Well,
you'll
hey is the first one that put a
SKS.
request. I know, I've spoken to SKS before. Let's see if Hey connects. Hello, Hey, what's up?
What up?
What's on your mind?
I mean, like, I'm just trying to understand what's going on with Israel and Palestine. Like, how can you say Israel's the good guys?
Because they're the moral and they are the moral good in the Middle East. They have equal rights for everyone, and they are fighting to get rid of multiple international terrorist organizations that are oppressing their own people, and also attacking Israel with the intent to wipe out the Jewish people.
Okay, I mean, does the Jewish people want to wipe out the Palestinians?
No. They just want them to leave them the fuck alone.
Yeah, I just want shawarma.
Well, like, I mean, what's the UN saying? Aren't they saying that, like, it's 70% kids in... Like,
no,
women?
the UN didn't say that. It was a specific person who launched an investigation, and the numbers they used were from a period before the UN actually came out and said that the numbers had been faked by Hamas, and openly, publicly cut the number of women and children in half. So the report, back then, the report was showing that I think it was like 10,000 women and like 13,000 children had been unalived. The UN, and that was
it was 14,000 children.
14, not 13. Sorry.
And 8,000 women. They cut them both in half.
Yeah, that was back in March or April of this year, and then in May, the UN came out and said, "Hey, actually, those numbers were false," and cut them in half. And then the very
Because
next
they were
month, the Gaza Ministry of Health got caught because they publicly released the ID numbers of everyone who's been unalived. They got caught changing the age of 70% of the 19-year-olds to 18-year-olds, 73% of the 18-year-olds to 17-year-olds, and I think that was it.
It was 20.
Yeah.
It was 23% to 17-year-olds to 16-year-olds.
Yeah,
Well,
they
yeah,
got caught trying to increase the numbers, and everyone called them out on it, and everyone just kind of ignored it.
Right. Well, I mean, like, does Israel not control like all of Palestine and like
No.
all their borders? No.
No, the Israel controls their own borders in a form of border control, just like every other nation on earth does. Like when certain things are being used by the cartels, the United States stops shipping those things across the border that are used by the cartels. Granted, it's probably not going to do anything in our scenario, but like for Gaza, if Israel knows that Hamas is using fertilizer to make explosives, which they have been, they don't allow fertilizer to come from within Israel to go into Gaza because that's crossing their own borders into Gaza to later be used against them for explosives. It's basic
Right.
border control. All of the things like the checkpoints, all this stuff, all of that is in Israeli territory, like in Israeli land. None of it's in Palestinian land. Israel doesn't control Gaza. They unilaterally withdrew in 2005 and even took out all their dead Jews and hoped that there would one day be peace. And instead, the Palestinians responded with the Second Intifada, which they literally were going to bus stations and pizzerias and blowing themselves up in Israel.
Well, I mean,
And weddings and nurseries.
Like-
you know, in the first 2 months of the Second Intifada, there was over 1,863 threats against nurseries.
Yeah, like you've got one side here who's saying, for the love of God, just leave us alone. Here's a path to statehood. Here's a peace plan. Please leave us alone. And then on the other side, you've got a group that openly admits that their entire goal is to wipe the region of Jews and has not even for shits and giggles, just once, tried peace. Not even once. Like you'd think that like in 76 years they'd go, maybe we could try it this time. Just see what happens. Just for the fuck of it. Not once have they done that. Multiple times they've been offered literally everything they asked for and more and still said no.
well, I mean, isn't the leader of Hamas dead right now? Has someone else taken over?
Yeah, someone else has taken over, but they're still existing. They're still fighting. They still have
Right.
hostages.
Well, I mean, yeah. So, like, is the whole CNN with the camps? Is that not real or what?
What camps? Are you talking about the Al Mawasi humanitarian zone?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I've heard
There,
like some.
there is
stuff,
one
but-
official refugee camp. It's called the Al Mawasi humanitarian zone. A lot of what people see is they hear, oh, refugee camp, Jabalia refugee camp hit, Rafah refugee camp hit, when they don't realize that these cities were called refugee camps back in 48 when they were established, and now it's literally just the name of the city. It'd be like when Los Angeles was founded, calling it Los Angeles Refugee Camp when it was created, and then it's still being called Los Angeles Refugee Camp to this day, and then Los Angeles gets hit by a bomb, and everyone goes, oh my god, a refugee camp was bombed. It's like, well, no, LA was hit. It's not a refugee camp.
I've never heard
are
a
you
refugee
talking
camp
about-
with a 5-star hotel.
Are you talking about that, or are you talking about accusations you've heard about Gaza being called a concentration camp? Like, which one are
Well,
you?
I mean, I've seen like stuff on CNN for something about like Palestinians being in like some kind of camp, but I just didn't.
There's the Al Mawasi humanitarian zone. That's the only official
Right.
camp. It's a giant humanitarian zone, and it's the only one in all of Gaza. Most Gazan citizens are within the Al Mawasi humanitarian zone.
Okay. So like, I mean,
That's a zone specifically created away from where they're supposed to be fighting. But
It's also
Hamas-
known as the Al Mawasi Demilitarized Zone because you're not meant to
Right.
have any military combatants in there. So when you have a declared demilitarized zone in a conflict, like there's not meant to be. If this even extends after a conflict, there's not meant to be any weaponry in there. If there's weaponry in there, and there has been, technically that completely dissolves it. And that dissolves the agreement of that being a safe zone. But Israel's upkept that as a safe zone, despite weapons being used in that area.
okay. Well, okay. So like, I mean, are you guys like saying like all Palestinians are Hamas technically or what?
No, but a majority. No, I'm not saying that. But a majority of them do support Hamas per their own polling. It's not from Israel. It's not from us. per their own pollings based on Palestinian-based research centers, a vast majority of them not only support Hamas, but would choose to elect Hamas today if given the opportunity, and overwhelmingly still support the actions of October 7th against the Jews of Israel.
Right. But I mean, it's not like a one-sided war. Like there's been conflicts from both sides.
For reference, by the way, so this is the deep state map of Gaza right now. This yellow area, that is the Al-Mawasi humanitarian zone. This whole thing is the designated humanitarian zone. This
And
whole
are they not
area.
still bombing
cities.
those?
Are they what?
Are they not bombing them? They're not bombing the tents?
No, there
and-
has been those are incidents outside the humanitarian zone again that people call refugee camps that some tents have been hit, but this is the only humanitarian zone, and it has been struck twice. No, 3 times. The only 3 times it has been struck, each time it has either taken out a high-level Hamas leader or a command infrastructure. So, like the first time it was hit, Israel said, we took out an underground command infrastructure, and everyone was like, no, it's not. That's a lie. And then the Palestinians who were there walked up and filmed the inside of the command infrastructure because they literally saw it in the crater. The second time it was going after Mohammed Daif. And who was the other one? The head of the police? The guy that was with
Ali.
him.
Yeah, not Ali. I think I know who you're on about.
It was there was 2 senior level officials that were hiding in the humanitarian zone, which is illegal under international law and forfeits the safety, the protected status of that area. Then the third time they went for another group of Hamas senior level leaders. Important to note that under international law, there's four protected status protected class buildings.
No, so it wasn't Ali. It was Alam Sakat.
Oh, so
No,
important.
I'm saying his name wrong.
Important to note. Important to note that under international law, for the Geneva Conventions, there's 4 protected class buildings. There's humanitarian zones, aid stations, medical facility, medical facilities, places of worship, places of education, places of aid, which would be humanitarian zones. All 4 of those immediately lose protected status upon the use for military purposes under any circumstances. So let's say, hypothetically speaking, a single Hamas member walks into a hospital and starts firing out the window at the IDF. Unfortunately, that singular jackass has now forfeited the protected status of that entire building.
Right. I mean, but like, why would they have to bomb the entire hospital? Why couldn't they just at the IDF?
They
go in
haven't.
and- They haven't.
They don't
any
usually do that.
hospitals?
No hospital's directly been hit by ammunition. There have been sieges on certain hospitals in different battles, like Al-Shifa has had multiple battles at it, like when Hamas openly filmed themselves fighting and posted it of them fighting from it within the maternity ward of the Al-Shifa hospital. Yeah, I'm fried right now. They openly filmed themselves fighting from in the Al-Shifa maternity ward. They got their cheeks clapped, and a bunch of people got arrested, and it was found out that like 200 of them were literally Hamas fighters. Al-Quds Hospital has also had the same thing. There's very aerial footage of Al-Quds Hospital with Hamas fighters walking in and out of the front door, firing RPGs and rifles at the IDF as they drive by. That resulted in a big siege on that hospital. But no hospital has directly been hit by ammunition. Compounds have, like the outside, like the Al-Shifa hospital, the compound outside the hospital, 100% been hit. If you talk to a lot of people that say, well, they've been hit by bombs, every time you bring up a hospital that's been hit by a bomb, supposedly, it's, well, the compound got hit. Well, it was next to the building. Well, the building got hit by shrapnel. Yeah, that's not a hospital being bombed. No hospitals have directly been being bombed.
Intelligent. I'm just saying.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I said nobody accused them of being intelligent. I'm just saying.
Like the dude in my YouTube chat is just losing his fucking mind. He hasn't brought a single source to prove me wrong on anything. He just keeps calling me shit, and I have not silenced him this entire time.
Yeah, well, I mean, so like, do you agree that, Israeli government or military could do better to minimize, civilian deaths, or
Better in comparison to what? Because currently, right now, Israel has the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare. They're doing better than any other military in history has done in an urban warfare environment, and people are still upset.
you said there's like 5,000, right, of like children, 5,000 women, right? 'Cause
No,
they had
right
to
now,
get Clan Hall.
it's a little over 10,000 children. I can't remember how many women.
Okay.
But
But no,
civilians.
to
What?
To not be dishonest about it, Hamas and UNRWA include 18-year-olds as children.
Right.
But so like I'm saying, the current civilian to combatant death ratio is lower than any other urban warfare in history. Like, based on Hamas's numbers, not based on anyone else's numbers, the current civilian to combatant death ratio in Gaza is 1.47 to 1, which, according to the Institute for the Study of War and multiple studies that have been done about this, is the lowest civilian to combatant death ratio in human history, or in urban warfare history. The closest thing you have to compare to is the Battle of Mosul, which was a 10-month battle, where the civilian to combatant death ratio was anywhere from 2.5 to 1 to 3.5 to 1. And that's the closest we've ever gotten to this. And that doesn't even take into account the fact that we can call out multiple cases where the Gaza Ministry of Health is probably just lying about the death toll.
Mm-hmm. So, like, when do you see this ending?
When Hamas surrenders and gives up the hostages.
Right.
The hostages have not been returned. Right now, let's put it this way. Right now, the Palestinian people are still refusing to come forward and help and give away where the hostages are, even though they've been offered $5 million each. The Israeli government has offered $5 million immunity and safe passage into Israel for just telling where a hostage is, dead or alive. $5 million, and nobody has come forward.
But why? Why has nobody come forward?
They don't like
Why would
Jews.
they not?
They don't
Yeah,
like
I mean,
Jews.
they don't
Dude,
like Jews so much that they wouldn't be willing to.
Let me ask you
Yeah,
this:
pretty much.
if I were to tell you that there is a summer camp that teaches children to behead Jews and to take Jews prisoners and how to operate rifles, would you believe me?
I mean, if
No,
you
just
if we had,
even just right now, just with me telling you, would you believe me if I told you that was a thing?
not 100%. I mean,
Okay.
like,
What if I
think
then added on that there was 100,000 children that attended last year, and that Hamas ran it and proudly posted about it and did interviews about it?
I mean, yeah, I'd have to see proof. I haven't heard anything about that.
Get the proof.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Here.
No, we're gonna show you.
It's from Memory TV. Hamas saplings of Jerusalem summer camp in Gaza offers weapons training to prepare children for liberating Palestine. I can't scroll down further because there's pictures of kids with rifles. As in previous years, this year too, the Hamas movement in Gaza is operating summer camps for children and teens that inculcate an extremist ideology championing jihad and armed struggle against Israel, and also provided campers with practical training in weapons use and other military skills. This year's 500 summer camps, 500 camps, launch on July 23rd and are called Saplings of Jerusalem and are attended by about 100,000 boys and girls of various ages. So imagine this. Instead of your little play where like you enact Shakespeare in like elementary school, imagine your play is, hey, I want you to do a play of you capturing some Jews and beheading them. That's the stuff they're teaching to their children. Their textbooks, which are funded by UNRWA, teach things like Mahmoud, instead of like Johnny has 5 apples and he eats 3, how many does he have left? Their children's textbooks contain stuff like Mahmoud has 5 Yehudi prisoners. He beheads 3. How many Yehudis does he have left? Like that's school books that they're teaching to children. And we'll pull that up. Impact-se.org UNRWA textbooks. You can go to this report from November 2023, UNRWA Education Textbooks and Terror, and it goes over everything, has picture examples and everything, goes over why Jews are the reason for everything wrong in the world. Jews are the only violent people. They deserve what you do to them. Jews are the reason for sexual crimes, like literally everything. This is stuff they're teaching to their children. They hate Jews.
Okay. I mean, do Israelis not hate Palestinians as well?
There's a small sect and an outlier minority of extremists in Israel that do believe that, and they are shunned and hated by the rest of Israel. They're an extremely
Is Netanyahu not one of them?
No.
How?
Netanyahu has openly stated he doesn't give a shit. He just wants them to leave them alone. Netanyahu and all the and all the quotes that people use of Netanyahu dehumanizing Palestinians, every single time it's him making quotes about Hamas that someone takes out of context and just removes the word Hamas from. He's always been talking about Hamas anytime he said something against them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Hang
I
on.
mean, I just feel like
Like here, let me put it to this. We've got someone in my YouTube chat that says, "You cucks never think Israel is lying. F your dirty Zionist money. It's not about Jews. Fascist idiot. Many Jews support Palestine, even Orthodox Jews in Jerusalem." Yeah, cool. So let's go to this then. We're gonna go. If it's not about Jews, we're gonna go to Mohammed Daif, or not Mohammed Daif, Fatih Hamad, a prominent leader within Hamas, and we're going to read a quote from him from 2019. Quote, "If the siege is not undone, we will explode in the face of our enemies. With God's permission, the explosion is not only going to be in Gaza, but also in the West Bank and abroad, God willing. But our brothers outside are preparing, trying to prepare, warming up." Now here's the kicker. Quote, 7 million Palestinians outside, enough warming up. You have Jews with you in every place. You should attack every Jew possible in all of the world and unalive them. It's crazy how he said Jew and not Zionist.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like Jews. It's as simple as that. Granted, there are some Palestinians that don't support Hamas and are okay with Jews, but the vast majority are not of that belief. And all
So
Israel
then
asks for is just to be left the fuck alone.
Then why has 0 people come out
What do you mean?
against Hamas?
Have you not seen videos of what happens when people speak out against Hamas?
No, I haven't.
They disappear. They're the extreme outlier minority in Gaza. Dude, even on TikTok. I was on a TikTok live where they had a person who was from Gaza on the live. He was a community. You could check his profile. His entire profile was he was living in the Al-Muazi humanitarian zone. It was making sure people had food, making sure people had medical attention, just taking care of his community. There was a pro-Palestinian on the panel who for 30 minutes straight tried to silence him. Oh, he's just hungry. He's just doing this so the IDF doesn't hurt him. They promised him food. He doesn't have electricity. He doesn't know what's going on. All of this stuff just trying to silence him and say that he's just a moron and doesn't know what the realities are. Even though the dude is fully capable of speaking for himself and was on a TikTok live with internet on his cell phone. They don't like when Palestinians speak the truth and say, hey, this is what's going on.
Right. But I mean, so, like, I guess, I mean, how many people live in Palestine? Because I don't even...
2.3 million.
2.3?
And since October 7th, the population has actually gone up.
How?
There's been more deaths than births. And there's been more births than deaths. Per the UN, OCHA, and UNRWA, there's been over 60,000 births in Gaza. Successful births. Not like, oh my God, they were born under terrible conditions and died. Over 60,000 successful births in Gaza since October 7th, compared to the 43,000 people that have been unalived. So the population has literally gone up.
Yeah. I mean... So, like, I mean, I just don't understand how Israel can't, like...
Now, let's put this. So let's try an experiment. So to give you a reference, so you know that when I comment on this, I'm not just talking out of my ass. My background is I served 10 years in the United States Marine Corps. 7 of my 10 years I did doctrine development and combat marksmanship instruction. So a lot of the training programs that the Marine Corps uses to train currently to send Marines to war, I had a hand in. I created a lot of the digital programming. I created the entire pistol coursifier that we have. I've also been to foreign countries and trained foreign troops on my own dime with NGOs, not paid by anyone. So this is literally my bread and butter, and this is my background. So my question to you is not what Israel shouldn't have done. I know you're not a tactical expert. I know you're not a general, but just off the top of your head, what do you think Israel could have done or could do? And we'll go over it.
I mean, I don't know. Well, the first thing is I didn't understand that, you know, Hamas had such a, you know, strength, like, I mean, like, you know, be able to manipulate these people as easily as they can. So, I mean, I was just coming in here to really get educated.
Well,
I mean, I saw you on
if you wanna, oh, thank you. If you want to get more research on like what the Palestinian people think, you can go to the Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research. It's based in Ramallah. They have their own website. They do polling every month. And you can actually see that before October 7th, the approval for Hamas was mid-50s to low 60s. As soon as October 7th happened, the approval in the West Bank for Hamas went up to 91%, and it was 87% in Gaza. The approval for October 7th, and what happened there, was 89%. And since then, the lowest point it's ever dipped down to for the support for Hamas is 65%. So 65% of the people, at minimum, will publicly express that they approve of Hamas, even after everything that's happened. Even after the Hamas leadership has openly gone on international television and said, we don't care about the Palestinian people. We don't care. We will do this again and again and again. It is better when our people die. They approve of that.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Israel has offered multiple peace deals. There's been 6 official and 2 unofficial complete offers for peace deals and a pathway to a Palestinian state. They don't want it. They want all of the land, not just what they have been offered. So like in 2008 in the realignment plan, the Palestinians were offered literally everything they asked for. They were given Gaza, the West Bank, 10% of Israel property to be added on to Gaza to make it bigger, full control of Jerusalem and the religious sites, as long as they acknowledge that the sites were important to Jewish people and allow Jewish people to go there. And they were also offered a land bridge in between Gaza and the West Bank. They still said no. Like,
Yeah.
you've heard from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free?
Yeah.
Do you know what it means in Arabic?
Yeah, well, I was on here with the MC, so like, yeah,
And-
I guess.
Yeah, it's from water to water, Palestine will be Arab. Well, if that's the case, where did all the Jews go then?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a, you know,
Oh, I'm not saying you are. I'm just explaining stuff.
Right.
Like in 1967 or in 1948, Jordan, in the independence war for Israel, Jordan annexed Judea and Samaria, known as the West Bank, from Israel. They officially annexed it and documented that they took it from Israel. The Palestinians didn't own it. The next thing they did was to proceed to ethnically cleanse all the Jews from that land and shove them into Israel. Immediately, they got rid of all their Jews.
mm-hmm.
So we're talking about a side that's, again, for the love of God, leave us the fuck alone. We want nothing to do with you. Please, leave us the fuck alone. The other side's like, no, I just want unalive Jews. Like, the whole crux of this is there won't be peace in that region until the Palestinian people love their children more than they love unaliving Jews. Like,
Or they
I
succeed
mean, they've
in
been
unaliving us.
indoctrinated, right?
And-
So,
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
because
they've been indoctrinated to no fault to for the children to no fault of their own.
Right.
But like, think about it this way.
So-
Wait, one last thing about it. So, hey, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, so I would assume you're not a parent yet.
No, not yet.
Okay, so imagine you are. I know this won't mean as much because you're not there
Yeah, I
yet.
understand.
Could you ever fathom the idea of looking at, like, maybe say your 10-year-old daughter and going, "Hey, here, put on this explodey vest. Nice knowing you."
No.
That happened. That is a thing that they would do in the Second Intifada. They would literally load up their children with explosives and send them into Israel. Until stuff like that stops, there won't be peace. Like, fuck, the Palestinian Authority literally has a program called the Pay for Slay program, where let's say you do you have a sibling or anything?
Yeah, yeah.
You have a brother?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So your brother, let's say you live in the West Bank. Your brother decides, I'm going to go unalive a bunch of Jews today. Let's say he unalives 2 Jews or 2 IDF soldiers, and he succeeds, but he's unalived in the process. Your family gets paid now for the rest of your life by the government. Let's say he goes to jail. You still get paid. For committing a terrorist attack against the state of Israel, your family now gets paid for the rest of your life from the government because they are sponsoring you to unalive Jews.
I mean, is there really a government in Palestine?
Yes. Hamas is the governing authority of Gaza. They were elected in 2006. And the Palestinian Authority is the governing authority of the West Bank. Although the last time they had elections in the West Bank, they stopped the elections early because Hamas actually won over 50% of the parliamentary seats. And the Palestinian Authority was like, oh shit, we're going to lose power. Stop the election.
Right.
So yeah, they do have elected government officials. And the PA, the group that runs the West Bank, they're the least extreme. The least extreme of all the people that they have to choose from pays you to unalive Jews. It's like, think about living next to that. Do you really want anything? Like, I'm not even saying to fight with them. Or do you really want to even deal with those people? Like, if their entire goal is just to unalive you, no, you just leave me the fuck alone. Stay on your side of the wall. I'll stay on mine. Leave me alone. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, has there been any, trying to get the children out or the mothers? Like, I mean, even with just taking them? Like,
Yes, people defect to Israel all the time, but you can't force somebody because then you get accused of ethnic cleansing by idiots in the West. And also, let's take a hypothetical a second. Let's say you get rid of Israel tomorrow and all Jews just leave. Let's say we go to Spain for a long hiatus. Like, just
Spain.
I don't know. It'd be funny. Let's say we go to Spain for a long hiatus. We would come back. There would be no Palestinians left. Because once you take their common enemy out, you then have Hamas, which is a faction which believes its own things, the PIJ, which is another faction which believes its own things, Fatah, which is another faction that believes its own things and has its own ideologies and hates the others and thinks they're wrong. Islamic Jihad, which thinks their own things and has their own extremist ideologies and viewpoints, which disagree with Hamas, PIJ, and Fatah. And then you have the Muslim Brotherhood. Then you have Shahid. Then you have Al-Aqsa al-Butrid. And then you've got 15 other groups just in Gaza.
Like, to put it into perspective, to give you an example, when Hamas won the elections in 2006, and it was an internationally observed election that was deemed they actually won, their immediate action was to have a civil war. And so previously, the Palestinian Authority, the people in charge of the West Bank, they were the ones in charge of Gaza. When Hamas won the election in Gaza, do you want to take a guess what Hamas did with the Palestinian Authority?
Probably tried to do a coup or something.
No, well, no, they won the election. There was no need for a coup. They were in charge now. But it didn't stop them from literally dragging their bodies through the street, mutilating them, and literally throwing them off of roofs on international television. They literally were on international television throwing opposition members off of roofs. So there's infighting whether the Jews are there or not. Like, but the common factor is they don't want the Jews there. That's it. Like, again, the least extreme option is paying people to unalive you.
Right. I don't know. I guess it's just like super hard for me to see their side.
Well, it's because you're looking at it from a Western perspective. Things in the Middle East are really, really different. It's really hard to explain. People that don't have any experience with the Middle East, it is really hard to explain how that stuff works and how the rhetoric works over there. But like you said, your example, like, why don't they get the women and children out? And Palliative said people do defect sometimes. Do you know that gay people and LGBTQ people aren't accepted in in Gaza and the West Bank? Like, they don't have rights. They're unalived. I mean,
yeah. But
okay.
Like...
So hold on. So there was a gay person from the West Bank who fled to Israel and seeked asylum to escape. His family came over the border, and it was granted. He was granted Israeli citizenship and everything. He was safe. His family went into Israel, kidnapped him, brought him back to the West Bank, and brutally murdered him and mutilated his body and posted videos and photos of it for being gay. I don't want to interact with people like that. I don't want to be anywhere near someone like that.
Sam, to be factual, they beheaded him.
Yeah, but they also mutilated the fuck. They literally ripped his body apart.
Yeah. So like, I mean, like, what's the end goal for the Middle East then? Like,
well, a lot of the other surrounding Arab nations, don't really like the Jews or Israel, but they've at least accepted, hey, in the past, the wars haven't really worked out that well. We should probably stop. The Palestinians have not figured that out. And unfortunately for a lot of the younger ones, it's no fault of their own, especially ones that have grown up being indoctrinated. One of my friends on here, Hebrew Hammer, has a saying that I'd like to use, and it's the Palestinian people, to no fault of their own, have never in their history had a single leader that gave a single fuck about them. The closest thing they have ever had is someone named Yasser Arafat, and he royally screwed them. The Palestinian people have been used and abused by the rest of the Arab world to wage war against Israel, while those countries have made peace with Israel and have to suffer zero repercussions. Egypt doesn't really like Israel, but they don't have to deal with anything that that Hamas does. Iran doesn't like, or not Iran. The other nations that support and fund Hamas and even like Hezbollah, they don't suffer the repercussions of this stuff. They don't have to deal with the ramifications of it. Let the Palestinians deal with it. Oh wait, the Palestinian leadership doesn't even care about them either. So no one's suffering except for the Palestinian people in this. Like the Palestinian people have never had an actual shot at freedom because their own leadership has always in their entire history oppressed them since their inception in 1964. Like even before 1964, they didn't even see themselves as Palestinians. The Palestinian national identity didn't exist until 1964 when it was created in Moscow. Like you can Google that, by the way. The Palestinian national identity, like the Arabs being called Palestinians, was literally created in 1964. Before that, the Palestinians literally protested everyone who called them Palestinians because they wanted to be known as Syrians. They didn't want to be called Palestinians. They didn't want to be called Egyptians or Israelis. They wanted to be Syrians. They even protested the British government saying, how dare you call us that? The Jews are Palestinians. It's like you've got a people with an identity crisis where most of the population has been brainwashed from inception and their leadership doesn't care about them. What is Israel to do?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean,
it's a really complicated, nuanced situation. Yes, there's some stuff that goes back and forth on both sides, but at the end of the day, it's one side believes in a religious extremist ideology that their entire main goal is to do as much as they can to wipe out all the Jews on the earth, starting with Israel, and the other side is a bunch of Jews, Arabs, and Christians and atheists who just say, "Leave me the fuck alone, please." Like the Arab Israelis, the Arabs who live from that land, who've been there for a while, they don't care. They also want to be left alone. They don't care about Jews. They just want to be left in peace. They want to live in Israel and be left the fuck alone.
yeah. I mean, I don't know why, like, Netanyahu didn't explain exactly what you've been explaining to me.
Israel's fucking awful at PR. I will say that right now. I am so fucking pissed off at how awful Israel is at PR. And I don't know if to all my Jews in the comments, please don't get mad. I have been explained to this by other Jews, especially in Israel. It is especially for Israel, it's an arrogance thing.
Wait,
Why do we need other what?
It's not just that. There's two different things. First off, Israel doesn't feel the need, and yes, that is an arrogance thing, but their whole thing is that the truth will come out in the end. And the second thing is we're not willing to exploit the death of our civilians to fight their dirty way of fighting propaganda.
Yeah, like Israel's like, why do we care? Like she said, the truth will come out eventually. Why do we care what the fuck you think? It's like, well, yeah, and I get it. Like for me, I understand that knowing how the Middle East works, but I would think that logically you would say, hey, there's a lot of different people that think a lot of different things in the world. I should probably do some PR on this.
The problem as well is that, and this is where I sometimes get ignored with Israelis, is anti-Semitism in the West. We are still Jews, and most of us are Zionists by virtue of, well, Zionism ended, and then the anti-Zionists came on, so they're anti-Israel existing. Now we have to be pro-Israel existing, even though it already exists. It's ridiculous.
They think we're all getting paid because Israel literally does not have a Hasbara department, and all of
Fuck
us
that. I
wish.
wish I was being paid right now.
Hey,
Israel, daddy, pay me.
I'm doing this for free.
Seriously,
Yeah,
me too.
exactly.
I'm looking for a second
hey,
job.
genuinely, people think that we are actually getting paid for doing stuff like this because Israel doesn't. They have a PR department, but they don't fucking do anything. Like, dude, I put it this way: have you ever heard of Daniel Hagari?
Yeah.
Do you remember have you ever heard There Is a List? Okay, so there was a dude at the beginning of the war at Al Shifa Hospital who was in the basement, and they found a calendar, and they were saying, hey, we think there was hostages who were held here at this hospital, and then he found a calendar. The calendar was written in Arabic, and coincidentally, the very first date on the calendar was October 7th, and the title on the top of the calendar was Al-Aqsa Flood, the literal name of the operation of October 7th where they came into Israel. There was a bunch of Arabic on there that showed the days of the week. This moron, who is the public affairs official for the IDF, didn't go with anyone else, didn't have anyone translate it, and said, this is the name of Hamas terrorists checking in and writing down what they're doing and their duties and stuff. Didn't verify anything. It was literally the days of the week and the name of the operation, which is still significant because it shows that there's a calendar starting at the day of the operation.
Yeah, but then it's left to us
Yeah.
here on the internet to explain
Yeah,
that to
because
people.
immediately that guy was proven a fool because he was a fool. Israel didn't do shit. Israel didn't come out and go, hey, this guy's a moron. We fired him. No, that dude's still public affairs for the IDF. He regularly says stupid shit. And Israel's just like, eh. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. The fact of the matter is, every accusation's a confession. If you actually calculate how much money, and you can do it on, I think it's TickLeap, you type in a user's name, you can see how much money they make per live. It actually pays to be pro-Palestinian, and TikTok takes 70%. On that note, we love TikTok Shop by the Neck Massager. But we like, every one of us here is jumping in because it is so frustrating to watch Israel not explain shit and not like actually have a department that handles this, and then all of us like have to do studying on an everyday basis to keep up with what's going on so that we can explain to everybody else what the hell is going on.
Right. So, well, like, but like, why does the rest of the world think it's a genocide?
Because the amount of money that's been pushed into the propaganda to make people believe
like,
that.
I don't even think it's that. Here, let me propaganda and payment aside, here's the reality of shit. For the most part, up until now, the rest of the world has been spared from seeing the atrocities and how disgusting the realities of war are. War is awful. It is chaotic. It is disgusting. And it's not something that most people are ready to handle. And most people, civilians, when they see that stuff, get very emotional because they are human beings. It is natural to be emotional as a human being when you see that kind of stuff. But the problem is when you let that emotionality take over your rational thought process and you can't separate fact from emotion. So you see videos of people being blown up. That is awful. Yes, nobody enjoys seeing civilians be blown up. But that doesn't mean just because there's a video of civilians who've been injured doesn't mean that, oh my God, the IDF's targeting civilians. Like, there is an inherent emotional aspect that, again, a lot of civilians aren't used to. And now you're getting this stuff shoved in your face 24/7 in 4K 60 FPS. People
But
aren't
Sam,
used to that.
This is everything to do with propaganda because they learned a long
But
time
I'm saying
ago
the
they're
basis
not
of it.
gonna-
It
No, I know,
starts with
but
that.
They learned a long time ago they're not going to win a war on the ground, so they've changed the tactic of warfare, and they have cameras set up everywhere. No warfare has been recorded like this one. Like, even Ukraine, when I was watching people who were going through it, they were showing their families in the bomb shelters, and then they were showing the destruction wrought afterwards. I never saw a single civilian that was standing outside with the camera ready to go, showing what Russia was specifically doing. Like, you saw CCTV footage, but like, not civilians. This is tactical. They're shoving all of this in the West faces and plastering it all over social media. And
But who?
in essence, they're traumatizing the West.
Like, you say they, but like, who?
People on the
Like,
pro-Palestinian side that don't like to listen to facts and reason, and on top of that, they play on top of the emotionality of your average
No,
person
but it's not
that
just
doesn't understand that.
Palestinians. It's
Mhm.
Hamas and it's IRGC funded.
That too. Like have you ever been to a protest for the war at all, hey?
No, I haven't.
You've seen that there's a lot of like pro-Palestinian camps, like in sit-ins and all this stuff, like people staying on campuses and stuff. The United States Department of Justice came out and released an official statement saying that they were aware that the IRGC, the Iranian government, was openly funding a lot of those protests.
And Qatar.
And Qatar. Like at UCLA, there was literally foreign officials from different Arabic countries who were showing up in fucking giant Mercedes, or not Benzes, Bentleys and Rolls Royces, like clad in gold, showing up to support the pro-Palestinian protesters.
But you also had the leader of the IRGC came out and thanked the college students for all of their efforts.
That too. Thank you for the follow on YouTube.
This has been a plan with the help of and coordination of the IRGC 2 years in the making. So you have people that are spinning a very specific narrative, specifically on the pro-Palestinian side, and the amount of video and war corn that's being pushed out on social media in conjunction with this twisted narrative. Also, you have to combine the fact that there's way more of them than there are of us, that you're going to be inundated with this information and like these biases. It's really hard. And you know what sucks about it? It's like we're all on different sides of the political spectrum when it comes to standing up for Israel, but it's like everyone likes to think that because Israel's more powerful and all this like whatever shit, but like just the fact that no one is like, not too many people are standing with us. I feel like we're still the underdog here because like I'm sorry, this is just gonna sound so stupid. It's been a long year. I'm just gonna stop. Too much information at once.
Again, there's the aspect of the propaganda, there's the aspect of people aren't used to seeing this, and there's the aspect of inherent anti-Semitism. Like a lot of the things you will see now where Zionists do this, Zionists do that, Zionists do this. A couple years ago, the people who were saying that stuff were using Jew instead of Zionist. It was Jews control the media. Jews control this. Jews say that. Jews do this. Jews believe this. Now they just replace it with the word Zionist. Some of them are honest and some of them just slip up, but they've literally just replaced the word Jew with Zionist. So you've got these people who just believe, oh my God, the Zionists are running America. Like stuff like AIPAC. Have you ever heard of AIPAC?
Yeah, of course.
A lot of people say AIPAC is a foreign pack. It's not. That's illegal. They're a pack of Americans who believe in upholding our relationship and the support for Israel. It would be illegal for them to be a foreign pack. And I say, oh, AIPAC has so much influence. They run this, they run that. The Zionists run everything. AIPAC is actually ranked number 118th in influential packs. There's umpteenth packs ahead of Israel that are very anti-Israel and anti-Zionist, including a lot of the oil companies who have their own packs within the United States. Like there's all these narratives that get spun that people see this stuff on social media and just believe it. For example, I had a coworker at work. He saw me one day on our break, and he walked by, and I was watching my friend Nick's live stream, and he saw the Israel flag and he saw the Palestine flag, and he said, "Oh, Israel, Palestine, the two countries at war." And I was like, "Well, actually, I mean, Palestine's technically not a country, but yeah." And he goes, "Oh, well, I saw this and this and this." He went through every single pro-Palestinian talking point you've ever heard. And I was debunking all of them. I brought out my laptop. I showed him. He goes, "Wow, what? How? But when I've seen all these videos," I was like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "I've seen all these videos. These people make these videos and say this stuff. So clearly it must be true." And I was like, "Whoa, what do you mean it must be true?" He goes, "Well, they took the time to make the video, so why would they lie?" And I go, "Where do you get your media from?" He goes, "Oh, from like TikTok and Twitter." He is from Laos. He doesn't trust his government back home to give him accurate media. So when he moved to the United States, he continued with that, and he started using social media for his news source. And he believed everything he saw on social media, did not question it at all. There's a lot of people that do that.
For sure. I mean, yeah, I've been watching Pickles and Felice and all them for a while, so like I've gotten away from that, definitely.
I haven't brought it up, but I don't think Pickles would like that. I have a deep disdain for both Kamala and Trump. I hate them both.
I have a lot of people who said that they've been like swayed just by the fact that if you start to ask the pro-Palestinian side for sources on things,
They get really angry.
they get angry. Their sources are limited. Most of them come from the same place. It's an interesting reaction you would get. Whereas I think on our side, if you ask us for any sources for anything that we tell you, and Sam specifically has like every freaking book behind him to provide you with the source that you would need for every claim that we're making.
Dude, like what she's saying is right. Like you can come to me and anything that I say, I am not a source. I am relaying information. I always tell my chat, I am just giving you information. If you would like to fact check me, fact check me. I would love for you to do not trust what I say to you. If you want the source that I'm using, I will gladly provide the source. Fuck, I don't even use Israeli media most of the time. A lot of my stuff comes from Arab media sources. I use Al Jazeera all the time. I don't care what it comes from. I'm still going to fact check whatever the source is too. But like, I do all the research on this stuff. I've got an entire Dropbox that I'm about to make public that has literally everything I've ever used for research on this subject: books, news articles, everything. Like right here, even talk about religion. Up here, I've got a Torah, a Quran, a couple different versions of the Bible, teachings of paganism, Buddhism, Hinduism. Like I've got everything. I've got over here, I've got my encyclopedia set. Books by different anti-Zionist Arabic sources. I've got UN resolutions. I've got everything you can fucking imagine.
Before we go too far down that road, I just want to give a quick explanation to the question he originally asked.
Oh shit, we've got a long way.
I know. So here's the thing about the G side claim, right? They're using a lot of very specific buzzwords again to conjure up like emotions and play the emotional argument. But the very G side has a very specific definition, and the most important word in that definition is intent. So if you look at Israel's actions through the beginning of this war, you can see that there is a lack of intent by the fact that they tried to evacuate civilians by various means, including like, in the beginning of the war. I'm not saying now is a little different, but like they did like, phone calls, text messages in advance, roof knocking on people's doors. And
do you know what roof knocking is, Hey?
Hamas know where they were going to be and what time.
Yeah, so roof knocking, the U.S. kind of copied Israel doing it for a little bit, but Israel's the only country that does this. Let's say I know that there's a terrorist in the basement of your apartment building. I don't want to blow you up in that building. So I'm going to drop a bomb with no explosive in it. It's just basically a big loud noisemaker. It's going to slap the rooftop of your apartment building. That's your sign to go, oh, fuck, I better leave. And you've got a time set to get the fuck out of the building, but that also lets the terrorists that are in your building escape as well. Their equipment's not going to come with them, but I'm now eliminating that asset that those terrorists were using or whatever was in that basement, whatever they have. But I'm making sure that you get out of the building. The IDF also sends text messages. They drop flyers. They make phone calls. There's multiple stories from Palestinians of them receiving a phone call and being told, hey, please, for the love of God, walk like 500 feet away from your building right now. And they go, why should I believe you? And they go, because it's about to get blown up. And they don't believe them. And then they finally leave and they go, oh shit, the building just blew up. They were right. They told the truth. They got me out of there. Like Israel's the only country that does that. We copied it for a little bit in Iraq and Afghanistan, but Israel's the only country that does that. If you're intent on wiping out a people in whole or in part, you don't allow more births and deaths. If you're intent on wiping out a people in whole or in part, you don't send tens of thousands of polio vaccines to people you supposedly don't care about. Like if you didn't care about them, why would you give them vaccines? Just let them all die. You don't supply water and electricity for free because Israel doesn't charge Gaza for that water and electricity that's still connected to them. You don't allow more aid that's gone into Gaza every single day than pre-war, including the private industry. Like even Gazan organizations like OCHA and UNRWA have confirmed through their data tracking that the current amount of aid going into Gaza every single day right now is more than was in Gaza pre-war, including their entire private industry. They have so much food right now that on the World Health Organization's food scarcity index per capita, less people go hungry in Gaza every day than in the United States. They are ranked number 26 in the world right now. Like that is, with all of these factors, it's like, what intent is there? If I'm trying to wipe out a people, why would I do any of that? Why would I not just level the place?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to mention the fact that the amount of births has put the population to higher than it was before October 7th. And in cases of G-side or starvation or anything.
Is that just like handmade style?
I'm sorry?
Like Palestinians are like making women like have birth?
No. It's just a culture thing.
No, like you'll see many interviews with Palestinian women who openly go on international television and say, I want to have as many children as possible to unalive Jews.
But that's not even what I'm talking about. I just mean culturally they have a lot of kids. And my point about bringing that up is that if there was a case of G-side starvation or anything like it was close to what it was in the Holocaust for us, the human body without enough food would not be able to sustain a pregnancy.
For sure.
So
like the obesity rate in Gaza is like 60-something% right now.
Yeah, there. I'm not saying there isn't food
Actually,
insecurity, and in some cases, because there's poverty, just like there is
uh,
anywhere in the world, there is like cases of starvation. But I think it's like what 30, and again, we're comparing it like to everywhere else in the world where there is also higher levels of food insecurity. We also have to take into the account the fact that Hamas is stealing the aid, and UNRWA literally just came out and admitted that because 97 of their trucks were stolen. So the aid is being stolen and resold back to people who are living in poverty and can't afford to buy it. And this one dude who was interviewed said that he was on crutches. I said, "What happened to your leg?" He said, "I didn't have enough money to pay for the food, so I tried to take it and they shot me in the leg." Hamas, not Israel.
Yeah, I
Like
guess I mean I don't know. It's just like so like dystopian to be like I don't know. I guess
he,
like
here's another way
to
to look
see
at it, and
Palestinians doing this, you know.
this is gonna be another. This might be a shock to you hearing this phrase. No Jews, no news. What I mean by that is, when was the last time you heard about someone talk about what the Houthis have done to the Yemenis people?
wait, I have a good
Wait,
example.
wait,
Did
hey,
you hear?
let me go through.
Wait, no, this is very recent. Hold on. Did you hear about Israel cutting off water to Gaza?
I mean, yeah, I guess, but
Okay.
like,
Did you hear about Turkey cutting off water to 1 million people in Syria 3 days ago?
well, actually, I mean, not necessarily that, but I've heard about
That's my
what's
point.
going on.
That's my point.
No, Top Fragger, I'm not becoming Destiny. I've just been doing this for a while. I have a disdain for Destiny as well because he says some off the wall shit, even though he aligns with some of my stuff. So like Golda said, that example. In the Yemeni civil war, they stopped counting the civilian deaths at 375,000. Most of them were starved to death because of the Houthis in their civil war. In Pakistan, they bulldozed the homes of 1.7 million Afghan refugees and kicked them out. Nobody said a word. In South Africa, the amount of stuff that goes, or in North Africa, the amount of stuff that goes on there with Arab slave trade, no one says anything there. No one talks about Syria, where Assad used, for a little bit they talk about it, where Assad literally gassed his own civilians. There's still an ongoing civil war with over 300,000 civilian deaths. Nobody talks about these things. Nobody ever talks about any of these conflicts unless the Jews are involved. Like even with Ukraine. You know, the only times I usually see on like even social media people still bringing up Ukraine anymore, even though I am a staunch Ukraine supporter and I've been to Ukraine helping out the soldiers.
Yeah, I'm a Ukraine supporter for sure too.
I only hear about Ukraine anymore on social media when they mention that Zelensky's a Jew. And they call him Julensky. It's very ironic.
Yeah.
The people supporting Palestine literally supporting the Russian colonizers. And it's weird that if it's not about Jews, why are you calling him Julensky? Like,
I don't know. I mean, I don't really like. I wouldn't categorize all of pro-Pally to be pro-Russia, but.
No, I'm not saying all of them, but there's a lot of them. But I'm saying, like, when I look at social media stuff and I see that stuff, I don't see. Again, I'm sad that a lot of this public talk about Ukraine has dropped, and I understand that if you didn't know this, Dmitry Medvedev, the former president and the current prime minister of Russia, openly admitted after October 7th that they openly helped fund and supply Hamas because they knew it was going to distract people from Ukraine, which it did. Right. Amazingly. The October 7th was literally Putin's birthday, by the way. But I only hear people talk about this stuff when they bring up Zelensky being Jewish and how the Jews are taking over this, the Zionists are taking over this, the Zionists have taken over Ukraine. It's an American Zionist proxy entity, blah, 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 blah. No Jews, no news.
Yeah, I mean, I just.
It's a lot to take in.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. And it's just, it's sad that, I just wish we could get the message out better.
Well, they're this way too, like Golda was saying. If you were to go to someone like My Live or someone else in the Zionist community, and you were to ask them, hey, I heard this, do you have a source for it? You were asking in an honest manner. Granted, some people are a little bit heated because there's a lot of people that come out disingenuous and intentionally just start trying to attack Jews. But if you're like, hey, I heard this, or one of you guys said this, can you give me a source on this? I would like to read on it. We will provide you a source. We will tell you, hey, I don't remember where it was, but I was looking at this. It was this news outlet. I don't remember the name of the article. Or a lot of times we will literally have the article for you, or the book, or the quote, or the video. When you go into Palestinian Lives, a lot of times when you start questioning stuff, you go, hey, I want a source on that. They get really angry, like very angry, and will just start muting you and saying slurs to you, and everyone will start attacking you, and then they'll just kick you.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
it's a lot to
I
take
wasn't,
in.
like ever like
got blocked for
you know,
telling someone on the
pro-Hamas,
panel
but
to ask for sources.
Well, you don't have to be pro Hamas to support the Palestinian people. The Palestinian
right.
people 100% deserve to not be radicalized and to live freely and just stop attacking Israel first of all. But like I like comparing Palestine, the Palestinians, to Japan in World War II. The Japanese were arguably just the opposite side of the same coin compared to the Palestinians. They believed in their leader like a god. They were willing to do whatever it took, fight to the last man, S-bomb themselves, whatever it took to the last breath for their leader. And what happened when we fucking handed their ass to them? We de-radicalized them. We lived amongst them. We helped them de-radicalize. We helped them flourish militarily, economically, culturally, and they thrive. Fuck, now we got anime and we're best friends.
Right. Well, I don't. Yeah.
There is going to
I
have to
just
be a
don't know why,
de-radicalization.
Right, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it's taken a while, but I mean, that's probably my bias, and I'm sure it is. So.
Yeah, like Paradise Views in YouTube chat says, pal, you keep saying that I'm wrong on things and that I'm giving propaganda. Just give a single source or proof that I'm lying on literally anything that I have said. I will gladly pull up any source on literally anything that I have said.
So, like, what would you say, like, with your background, what's Israel's best option? What should they do now?
They need to finish doing the job and getting rid of Hamas. You're not going to eliminate the ideology that's going to be there. And then you need to get the hostages back. But after that, there's going to need to be an occupation of some sort, but it should not be Israel. Israel doesn't want to do it, which is good, because if it's Israel, it's going to end badly, and they're not going to get along, and it's not going to go well. The surrounding Arab nations are probably going to have to nut up or shut up, and they're going to have to do some sort of occupation, which they've talked about. I don't have faith they'll actually follow through with it, but they've talked about having a military occupation to help the Palestinian people find a leader of the Palestinian people who is actually for the Palestinian people. If they can find a leader who actually gives a shit about their own people and wants the betterment of their people, they can thrive. But that can't be at the hands of Israel. Like I said, if Israel does the occupation, it's not going to end well.
It's a wait and see game as far as the end of the war is concerned. But right now, we need to disable Hamas capabilities for good, get our hostages back, and shut Hezi the hell up. You would think a massive beeper attack would be a signal to stop, but they don't know what that means.
I mean, yeah. I mean, would like pulling a Putin, like Putin's doing on us right now in America,
just a big threat with a nuke? No.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing.
Right.
They believe that everyone who dies in Gaza right now is a martyr. They embrace death. We have literally had, I cannot count the amount of people that have come on mine and other pro-Israeli lives and literally said, we love death more than we love life.
Hold up. First off, Israel and Gaza are like in the same
Also,
area.
that would really fuck up Israel if they just nuked Gaza.
It's
No,
not
for sure.
even,
Yeah,
it's not
I didn't
even
really mean
close to
nuke, but,
happening. Secondly, the thing of it is, and this is going to sound kind of stupid, I'm going to get a little nerdy with you, right? But I look at Israel kind of like Superman, right? We have power, but we choose not to use it to the full extent. So if Israel was actually guilty of what people are accusing us of, like carpet bombing, for
Gaza would be
instance,
gone.
it would be
Gaza
gone
would be
in
gone.
like a few hours, and we hold back, which is why it's taking a freaking year, because we're struggling so hard to not hurt civilians and to fulfill objectives while fighting a guerrilla warfare with people who dress in flip-flops and hide amongst civilians within civilian infrastructure. It's like, it's ridiculous the standards that people put Israel on. Like, you would never hold any other country to the same standards ever.
Because it wouldn't be logical.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, well, where else are they gonna hide? I mean, they're gonna hide in the buildings.
No,
Well,
you,
wait,
that's
wait,
the
wait,
thing.
wait,
You don't
wait,
need
wait,
to
wait,
hide.
wait,
hang on.
wait,
They,
wait,
hang on.
wait,
Hang on.
wait,
Here's the thing.
Wait,
Here's the.
no, guys, I've been
Wait.
quiet
Wait.
for a
Wait.
while.
Wait. Hang on, Paladin. One
Okay.
last thing. I disagree with that because of a couple reasons, but I'll give the main one. There was an actual Hamas unit after October 7th that was one of the first units to retreat back into Gaza. When the operation had been seen as a failure by the leadership of Hamas in Qatar, they went on interview, I believe it was with Reuters, and openly stated, yeah, our leadership cut all contact with us. We have no contact with Hamas leadership. We are on our own here. They even stated, well, since we have no orders and we have nothing, but the IDF is here, we are going to actually put on our uniforms and fight in the streets in a proper force-on-force engagement. And they did. They are probably the only Hamas unit in this entire war that I have actual respect for, because when it counted and when they needed to, they actually put on their uniforms, because they do have uniforms, and they fought an actual force-on-force engagement. Granted, they got fucking shit stomped into the ground, but they were willing to man the fuck up and fight like men. The rest of Hamas does not do that. So they have the capability. They intentionally choose not to. They intentionally blend with their civilians because they like when their civilians die. Like their leadership has openly stated, the more Palestinian civilian blood is shed, the better it is for them. They've openly stated this on international television.
Because
Like,
it's all, it helps
why
the
would they say that?
propaganda to have more unalived people, specifically civilians.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand that. Yeah.
If you look on my account, if you want to follow me, I actually reposted a video from a year ago around this time. It's one of my most recent videos where you can actually watch the leadership say all of the stuff we're telling you, like from their freaking mouths.
Hang on, let me. Who was it that did that? Was it Hi, Kareem.
It's on memory. If you actually search my profile, it's one of my most
Kareem.
recent videos.
What was it, Palliative?
Who?
Who was it that said the tunnels are for Hamas? Not for
Saeed.
yeah, Saeed. His tunnels are for Hamas, not civilians.
Damn, the video is right on my page.
Ah, God damn it. Hang on. Which profile are you on? TikTok.
This one.
Yeah, but what's the at?
Golda Meir 1969, I think.
Hang on, let me look at it.
You should see it says memory TV on
Oh,
it.
I'm dumb. I spelled my A wrong. Whoopsie. Alright, it says memory TV. Oh.
Yeah, it's got like a red.
Al
red-
Aqsa Flood was the name of 10/7 massacre.
Yeah.
Alright. So full disclosure, you guys on the does it have captions?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys on the panel won't be able to hear this, but the people in the chat will. So try and follow along with the captions. That's my alert box. Nope, nope. That's not what I want to do. Come on.
Now-
I'm a professional. I can do this. There we go. Oh, nope, nope. Oh, there we go.
You, a professional? Never.
Okay.
إسرائيل دولة لا مقام لها على أرضنا. إحنا الدولة لابد أن
Oh,
نزيلها.
hang on. Let me go back.
لا مقام لها على
Israel is a country that has no place in our land.
أرضنا. إحنا الدولة لابد أن
We must remove that country
نزيلها. لأنه بالفعل هي تعتبر
because it
كارثة
constitutes a security, military, and political
عسكرية
catastrophe
وسياسية للأمة العربية والإسلامية.
for the Arab and Islamic nation and must be finished. We are not ashamed to say this with full force.
لازم نقدمها وحنقدمها مرة ثانية وثالثة ومش هذا حتكون طوفان الأقصى أول مرة لا حتكون ثاني وثالث ورابعة.
Saying they'll do October 7th again and again and again.
ولدينا إمكانيات أن نقاتل ونحارب لكن كما قلت لك بدنا ندفع ثمن. نعم إحنا مسعدين. معلش بدي أقول لك بشكل واضح إحنا اسمنا شعب الشهداء وبنفخر أن نقدم شهداء. إحنا لا نريد أن نمس لا بالمدنيين ولا أن نلحق الأذى بهم. لكن أوقات لأنه في تعقيدات في الميدان صارت.
I love this part. Denying attacking civilians.
هناك في احتفال وكان في سكان وفي منطقة واسعة ليست سهلة على امتداد تقريبا 40 كيلومتر حتى يجب أن ننتهي.
أن ينتهي وين؟
بس
بقطاع غزة؟
ينتهي إلى لا بتكلم عنه كل الأراضي الفلسطينية.
كل الأراضي الفلسطينية يعني زوال إسرائيل؟
طبعا. وجود إسرائيل غير
They think all of Israel should be gone.
وجود إسرائيل هو اللي بخلق كل هذه الآلام والعذابات والدموع والدماء. هي إسرائيل مش إحنا. احنا ضحيه الاحتلال، نقطه واخر السطر. لذلك ما حدا يلومنا، احنا شو اللي بنعمله في 7 اكتوبر، في 10 اكتوبر، في مليون اكتوبر، احنا اللي بنعمله مبرر. It is justified، مبرره.
So does that
I
give you some sort of insight into the mentality?
For sure.
Let me look up
there is the one about the tunnels. I was wrong about
hang on.
that. Sorry.
Palestinian civilians not are the responsibility of the United Nations. Videos. Was that a Memory TV interview as well?
It might have been. I literally just opened my computer and had it up on the screen and just X'd out of it before I came on the live.
Oh, here we go.
البعض
Here we go. Ugh, now I gotta crop this bitch down to the right size again. There we go.
يتساءل وهذا سؤال رائج وشائع يعني من قام بتشييد
500 kilometers of tunnels.
لماذا لم يشيد
Why haven't you built bomb shelters? Israel has bomb shelters.
من الانفاق. اما القطاع غزه فانت تعلم والجميع يعلم بانه 75% منه لاجئين.
Let me go to the part where he says, so I don't show any weapons.
البعض يتساءل وهذا سؤال رائج وشائع يعني من قام بتشييد 500 كيلومتر من الأنفاق لماذا لم يشيد مآوي يلجأ إليها المدنيون خلال القصف؟
نحن شيدنا الأنفاق لأنه لا نملك ما ندفع به عن أنفسنا من
So they're saying the tunnels are only for them, not the civilians.
هذه الأنفاق من أجل
And who is this guy?
He's a Hamas official. And wait for it, it gets better.
I was going to say that's not Saeed. I think I was thinking.
The Palestinian people are the responsibility of it's the responsibility of the United Nations to protect them. They are the elected governing authority over the Gaza Strip, and they have zero responsibility to their own people in their own mind.
Yeah.
The thing is, they know how Israel is going to react, and again, we're like really bad at the PR. So they use that against us. They put our backs up against the wall, and specifically with taking hostages, they make it so much worse.
Yeah.
Oh, I just popped my elbow. Oh, Jesus.
Be careful.
Be careful.
I don't know, and it's just been weird, like...
You're a grown-ass man, come on.
It's weird. It's been weird that the U.S. government has reacted to it all, too. I feel like.
It's an election year.
Right, wait. No, it's more complicated than that. So, like, Biden is just kind of following on the... Like, Biden wasn't following along for a lot of the policies of the modern Democrats, like AOC and all them. He was following on from the policies of the Obama administration. So, if you look at a lot of what Biden has done, I don't see much of a distinguishment between what Biden has done and what I think Obama would have done. But what I say the biggest distinguishment was in the way they talked about it was purely and solely based on the fact that you had young liberal uni students and college students going out, because that's the demographic voter group that, like, they specifically want to target.
Yeah.
It's indoctrination by proxy. I think, like, the reality behind it is the Democrats really want to indoctrinate young people to think that they are moral, so then later on down the line, they can say this is what's better for you. They've been trying to do it since the 70s. They've always targeted the young demographic vote because it makes them lifetime voters. That's actually something that I think is pretty immoral. But the Republicans don't do it anywhere near to the extent, and I think that's actually at the detriment to the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of these voting tactics are not meant for voting today. They're meant for voting in 10 years' time. It's for maintaining power.
So,
Sam, what would you say you are? Are you communist, socialist?
Oh God, no, dude. I am fiscally conservative and socially liberal. I have a deep disdain for both the parties right now in their current state. I'd probably be more traditional conservative, though. I am ashamed that our two options are what they were when we got them. I was a write-in. I am in Texas, a very Republican state, and I am running to be a state representative in the next election. And I'm gonna have to run Republican, but dude, I was a write-in for Jeff Jackson, a Democrat, because I see him as a traditional conservative. I can't stand our two. We are literally living in a South Park episode.
No, yeah, I agree there. I mean,
hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Not but ugly. Sam, just to show how much I enjoy your life, I've been sitting in my car outside of my house for 2 hours and haven't gone inside. But ugly, what the fuck? You can't watch the live inside? I appreciate the support, but what the fuck? What? Your kids are. Do you not have? Do we need to? Does someone need to buy you a set of headphones? But ugly. Do we need to fund you a set of headphones? Someone donate this person $20 so Butt Ugly can go to Walmart and get these imitation AirPods. I buy these for $20 and I buy like 4 or 5 of them because I fucking lose and break shit all the time. Someone go buy this person. TikTok shop. Go to TikTok shop. Do I know which South Park we're living in? Yeah, we're living in the one with a giant douche and a turd sandwich. That's the South Park episode we're living in.
Is there a Simpsons episode about this?
Fucking probably.
About everything.
I know, right?
Yeah, go start a GoFundMe, Butt Ugly, please.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you, David.
who do you think would have been a really good pick for Democrats other than Kamala?
Jeff Jackson.
Who actually had a chance?
Jeff Jackson.
You think so? Not
If they had actually put him up, which they don't because they gerrymandered the fuck out of his district. If he had actually had a shot and they'd actually put him up, he would have fucking mopped the floor with Trump. I would probably have voted Democrat because I would view him as a traditional conservative. I don't agree with everything he says by any shot, but he is one of the most transparent people that I have ever seen in government since fucking FDR. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen you know who I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
The TikTok.
He's flat out like, hey, I'm going to vote to ban TikTok. Here's why. And then all the morons like, oh my God, you voted to ban this app? And he's like, yes, I told you I was going to do this. But
I just wanna
everything
point out,
he's
if you're
honest
gonna
about.
bring up Buttigieg is the worst sort of candidate. He would be mocked by. Buttigieg puts his foot in his mouth all the time. Do you not remember his 20 when he was vying for the 2020 presidency?
Okay, well the only
Where he accidentally
representation I
said
have
that
of him
when he
is
accidentally said that illegal migration doesn't exist.
What?
Yeah, Pete Buttigieg in the 2020 debates accidentally said that it doesn't exist, that illegal immigration doesn't exist, and it's just a fear-mongering of the right. And then he backtracked
Legal or
and
illegal?
Illegal migration. He doesn't believe in it.
Well, I mean that's a dumbass, but
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He puts his foot in his mouth all the time, and he swings from being extremely left-wing to moderate left-wing, depending on the situation. So look at his comments about Israel-Palestine. At the beginning of the war, he's been extremely left-wing about it, and now he's being more centrist left-wing because obviously things have changed.
yeah, I mean I only knew about Pete from like the Jubilee video that he did.
Oh, he was an absolute imbecile on that.
I mean, I guess I've only seen clips, but I mean,
Watch the full
people-
thing.
yeah.
It's incredible how anybody thinks he got away scot-free on that one, because there were so many times where like they in the background at the bottom of it were fact checking him after the fact, and it's just like, yeah, he needed more fact checking than Donald Trump did and COVID.
No way. I guess I mean, yeah, I only saw like really clips, but with really dumb Republicans. So
Yeah, like don't get
It's
me
not
wrong,
hard to
there's
do
dumb
that.
people on both sides.
no, for sure, not at all. I mean, I watch Pickles, so it's like. I
Oh,
guess
dude,
not
I'm
hard.
sorry. Dude, doing those debates, dude, I could play both sides of the aisle. It is so easy to just pick on the dumbest people because it's always the
Yeah.
dumbest, angriest people that will come up for either side.
For sure. So who did you support? This election?
I was a write-in for Jeff Jackson. Like genuinely, I live in Texas and I was a write-in. He's not even on any ballot, and I cannot bring myself. I understand the whole, well, you're giving a vote to the other person, blah, 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 no third party vote. I cannot bring myself to vote for someone who does not align with my morals, ethics, and values. I don't care I don't care who it is. I don't care what party they're for. I will not vote on party lines. I will not go against my morals and my judgment just because of a party line to fill some narrative.
Well, so what? How did Kamala fail your morals?
One of my most important things is foreign policy, and when it came to her policy in general, I had multiple times she either would flip flop or not answer. Period. One of the biggest things for me was when she was asked about certain policies, she would say, "Oh, I'm just going to follow along with what the Biden administration did. It will be a continuation of the Biden administration." It's like, well, okay, at least you're honest. I don't like that, but at least you're honest. Then it was, well, I'm going to be, then it's, well, I'm going to be different. Okay, well, how are you going to be different? Well, blah, blah, the coconut tree. It's like, you didn't answer. You just rambled for 2 minutes and you didn't answer my question. What is your policy? I just want to know details. And when it comes to foreign policy, she's very flip-floppy, just like Trump is, very flip-floppy on our allies. Foreign policy is a huge thing to me because I view that foreign policy, how we are on the world stage, really dictates how our internal policy can be rolled out. Because if we screw ourselves on a world stage, we screw ourselves over with our trade allies and our military allies, that can really affect how our internal stuff works, especially when it comes to economy and trade and stuff. So the fact that both the Biden administration and the Trump administration have both screwed over like Ukraine and Israel, and Taiwan, I don't like that we've done that, and I don't have confidence in either of those administrations. Both the Biden and the Trump administration have helped out with the Budapest Memorandum, but on certain occasions, Biden has delayed aid, or the Biden administration, not him individually, has delayed aid, and Trump at one point even just straight up cut off aid to Ukraine. I also don't like that when it comes to Taiwan, the Biden administration is dumping money in the chip industry, which I get, boosts the American economy, that's great, but it sends a message to Taiwan. We don't have an agreement to help Taiwan. We have literally nothing. We have a, we'll be there, bro, trust me. And Taiwan, because we've been dumping money into the semiconductor manufacturing industry, has seen the writing on the wall that we are funneling chip manufacturing back into the United States at a rapid rate, to the point where the semiconductor manufacturing companies in Taiwan have started building fabs here in America. TSMC, the largest and most powerful chip manufacturer in the world, is building fabrication buildings in Arizona. And it got to the point where the Taiwanese government...
My stepdad works for them.
Your stepdad works for TSMC?
Well, he used to work for...
Wait,
what was it?
What state are you in?
Oh, fuck. Arizona, yeah. Arizona, yeah.
How long's he been there?
Maybe like 4 months.
Okay, don't say the company, but I know who. I work in semiconductor manufacturing. I have a bunch of. Have you ever seen? Is your dad an engineer or a technician?
He's a salesman.
Salesman for like chips. Do you know what a wafer is? Like if I were to say a 300 millimeter wafer, do you know what that means?
No, I don't.
Like that. Have you ever seen the big discs with all the chips on them?
Yes.
I've got a bunch right up here. I can't show them because I have patterns on them. I've got a bunch of them on my fucking ceiling. So I am a technician at a semiconductor manufacturer. So I'm deeply involved in the industry as well. Right. That's just my civilian job. But the Taiwanese government just had to ban TSMC from bringing over certain chip technology because that's their last bargaining chip. We need that chip technology. But if they bring it over here, there's no reason for us to defend Taiwan whatsoever. Zero. Taiwan has openly stated they've had to change their what the hell? My Streamlabs just changed colors. What just happened? My Streamlabs just went from purple to yellow. Jesus. So Taiwan has openly stated they've changed their defensive strategy. Before it was the same as South Korea's. Hold out till the U.S. gets here. That's it. All we got to do is hold out until the U.S. gets here, and we're fine. They don't do that anymore. They have said we can't rely on the United States. We have to defend ourselves now, to the point where Australia, South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines have said, fuck it, man, we're all in. If China invades you, we are all in. 100% we got your back because we know you can't rely on the U.S. We can't rely on them either. That is a very dangerous precedent to set. If we're not willing to do that, who's to say that TSMC could just go, fuck you, U.S., bye. I'm gonna send these chips somewhere else. We're going to build all these products in this country now. Like, I don't like that the last two administrations have caused that. I don't like that they've put our allies in a questionable state to where they can't rely on us.
Right.
Hey Sam,
Mm-hmm.
can you trade my mod from the other account to this one? I know, I'm sorry, it's annoying. isn't
Which
it?
one is which?
This one's my main.
What's the
If
one
you
in the
remember-
chat?
It's the same one.
You have mod.
No, I don't.
Look next to your name. The one that you're in chat with, where you just do the
No,
emoji to
it's-
Bob.
It's baby mod.
I think the only ones who have power. I gotta take away Palliatus, by the way.
Why? I haven't abused it at all.
I think the only ones I am very cautious now. The only ones who have supermod, I think, are Bob, Anat, and Hammer.
Wait, why are you taking mine away?
I've never abused mod before.
Just in
I
case.
don't even,
Sam!
Wait, Sam. I've never even brought anyone up on your live.
And I've only done it at the behest
and
of
Bob-
you.
I will not be
does
lectured
it-
on my mod list.
And Bob does it
You
all the
deserve to be
time.
lectured
I
on
love
your
you,
mod list.
Bob,
Who the hell is
Bob has
Bob?
stopped doing it. Wait, you
I've
don't know who
never
Bob is?
done it.
Bob the Builder.
No.
Look in chat.
Well, no, I know who they. I've seen their account. I've never seen them on a panel.
I have not either. I just know that they mod for Nick and stuff. And I was told, hey, make Bob a mod. And I was like, okay, Hammer. Good idea.
Sam,
boo,
I'm a good
Sam.
idea for a mod. I've been moderating your comments this entire time.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what's going on in my YouTube chat? Why are people arguing? Point one.
Deflect, pivot.
Yes,
Pivot.
absolutely. But
Exactly what
hang
Sam
on,
is doing right now.
Hang on, absolutely, but also severe ADHD.
Yes, well, let's channel it. Give an ADHD bro a break and give him his mod back.
Yeah, what? I've been a good mod for you, Sam.
I've been a good Jew. I will pay the jizya.
Hey, I want some gold.
Okay. But we're talking
I want Jew gold. Wait, do you watch South Park?
Sam,
Hang
you
on,
need to add to that
Palliative.
Yahtzee counter and put your
Hang on,
name on
Palliative, do you watch South Park?
it. I do, but you need to
Do you
add to that Yahtzee counter and put your name on it.
do you know Cartman's little joke about the bag of Jew gold and then the secret bag of Jew gold? Palliative, I don't want the secret bag. I want the real bag.
Alright, I need 113 people.
You mean you don't want the real bag, you want the secret bag?
113 people in here. Make gold with super mod, please. Thank you.
No. Make me super mod. After that joke line, it's either that or I go around and tell everybody you're anti-Semitic. You want my secret gold bag?
You act like I couldn't just clip this from YouTube and put it up that I asked for the secret Jew gold. Wait, did you see, by the way, that reminds me, clipping stuff from YouTube. Did you see the clip I put up from the live the other day about the dude about Ukraine?
No.
I put up a video where a dude was like, he was
Did you put
insisting.
it up on TikTok?
Yeah, he was insisting that they didn't vote out the president in 2014. I was like, how much you want to bet right now? And he goes, 100,000. I was like, okay, $100,000 right now. That they didn't vote out the president of Ukraine. And I just hit show source, and I hit the button to display my screen, and it was from BBC, Ukraine parliament votes out prime minister, or votes out president. He pauses, he goes, well, who wrote that? And then he goes, that's BBC's
hilarious.
bias. And I was like, okay, cool. I just went to the next tab, and I was like, what about this Al Jazeera one?
Wait, apparently we should do rock, paper, scissors for mod. I have a different game. It's an even better game than rock, paper, scissors. I'm gonna play the best Jewish game in the world. It's called Apartheid, Genocide, and Fuck You.
Oh my god. Here's my argument, Sam. I only like to use it when people shout over me and I'm on your live at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I would like to reserve the right to mute them when they're shouting. I've never brought anybody up or dropped anybody.
Oh my god.
I'd also like to reserve the right because I look like Harry Potter.
Wait, actually, Golda, I'm looking at my screen right now. You have Supermod.
No, I don't.
Is it not working?
No.
Oh, well then get fucked. I don't know how to fix it.
You all you do is edit the settings, don't lie. It's the same way you took away my supermod. But you do it in reverse.
But she already has it, so I take it
Yes,
away?
You take it off and then put it back on. So just remove mod and put it back on. Oh my god, somebody's buzzing the door.
Wait, is someone calling you at this? Oh, wait.
Here, try and mute Bob.
Oh, I can't mute Bob. He's a mod.
You can mute mods.
No, you can't.
Did they stop that?
Yeah, you can never mute other mods.
Yeah, you can. You can drop other mods.
Only on the panel. You can't do
Oh.
anything in the comment section.
So Sam,
Uh-huh.
How do I get into local politics? At least start. Where do I
What
start?
do you mean?
I mean, just anywhere into local politics.
Damn,
I
it
just want to
works
get
now.
involved.
Thank you.
That's all.
Dude, start with just going to city council meetings. Like just
Yeah.
sit in and listen to what's going on in your local area. Like that's one thing that a lot of people ignore. Like the dude that just won the congressional district that I'm in, he's not even from my area. All his endorsements, not a single endorsement from the state of Texas. I don't know how the fuck they elected. He ended up being the son of a friend of the dude who just left, some random fucking 70-year-old dude who's never done a goddamn thing in his political career.
Right. Of course.
Not a single endorsement from the state. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on here. He doesn't care about the people here, but they dumped money into him. But start small. Build a name for yourself. I still got a lot of work to do. I'm going to try and go for Texas State House first. I was going to go for Congress first, but I think I'm going to go for Texas State House first, and then work my way up. But yeah, just start small.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know what's going on with the people around you, and you can barely, if you can't even keep track of that, how are you going to keep track of the big stuff?
Of course. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, are you guys nervous about this upcoming administration, or?
Yes.
I'm always
Like,
nervous.
I'm not even there.
I for the last probably 12 years, well, for the last 8 years, I have had little to no faith in the American administration. I didn't even like Obama, just based on some of his policy stuff, but I at least respected the hell out of him and had faith that he wouldn't entirely fuck us.
Oh, I didn't respect the hell out of him after Crimea.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, in general, like the way he carried himself, the way he spoke to leaders, and how diplomatic he was. I respected the hell out of that. I'm still mad at him for, like, during the Obama administration for United States forces overseas, we had our rules of engagement changed. We have more strict rules of engagement than the Geneva Conventions. So, like, places of worship, protected status buildings, unless you get shot at. Like, if someone's shooting at you from them, you can't shoot back. We were denied that. We were not allowed to shoot back at places. Like, people would literally go into mosques and intentionally shoot at us from a mosque because they knew we were not allowed to shoot back. You had to radio permission to return fire in a lot of instances. So our casualty ratio, I believe, went up by 25% when that happened, because people were radioing in for permission to return fire and were getting denied. One of my friends is with 3rd LAR for the Marine Corps. They took multiple casualties from a village they were outside of in Afghanistan, and they requested permission to return fire. They were denied. Then their corpsman went down, like their medic got hit. And their platoon commander said, fuck this. Go through. Run the bitch. They went through and unalived everyone in that village. Granted, thankfully there were no civilians. It was just a little Taliban outpost village. They fucking wrecked that place. The platoon commander...
How many soldiers?
It's about 20. But none of them got their combat action awards. None of them got a single citation acknowledging that they were in combat, and the platoon commander got court-martialed. Lost his rank. Because he...
Ryan was just talking about this, how under... was it under Bush? There was like a different rules of engagement, and then
Obama.
as soon as Obama came in,
Mhm.
like he's like, the amount of calls and channels everything had to go to before you guys were allowed to return fire is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. BB King says Ukraine is not our business. It is our business, BB King. If you want to wait in line, I can get to you in a little bit.
Oh, that guy is
It was
interesting.
absolutely devastating, like, bureaucracy that's really effed the military-industrial complex. And, the reason it has become the way it is, and the reason people don't have faith in it, and people think it's going to be like this, is because it's just a bureaucratic system now, rather than protecting the American soldiers and allies.
Right.
Like, the American industrial complex, after Obama, near tripled its revenue, and not because they were producing new technologies. It's because of the bureaucracy. And also, wasn't it, Sam, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it under Obama where everybody complains about, like, ARs and stuff, but wasn't it under Obama where civilians got access to some high-quality, like, military gear?
Some stuff was restrictions were lifted
Like,
on
I'm
what you could
talking
buy
like-
that was demilitarized stuff.
Yeah.
Like I could,
But
I
still
could,
functionally quite, like, that's when tanks were able to be bought, like old-school tanks that just had certain
I mean,
components
I
in it.
could go buy a Sherman tank right now.
Yeah, exactly. That was under Obama.
I don't
Before
remember the
that, you had to get loads of checks and balances. That was the only real
Fuck.
big bureaucracy.
Dude, fucking Trump banned bump stocks. Mr. 2A banned fucking bump stocks because he doesn't know how the fuck they work.
This is what happens when you get bureaucrats involved in military. The military fails. Well, not
What
the
do you guys
military
think
fails, it
about
just gets handicapped.
the Fox host?
The what?
The Fox host, what's his name?
Oh, the Secretary of Defense dude. I think he's definitely more qualified than a lot of the other picks that people were throwing around. He's definitely better than former retired Colonel McGregor, who's literally a Russian asset now. Definitely could have picked more qualified people, but he's not the worst. I don't think he's nearly qualified, but he's got a background and he's not autistic.
Right. Yeah, I mean, well, he's not even like, was he? Did he even sit at the big boy table when he was in the military?
He got out as a major, so he did sit at the big boy table to an extent. Especially considering he was in the door kicker side of the military. So when you get to that rank, you're pretty much involved in more stuff, politically and stuff, at least when it comes to decision making processes. And he does have a background, or he does have quite a few college degrees, giving him a background in geopolitics and stuff, and foreign affairs. And he's got the experience on the desk, which granted you could take as whatever the fuck. You could discount that entirely. Again, he's definitely not the most qualified. I don't think he is qualified enough, but he's better than a lot of choices. And the dude in YouTube chat laughing that I called Colonel McGregor a Russian asset. Colonel McGregor is openly paid by Russia Today, a Russian state-run media organization. He does not think that United States technology has advanced since 1991 and cannot properly identify American munitions. He saw a picture of a cartel member with a training AT-4 launcher on his back and said that it was an American real Javelin rocket launcher that was stolen from Ukraine and given to cartels. The training inert rocket launcher that the cartel member had on his back, I can literally buy online right now for like $700. That is how ignorant Colonel McGregor is. Colonel McGregor is also the person that made the claim out of nowhere that 1 million Ukrainian soldiers had been killed in combat. Out of nowhere, with absolutely zero proof. It was literally a trust me, bro.
What do you think Elon's angle is? Is just trying to get more subsidies or what?
I don't know. I don't really like Elon. He
obviously
he fucking jumps ship on every project he does the second he finds something more interesting. It's what he does. He's a fucking philanthropist, entrepreneur. He did the same thing with PayPal, where a lot of people think that he started PayPal. He didn't. He jumped into PayPal when it was already doing good, made it more popularized, and essentially took credit and kicked the other people out. Did the same thing with Tesla. Tesla was already established and on its way to be a good company. He came in, popularized it, kicked those people out, took credit for it, and almost ran into the ground. Tesla just recently ranked worst in the nation, or sorry, not worst in the nation, worst in the world for consumer protection out of any auto manufacturer in the world. When polled by the United States, at least, they sell more user data than any other auto company, and they flat out lie about what they sell. And I'm very worried that he's going to do the same thing to SpaceX eventually, which they're doing a lot of good things. And I hope he doesn't do the same thing with the government community thing. I hope that he takes it seriously. I
mean, Doge, like, come on.
I mean, I get the memeing aspect of it, but yeah, like, dude, come on.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just don't understand how so many people got fooled by Trump. I just don't get it.
Well, it's a lot of
they're being fooled by him.
It's a lot of identity politics. Again, I don't like the dude by any means, but if your entire angle for your entire election campaign is to just attack anyone who doesn't agree with you and just throw accusations at them, you're going to lose their support. Like, did you see the campaign of White Dudes for Harris?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Did you ever look into it at all?
No, I didn't.
Oh boy, I looked into it, and the whole thing was trying to draw middle-aged and younger white men in because, hey, the world seems to hate you. Every time you go into a space, you just get shit talked on. Everything's the white man's fault, blah, blah, blah. We're here to fix that. And then you join, and their fucking immediate first thing is, so anyways, here's how white men are responsible for racism and slavery. It's like, what the fuck? I didn't do that shit. What you said this is supposed to be a safe space, and then you immediately attack me. Or like, again, the left doubled down on attacking minority communities after the election. They doubled down on attacking Latino men. They doubled down on attacking black men. Like, if you're going to play the identity politics game, it's going to screw you. And the fact that they didn't come to that realization is staunchly it's honestly embarrassing. Like, there are some people on the left who have openly come to the realization of, shit, we shouldn't have attacked people like that. But then there's a lot of the people on the left who just double down on it. Most Americans don't give a shit either way, but when you attack them and tell them that everything in the world is wrong because of them, they're not going to want to side with you regardless of what they believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just feel like if people actually looked at the two different policies, I mean, Ray, have you seen the, where they do polls where they just show the policies of the two different candidates? And
Wait, how do we know the policies from Kamala are accurate?
yeah. I don't know.
But it's also a case that
What up, Grizzly?
whether you like it or not, the economy did do better under Trump. Even COVID, if you looked at the projected policies by the Democrats at that time, they've estimated that it would have actually cost another $1 trillion on top of the deficit. So, it's not even a competition on who would have been slightly better at that point.
What do you mean?
The
Because the family's
that
doing
the
fine. Thanks for
Democrats-
asking, man.
Yeah, the policies that the Democrats were suggesting for COVID would have indomitably affected the economy and
Just
added
went
to
to
the deficit
Palliser's
of
channel.
the
He's literally
USA,
just a
US
propaganda
deficit
talking channel.
by,
He's
$1 trillion.
paid for the war effort to run this BS in the chat. Haha, you're so oblivious.
I think that's the most conservative.
Oh, Paradise. The irony.
I think her name is.
Oh,
Majini
the cat, Sushi the cat is fine. Would you like a free husky?
Qatari.
I have to get rid of my husky.
Defected to the I say defected. She moved to the United
Hey,
States.
hey, does anyone in Texas want a free husky? He's very dumb, but he's very lovable.
I'm not in Texas, but I'll pay for shipping.
Yeah. No, he does great, man.
He does? Okay.
He's just very
I feel
dumb.
bad for huskies in Arizona. So.
Oh yeah, no. We fucking rescued him from Arizona as a 3 month
did you
pup.
really?
Oh yeah, some lady had a bunch of puppies and didn't know what to do with them. And she didn't know how to take care of them. He was literally eating dog food or cat food for the first 3 months. We got him and he was covered in fleas and ticks.
Oh great.
But
I just
he
gave away the kitten I rescued today.
he's very lovable.
Another kitten?
Hang on. He's very lovable. He's very dumb. He listens, though. He does tricks and everything. But the problem is, he has growled at the little one on more than one occasion. He is very territorial. He's very territorial with me, and I cannot take that risk for something like that happening when I am not home.
Well, have you put his ass down? Hold his
Yes, I have asserted dominance. The last time I committed definitely not animal abuse. He didn't do that for 6 months. Wow. But no, I asserted dominance, the way you're supposed to with a dog without actually beating the shit out of him. And he didn't do it for 6 months. He's gone back to doing that, and I can't take chances with that.
Of course not. Yeah.
Palliative, it's the same cat. I didn't rescue another kitten.
Wait, why have you re-rescued him? I thought.
Yes, I still have Zoe the German Shepherd.
You rescued another cat today. I was like, what?
No, I gave the cat I rescued away today.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Paradise isn't it a bit ironic? Paradise.
Fuck your mother's allergy. You should have kept him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I got one more question. What do you think about the immigration? What should we do about it? The bipartisan bill, is that the best way?
I don't know, because there's a lot of stuff that I don't know why the left keeps trying to. So the left acknowledges there's a problem. They want to address this stuff. I'm by no means an immigration expert. But I know that a lot of the stuff that the left has tried to put into the bill doesn't really make sense. Like, hey, we can declare a state of emergency if X amount of people come over the border in a certain time frame. But then after 90 days, that state of emergency goes away. Well, when you look at how many people they're requiring to come over the border, it's like 3 times the current amount that are coming through the border every week. We're already having an issue. but you don't want us to be able to declare it a state of emergency until 3 times this amount comes over the border? That doesn't make sense. It's probably not even going to happen. So this bill, like, if you make it impossible to address the issue, you're saying, hey, here's this policy, but this policy doesn't go into effect until this completely irrational, unthinkable thing actually happens. It's like, well, then what's the point? And again, for the right, it's like, deport everyone. No, I don't think about deport everyone. Unfuck the immigration program. Like, unfuck it. It should not take you 5 years to get your paperwork done to become a citizen. That is asinine. That's insane.
Yeah, literally, my brother's he's waiting in Tunisia because
join the military, front of the line pass.
Oh, well, he's a teacher and super liberal. So
wait, how old is he?
He's like 30 or something.
He could still join the Air Force.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he could, but he likes it in Indonesia.
Fair enough.
I mean, it's cheap, and he has a good teaching job for like an international school, so it's like, you know, whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, like you just unfuck things. Like, there are ways to unfuck things. Like, the bureaucracy behind shit takes way too long. But also, like, if you're going to start deporting people, you would start with the people who've already been denied asylum, the people who've received orders to leave the country in deportation who just not follow through with it. There you go. Sorry. Fuck. There's your list of people right there. That's who you start with. That's already going to be a task in and of itself. Deal with that while you're already dealing with the people that you're stopping at the border every day. Go for the people that you've told you need to leave and have refused to leave. And like this was in chat, get rid of all of them and put up a bubble. Yeah, that's how we get back to isolationism, and that's what led us to getting involved in World War II.
Literally. Yeah, I just watched a documentary on just the rise and fall of Hitler, so it's super interesting.
You have to say Schmittler on here.
Oh, my bad, Schmittler.
Birdman. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I know a lot of people get angry at first, Birdman, until they hear the reason. I was in the Army, but stationed on an Air Force base. Crazy how different they live. Yeah, fuck the Air Force. Fucking bastards living in swanky-ass barracks rooms that are basically fancy college dorm rooms.
Have y'all read On Tyranny? By, what's his name? Timothy Snyder?
I don't think so. Maybe. I'd have to check my bookshelves.
It's like just like a 20-point thing to like the lessons we've learned from the 20th century, pretty much.
Oh, then no. If it's that short, then no. I probably haven't read it.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah. I can't wait for the day that Pickles finds out about all my views and loses his shit. Because
Did you grow from that? Did you grow from him?
A little bit. A little bit. The problem is I used to have another account that literally got banned like 2 weeks ago. I had like 45,000 followers that I just hit 45,000, and the Yahtzees got me. I am going against the pro-Russia and the pro-terrorist people. So, good
luck with that.
For a 3-week period, and I shit you not, for a 3-week period, I had documented the most anti-Semitic comment section on all of TikTok. Out of 25,000 comments in total, I had over 10,000 anti-Semitic comments saying things like "jump in an oven," "H-Man was right," "put on your striped pajamas," "here's a gold star." I had over 500 direct message unaliving threats. They literally did a facial structure analysis of me. They took a screenshot of my face and measured the proportions of my face to determine that I was secretly a Jew. All because they thought I was Jewish. Yeah. And they went after my account hard.
Do you think it's like somewhat like Russian propaganda, like just playing both sides to like divide?
Oh, dude, do you follow Ryan McBeth on YouTube?
I don't.
Look up, for anyone in chat who hasn't done this, follow Ryan McBeth on YouTube and follow his Substack. The dude is great at going over Russian propaganda, Iranian propaganda, all sorts of stuff. He talks about stuff like how the Hawaii wildfire, or the Hawaii fires. Russian propagandists took advantage of that immediately. The phrase Hawaii not Ukraine literally originated from Russian bot accounts.
Wait, I'm going to throw a curveball in here and tell you that the state of Palestine being called Palestine is also Russian propaganda.
Actually, yeah. the Palestinian national identity, like the hey, we are a nation of Palestinians, that was literally founded in Moscow.
The flag, everything.
That not even joking. So originally, I don't know if you know this, hey, but do you know what the relationship was between the United States and Israel when they were first founded?
When Israel was first founded? No, I don't know exactly.
We didn't like them at all.
Really?
We had multiple embargoes, including an arms embargo against them. We didn't really start being their ally. We started like kind of working with them. We really didn't start being their ally until the late 70s, early 80s. Like even to the point where in 1967 during the 6-Day War, they bombed the USS Liberty because they were in the middle of a war. We were not their ally, and we brought a fucking spy ship into their territorial waters. And then we just kind of were just, oh, what's going on over here? And we had that whole incident. Like, we were so against Israel that the Soviets thought they could get buddy-buddy with Israel. And it got to the point where when the Soviets finally realized, oh, shit, they're not coming around, they're not actually as far left as we thought they were, they started siding and working with the Arab nations. Like in the 67 war, there was literally Soviet generals being advisors on like military operations, and Soviet, kind of like with the Vietnam War, there just happened to be a bunch of random pilots that would just randomly start screaming in Russian when a missile would fly at them. Weird in the Middle East, huh? But like the Palestinian national identity was literally founded in Moscow in 1964 with the help of the KGB. The idea of Palestine as a nation did not exist before then. Again, the people of the Arabs of that land did not want to become Palestinians and did not want to be known as that. They wanted to be known as Syrians.
Why? Why did they reject Palestine?
They saw Palestinian as a Jewish identity because the Jews were the ones who owned. The Jews basically said, "Fuck it, we're Palestinians."
Yeah, under the British mandate of which, okay, the name Palestine came by the Romans, but it was like dead until the British came back because it was like a Western name for the land. So the British had the British mandate of Palestine. Every citizen under the British mandate, Jew and Arab, was referred to as Palestinian. But the Arabs wanted nothing to do with the Jews, so they denied the name and they called themselves the Arabs of Palestine. And then like after the 48 war, when Jordan had control over Judea and Samaria and called it West Bank, and Egypt had control over Gaza, they had no they didn't even try to create a state of Palestine. They had a plan in 48 that if they beat the Jews, they were going to either call it Southern Syria or they were going to split the land up between Syria, Jordan, and Egypt.
Yeah, like so I've got a book up here. Anyone can message me if they want it. The book is called This is Israel by I.F. Stone. He was a British investigative journalist. He was there during the meetings between all the Jewish leaders, the British military leaders, the Arab leaders, all of them. He's a primary source who documented the meetings. He's got British military archive records. He's got transcripts from the meetings. He documented how the Arab leaders basically straight up said to their people, hey, leave for 2 weeks. We're going to slaughter the Jews, and you can come back and take their shit, and we're going to divide the land amongst the Arab nations. There was no concept or idea of a Palestinian state. Like Golda said, the name Palestine came from Syria Palestina, when the Romans named the land that as a jest at the Jews, because the Philistines were who the Jews had fought previously. The Philistines being Greek invaders from Crete. They were literally Greek pirates, but they came to land. The Jews fought them. The Palestinians went extinct, but the Romans named it that as a jest to the Jews. After that, when the next nation took over, the name Palestine wasn't really used. It was named at whatever the people of that land called it, whatever empire was ruling over it. You didn't see the name Palestine come back until the British came in and named it the British Mandate of Palestine, Land of Israel. A lot of people leave that out. The end of that name is British Mandate of Palestine, Land of Israel. Like, it's on their coins, it's on all their documents, it's on their passports. Like, and all the Palestinian organizations were run by Jews. So, like, the Palestinian soccer team, it's mainly Jews. The Palestinian Post, newspaper, Jews. Like, all these things were Jewish organizations, and the Palestinians did not want to be seen as Jews.
The Palestinian Post became Jerusalem Post, by the way.
You idiots believe Rome came up with the name Palestine. Yes, Emperor Hadrian literally named the land Syria Palestina. That is a historical documented fact.
Palestine means nothing in Arabic. It's literally a Latin word. anytime you see the word Palestine in books, it's books that belong from the West. It is what the West called it because it is a Western name for the land given by the Romans.
Palestinian Christian Aramaic spoken for centuries. What in the fuck word salad did you just say? Quote, Palestinian Christian Aramaic spoken for centuries. Hey, can you please tell me why there's no P in your guys' alphabet? Yes, pal, he did make up the name Syria Palestina. That is a historically documented fact. I just...
So, what's going on with Congo?
A lot of bad things. A lot of bad things.
Civil war?
I haven't. I'm not gonna lie. I have not checked up on Congo in like the last 6 months, so I don't know what's going on recently. Shit was not good though.
Yeah.
It's like I haven't checked up on North Africa in a while, but I know for a fact that shit ain't good there right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Alrighty. Well, I really appreciate you guys actually.
Yeah. No problem.
I'll come back on.
Always. I am. By the way, starting next week, everyone. Just before I forget, I know I've been on my night shift work schedule, so I've been streaming at night, again, between like midnight and 7 a.m. Central. I will be probably going to a day shift because my work needs me to go to a day shift schedule for till the end of the year. So starting in the beginning of December, I'm probably going to be streaming maybe an hour or two during lunch and streaming in the evening, kind of like same time as Nick. That'll go fun for me.
Sam, when you say lunch, what time of the day are you talking about?
I don't know. When did my shift start? Hang on. Hey, I got a question for you. Let's say if you do you ever work night shifts at all? Hey.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. Like Okay, so let's put it this way: the meal in the middle of your shift. Like for me, I work 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. My middle shift meal is like 12 like midnight to 1 a.m.
Right.
What would you call that meal?
I mean, sort of lunch, but like...
I call it lunch. My timesheet says lunch.
Right, yeah. It's just... Yeah.
My first meal that I had at 5 p.m. when I woke up was my breakfast because I broke my fast from when I was sleeping.
Right, yeah.
it's someone's already... Wait, is Hammer in the chat? Oh, Hammer's not here to hear this. Yeah, no, I would call that lunch.
That's a Golda question. So now if your shift is changing, it's 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., does that make lunch, 12 noon?
Yeah, 12 to 1.
Okay.
Is that not when lunch usually is?
It is normally. Like normally it's the middle of your day. It's your midday meal, but
1 second, Sam. 12 months later and you're still asking that dumbass question.
Golda brought it up.
I know, she's in my bad books for that one.
Hey, I just calls it as I sees it. I eat my lunch in the middle of my shift.
And you said you're a manufacturer of chips?
I am a technician. So I fix big multi-million-dollar machines. I usually have about an open chamber with about 1500 degrees Celsius sitting like a foot above my head. Not fun.
So like are you in like the beekeeper kind of like suits?
Yeah, the smocks. I work in a clean room. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, I've been my stepdad has been talking to me about that, but I don't know
if you are given the opportunity, 100% jump in that industry. You get kind of shoehorned into that industry, and you it's a very specific industry, but there's a lot of room for growth, and the pay is fucking good.
No, yeah.
Especially when you move up. Like right now, I'm not making that much. I'm supporting a whole family, and I've got a bunch of bills and stuff. So like, it is what it is. But like for me, night shift, I get a 15% pay raise for working night shift.
No, that's nice.
Oh wait, hang on, Palliative. You want to see something funny? Palliative. Oh well, Golda, you can see something funny. Oh, and Kareen disconnected. I tried letting her connect. Golda, Kareen, you're wrong. Oh wait, she's back.
She said, Shameless says just call it nunch. Night lunch.
Kareen, why are you not connecting? Come on, Kareen. Connect. Come on.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna go to bed.
Have a good night. Thank you for coming up. Hopefully, this was a productive conversation for you.
Of course it was. Yeah, I thought so.
Okay. Well, again, if you have any questions on stuff, feel free to message me, come to my comments, come up on lives, DM me, whatever it is. Always happy to help.
Thank you, man.
All right. Have a good night. Kareen, you didn't connect. I don't know what happened.
Do we have any pro balance here?
There's literally no.
Kareen.
Kareen, what is the meal in the middle? What is the meal in the middle of my shift? If I am working from midnight, if I'm working from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. and I have my meal at midnight, what is that meal?
Oh, it's a night meal. It's a
What?
meal break.
What is it called?
A meal.
Come back when you have the right answer. You're just gonna kill me.
The fuck?
Do you have the answer this time, Kareen? What is that meal called?
Just go with Shameless's answer. It's a good one.
A meal.
What is that meal called? You can't use the question to answer the question. That's like when Charlie Kirk. That's like when Charlie Kirk said, "What is a woman?" and everyone went, "A woman."
Okay, can I explain why it's not lunch?
Why is it not lunch?
Because lunch is a very specific time of day, which is why, for instance, when you're doing a meal that is between breakfast and lunch, it's called brunch, right? Because it's supposed to be at a very specific time of day. In Hebrew, we literally called lunch, like we call it noon, like a noon meal. And breakfast is a morning
It's
meal.
the middle of my day. It's noon for me.
You are not with the general population.
I'm with everyone else that works night shift. The rule, it doesn't say general population,
It's still not lunch.
but it is.
No.
It is the middle of my day. I wake up at 5 p.m. I get up.
It
I
is
go to
not
work at
daytime, though.
I break my fast. It is the middle of my day. I break my fast. I break my fast at 5:30. I go to work at 6. At midnight, I have my lunch, and when I get home at 8 a.m., I have my dinner, and then I go to bed.
Sam, do you go by military time though?
No, I've tried to fucking purge that from my life. Oh, can't show that phone. Wait.
Anyway, yeah, you're the exception, not the rule. That's what I'm saying.
Can't see it. Fuck. Well, there's my husky, by the way. Yeah, there we go. Oh, you can't see it. It says 5:49. Yeah, that's my lunch. Green, would you like to admit that it is lunch?
No.
Okay. Come back when you can.
I call anti-Semitism.
Do you have the jizya fee?
Ooh, that's twice tonight.
Hang on. Hang on. Palliative said he was going to pay me a jizya.
No, I did not.
Oh, sorry. You said juzia. Sorry.
Because
You have to be
jizya,
very
I could pay
specific
you a
with
jizya,
the
but I didn't think you were into that kind of thing, Sam.
Kareen, do I get access to the space laser, Kareen?
No.
Palliative, would you give me access to the space laser, Palliative?
He has no authority to.
I do, but I wouldn't trust you with it.
No,
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Oh, hey. BB said I could use it to take on anything.
I still cannot believe that woman said that on fucking television.
What did she say?
Jewish space lasers.
Wait,
That's a thing, though. You know that, right?
Marjorie Taylor Greene. She said that Jewish space lasers.
She's not wrong. She's not wrong.
No, she just misread a
We have-
memo probably about
No.
the bees.
She said Jewish space lasers
Exactly.
caused the fires in Hawaii.
Oh,
The
yeah,
Jews
no,
were
I know
firing
that.
lasers from
that's-
space to start the fires in Hawaii.
No,
Oh,
not
that's another
Hawaii.
thing.
In
I did not know that.
California.
No, it
she
started
said
with
this was
Hawaii,
from
palliative.
Hawaii, palliative.
Oh well, she said California in the interview.
What?
She said it
Jews have
again?
against
She
Hawaii?
doubled down? What?
The one I saw,
What?
she said California wildfires.
Why would we do that? Do you know how many Jews we have in California and
Wait,
Hollywood
wait,
alone?
Guys, the dude in Twitch chat thinks that I'm actually being serious. He says, he's asking someone else, do you not see what I'm seeing? This is sad, but like, he thinks I'm actually being serious about this.
Oh my god, no, he's not.
Am I
being
not allowed to
serious.
joke around with my Jewish friends?
Honestly,
Speaking of your Jewish friends, you have one requesting to come up.
no, too many.
I don't
Jews
think
on
he has enough money to pay the jizya.
Is this Jewish enough for you?
It is too Jewish, actually.
Hey, behave.
No. Where's the R-band?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, that is three, Sam. Sam,
are you doing your
restart that
anti-Semitism
counter there.
Oh my god.
Are you trying to fill up a quota that I'm not aware
No,
of?
look, he's got a counter at the top.
Oh yeah,
I
so,
know, but,
Karine,
like-
someone actually thought that was the amount of time someone called me a Yahtzee.
No, that would be way bigger.
That would be
So
way
someone in my
bigger.
someone in my Twitch chat says I married a Jew for the jokes.
That is the only reason to
That
marry
is actually so real.
Oh god.
It's like bat. Anyway, how have you guys been?
Well, we've been, but you vanished.
Yeah, she's Mossad.
Everybody
She's on a
here
mission.
besides Sam has my number. What the fuck are you talking
She
about?
was
I
on a
messaged
mission.
you loads of times and you just ignored me, so I gave up.
No, I didn't.
Oh, hold on. We've got a development. He says, I married a Jew for the jokes. And then immediately his next message says, she doesn't like them.
Oh, I can understand why.
I'm sorry, but the amount of things that my Jewish friends have said against other Jews is arguably worse than what the Palestinians say sometimes. Oh, wait, where'd Ellie go? Hey, where'd Ellie go? He dropped. He says, I have more money than you. Yeah, I'm a broke bitch. I'm a broke goy, but I still have a fee.
Don't listen to Ellie.
You gotta pay the jizya.
So it's just lol, I got my wife's Jew card.
Oh, fuck.
Wait, hold on. Also, I never knew. I'm sorry, did you just say you didn't know your wife was Jewish?
The fuck?
No, he
Grizzly,
knew.
check your Discord. My Jewish friends? Yes, these people on this panel are my friends, and they are Jewish.
I am not
Hi.
your friend.
We're the Jews.
Oh, okay, bye.
Oh, no, I was kidding. Stop dropping me.
Wait, hang on. Birdman, how did you not know she was Jewish? Hold on a minute.
Like, seriously, how did he not know?
Wait, hold on. Maybe she's secular.
Look at Sam trying to tokenize
still
his
doesn't
Jewish
make sense.
friends.
He can tokenize me.
I get called the K word by multiple of my Jewish friends multiple times a night.
Wait, vey.
What?
The K word?
Yes.
That's K word.
K-I-K-E?
Yeah.
I am aware.
Yeah.
I was just not aware for the fact that the Jews actually use that word against each other or not.
No, they don't. I think they just use it with Sam because of all the anti-Semitic hate he's been getting.
So okay, that makes sense.
Wait, her family
But,
was...
Did you hear him just now before when he said
Oh.
that people were measuring his face?
Yeah, they thought I was...
I've heard that many times before. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
her family is...
Have you ever has anyone ever told you that you have a Jewish forehead before?
No, because I don't.
So what the fuck is a Jewish forehead?
There was a hang on. There was a profile in my live stream within 5 seconds of me opening my live. The profile picture is a zoom in of my forehead with a plane on it, and it says, hold on. Let me where is that fucking account? Where is it? Bob, what's the name of that account?
Time to measure Sam's forehead. It takes too long.
Bob, what was that account name?
Paladin, did you see the hat that Alice made for him?
Oh,
It's too small for him.
the account name was landing a plane on Sam's forehead.
Oh my god.
What the
Oh, that's my
fuck?
account.
Is that really?
No, is it fuck?
Fucking hang on.
I mean, you do have a large forehead. I just wasn't aware for the fact that
There,
that's a
there's you
Jewish
can't see,
thing.
but there's a plane on my forehead. Oh, there, kind of.
It fits.
Is a big forehead a Jewish thing all of a sudden? That's like
I
the
don't
first
know. I
time
have
I've
a
been
small
hearing about
forehead.
this.
My sister has a really small forehead.
The only thing I've ever heard about Jews, like in terms of like facial characteristics, is like the nose. That's
Yeah.
it. I don't know anything forehead. That's a new one to me. Oh, he's here, landing a plane on Sam's.
Oh,
forehead.
son of a
This is
bitch!
coming.
Son of a bitch!
Oh,
told
that's
you it was me.
great. That has to be Hammer. Is it not? It feels like something that's somebody who likes
No,
it would do.
Bob.
Hammer would
No, we're not
never
gonna we're not gonna
LOL.
mod the random account that's making fun of my forehead.
Hammer would never write LOL.
No, that's not Hammer. Hammer doesn't have the time or the patience. To
Hang on, where's my
bullshit.
Juzia?
It's
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 in the
March.
mail.
I
With
want
your age
I
badge.
want an autograph from Avi Rollin.
What?
Drop Ellie.
I want an autograph from Avi Rollin and helicopter.
Who's Avi Ron? I don't know that guy.
Oh, well, bye.
For what?
Do you not remember the fake names they believed?
I do. I was doing a bit where I didn't know him.
He's literally.
That was
General
awful.
Helicopter.
It was.
No, I want an autograph from the real helicopter, not the fan account.
I'm not a fan of helicopter.
Prove it.
Can you drop him already?
Corinne, why are you so hostile?
Drop Ellie.
When is she not?
All my Jewish friends growing up were proper and very put together. Her family's the complete opposite.
What?
He was talking about his Jewish wife. He says her family is from the. Oh, I didn't do that. That was not me.
I'm not a mod.
It was. He said her family is from the hills of Kentucky. I knew she was Jewish. All my Jewish friends growing up were proper and very put together. Her family's the complete opposite. Oh wait, the dude that's been anti-Semitic, or the dude that's been throwing accusations, calling me all kinds of stuff in chat, says the Palestinian Christian supposedly says I'm more Jewish than any of you. Haha. My first name is Abraham. Even. What the fuck does that have to do with being
Wait,
Jewish?
Bob is here. Hi, Bob the Builder.
Oh my God, this is the first time I've ever seen Bob on a pant. Oh wait, he's gone.
He dropped.
What?
What? the
No,
fuck is
no, you get the
happening
fuck back
right
here.
now?
You get the fuck back here.
I think he dropped him because I said so, but I was kidding, Bob. It's a
No,
mistake that I
Bob,
do that.
Bob. I saw you deny that invite to get up here.
Bob, come back. Come back, Bob.
Can you build something for me?
Come back, Bob.
I'm spamming Bob with invites and he's denying the invites to come back.
Aw, it's just
I might need him next year for my Sukkot.
Bob?
Bob, can you come over and help me build some shelves?
Man, I've had very little
You
opposition.
still not have those shelves up.
Dude, I don't have shelves. I don't have any money. I don't get 8-pack checks.
What do you mean any money? You got
Pa-
Amazon.
Pal, having your name be Abraham does not make you anything. That has nothing to do with you being Jewish. Does not make you a little bit Jewish by having the name Abraham.
Bob said, Palliative said, I've never been on a panel. Now I have. You need to actually be on the panel.
Popping up and leaving does not count, Bob.
Yeah, that's a cop out.
Palliative, I am making the shelves myself. I have to buy wood.
I'm trying not to make jokes right now. You're not making it easy.
Okay, well, deal with it.
Grizzly, did you check your Discord yet?
What should I have for breakfast right now?
Eggs.
I'm about to have my dinner.
Oh my god.
What time is it?
It is 6 a.m.
7 a.m.
It's not your dinner, it's your breakfast.
Someone in chat, just to fuck with the other guy, says, I identify as more Jewish than that dude.
Mideast Peace, you're up too early.
Oh, my
Unless you have kids, then
I got a
that makes
headache.
sense.
Or they could be up too late.
Nah, he went to bed, I'm sure of it.
I'm sorry I fell asleep in your live, Golda.
Yo, you don't understand. These people came up and they were pro-Israel, but they were real weird. And they just started saying stuff, and I didn't know how to drop them without being rude, so I just shut the live down.
What the
I just fell asleep because the conversation got really boring out of nowhere.
I know. That's why I needed your
Golda,
help.
there's a
directly.
drop all button for a reason.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to do that because then you have to bring it
Golda,
back.
Golda isn't brave enough to do that.
Ah.
I get anxiety. and I
Golda,
just-
you literally fall asleep on people's lives all the time.
I fall asleep on your live all the time.
Said Bob will join with Palestine is free.
Ooh. Where else do you stream? If you click on my link tree in my bio, you will see all my other socials. We are currently live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter all at once with TikTok.
YouTube as well? Jeez.
Yeah. I've got
How many viewers do you have there?
I've got 86 viewers between those three platforms, and then we've got 92 here. Hang on. He says, let me read this for you, by the way. His first comment, the dude earlier said, I'm more Jewish than any of you, haha, my first name is Abraham even. Then, because I called that out, he has now responded, I'm not saying I'm Jewish, idiot, just saying I have more connection to the temple in Jerusalem than you know. I don't believe you one bit.
Abraham? Your
Palestinian Christians are largely descended from Jews who descended from Second Temple era Judaism.
Oh my god, not this argument again.
There's no evidence for that.
And then we go down the rabbit hole of prove it. We'll prove it's not true. You have to prove it's true in the first place.
I can prove it's not true.
It's not true. And even if it was true, what's the point? I don't get it.
You know, on a live a couple of days ago, Pally Facts came up, and between me, Renzi, and Deb, she got so flustered, she admitted that Palestinians come from other Arab countries.
Well, so does Al Jazeera.
No, I know, but like she admitted it.
What did she admit to?
She admitted that Palestinians came and migrated for work and came from other countries. So she started going, yeah, there's Algerian Palestinians and Armenian and Iraqi.
Hey,
Essentially admitting that it's not an ethnicity.
Pal in the YouTube comments. He says, right, yes, there is. You triggered Yahtzees. Okay, cool. Provide the source. Provide a source that says that.
Okay, I'm gonna have eggs.
Same. I'm literally making myself some eggs right now. Jalapeno, garlic, scrambled eggs. With
I like how he tried to
toast.
throw in an accent.
What?
I'll make like a
Jalapeno.
sandwich salad, like a sandwich egg salad.
Yeah, that's effectively what I'm doing without the salad. There's no accent attempt there.
So is this
Just what they call it.
the only
Jalapeno.
so is this the only people that aren't Palestinian or Germans?
What?
No, pal, I'm not going to Google anything for you. I want you to provide me with a source. Give me an article title, a study title, something. I'm not going to Google stuff for you. I'm not your dad. I'm not your teacher. I'm not doing your homework.
Check this out. Reboot drew this and I bought it from him.
What is it?
Awesome.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that beautiful?
Neat.
He drew that all in pen.
Wait. And Google Jewish Palestinian Aramaic and Google Palestinian Talmud. Are you fucking kidding me?
There is no Palestinian
Dude,
Talmud.
the
It's the Jerusalem Talmud.
The identity crisis is crazy.
It's literally called the Jerusalem Talmud, whatever Palestinian.
But Jesus was
name
Palestinian.
Oh my god. Yo, I reposted like Elika Laban posting something about that Mary movie they're making, and she made a comment because the person's all upset about it. She's like, "Oh no, a Jewish woman from the land playing a Jewish woman from the land," and one of my comments is literally, "Mary and Jesus were both Arab." I'm like, what?
What?
Yeah. I need somebody to make a reply to that comment because I'm not very good at like putting my face on camera. But like, yeah, please somebody
He
go to
said,
that.
"I'm not going to." He said, "Hang on." He said,
Send
"I'm."
it to me, Gold. I'll do it.
He says, "I'm not gonna spoon feed you. Yahtzee, lazy f, Palestinian, Christian, Aramaic exists." Cool, pal. Provide me a source. I have provided sources for pretty much every single thing I have talked about on this live. No, it was not called the. Hang on. No, it was not called the Jerusalem Talmud. It was not
Does that
written in
include-
Jerusalem.
Wait. Did that include my secret Jewish gold?
Wait, there's a Babylonian Talmud and there's a Jerusalem Talmud, and that's about it, right, Paladin?
Yeah.
So what he's referring to, the Palestinian Talmud, is the Jerusalem Talmud.
I know, that's what I'm trying to tell him.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. There is no Palestinian Talmud. It's called the Jerusalem Talmud.
He said it wasn't written in Jerusalem.
Yeah,
Except it
well,
was.
where do you think Jerusalem is? It's
Wait,
in what you
it
call
was.
Palestine.
Hang on. It was
but
from
not-
Roman Syria, Palestina, not in Jerusalem at all. My man, the city of Jerusalem still fucking existed, and on top of that, I like how you now finally admit that Syria, Palestina came from the Romans when earlier you said it didn't.
But also,
But boom, you
That's
played
the
yourself.
Roman- Wait. So he's just admitted that the Palestinians are Roman occupiers. So go the fuck back to Italy.
Show me
And
a source
also-
that says it's called the Palestinian Talmud. Show me a source for that.
the name Jerusalem has persisted throughout colonization.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm making an omelet, so there might be noises. I'm gonna mute.
Okay.
Effectively the same as what I'm doing.
Man. The live was slow tonight. The commie bored everyone away earlier.
Sam, this is why I fall
Yeah,
asleep
SKS
on
was
your
gonna
live.
come up. The weird pedophile.
You can't say that.
Yes.
Sorry, P3DO. C3PO's least fun best friend.
Hey, hang on, pal, in the YouTube comments. What do you think about Hajime Al Husseini having a picture with H-Man himself? From the meeting where they discussed bringing concentration camps to the Middle East. What do you think about that?
Sam, can they see this live?
Yeah.
Cool.
Here, I'll show you guys what my other screen looks like.
Like if I brought up a picture of him with H-Man.
Oh, I could show that. Here, I gotta minimize
Yeah, I know.
that.
I was also just curious.
It was never called Jerusalem Talmud. Prove it. Lobster Mobster says Palestinians existed at the same time as hobbits. Okay, let's see. What is this image?
I love cutting garlic.
Nobody asked.
It's nice.
It is nice. Garlic is always a good addition.
Is this it? Nope. Wrong monitor.
Garlic
I'm
is
not making
a good,
an omelette.
It's a good addition to anything.
Did you guys like my Sea of Thieves background for my computer?
Yes, that's actually really nice.
Oh, no. Okay, there we go. So this is my screen on my left of me. This is what I see.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
So
a
if-
lot of comments.
Yeah. So if I go here, this is what I see. This
Is that what they see?
This is my layout on all the other platforms. Is this
Oh.
that? So I've got the guest boxes up here at the top. I've got me up here on the left. I've got my other monitor that has my source, which is the same one. If I click display capture here and I show the source, that's what that monitor is. And then I have TikTok chat on the right, and then to the right of that is YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch chat.
You're gonna have to show me to do all this because I'm starting my YouTube channel in a couple of days.
My YouTube channel's dead as fuck.
Well, I'm gonna branch more out into YouTube just because I get banned so much on TikTok, and let's be honest, Twitch is not gonna be much safer for me.
Bro, that's a blatant lie. Never made a deal with the Yazidis. Go Ghoul. You're joking, right? You're joking?
Al Husseini.
Jameen Husseini. Picture with H-Man. Bada boop. Boop, 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 boop.
Actually, no, it's early in the morning.
Oh.
Which is
Sorry,
why
no,
we're
it
all
speaks.
having breakfast.
For everyone
Yeah,
on
thinking out loud.
TikToks, or so they can also see it as well. Oh wow, look at that! Oh wow, wow, Haji Meet Al Husseini and the H-Man himself. Oh, look at that, crazy. What
Not
do
to
you
mention that Hajime Al Husseini was meant to be indicted in the Nuremberg trials and escaped to Egypt.
What do you think about what Albert Einstein said about Israel in your New York Times in 1948? Are you talking about the fake quote that you guys like to pass around that literally comes from a Yahtzee propaganda website? Because I know that quote, and I know where it comes from. Lob, they literally did, and fired machine guns on Jews fleeing Eastern Europe. What?
What?
Sam, you have reading comprehension issues? What? No, Sam, he said Irgun made a deal with the Yahtzees. Oh, I didn't see that. Wait, I don't see that comment. Where do you say that you're...
he's mistaking, and he's talking about the Havara agreement.
No, I misread. I mixed up comments. Apparently...
No, I know, but when he's referencing Irgun...
I know what he's talking about with the Havar agreement. The agreement where they literally saved Jews from the Yahtzees, because who else are you going to negotiate with? I don't know, maybe the people who have the Jews.
And all the wealth that was transferred to the Yahtzees to try to save, like, what little Jews...
They literally gave up every worldly possession they had.
Yeah. Guys don't twist this shit.
What do you guys expect from these creatures? Like, and no, before somebody tries and click marks that, I'm not referring to Palestinians. I'm referring to Yahtzee supporters.
Grizzly, just message me on Facebook real quick. I'll have to log back into Facebook because I don't usually use my messenger. God damn it. Why am I getting spam messages from Dr. Oz? I don't care. Anyways,
I got this new electrical...
yeah, I know who you're talking about, Lobster. I thought you were agreeing with the pal dude.
Me?
No, not you. What the fuck? Amazon now shows what my delivery driver's face looks like. Ew.
Why?
Yep.
What?
It's a really unflattering photo. That's a really unflattering photo of that person. Oh, the dude still can't provide a source and says, you idiots are the Yahtzees today and the world sees it. Dude, I have shown a source for basically every single thing I have said from non-Zionist, non-Israeli sources. You have not said a single thing other than parroting non-stop about how I'm a Yahtzee and all these disgusting, terrible things. Let's not forget about yesterday how you were attacking gay and trans people and anyone from the LGBTQ community in order to insult me as well.
Oh, we have a keeper. Wow.
Oh, yeah, and I haven't silenced him once. He's just been mouthing off the whole time, just making a fool of himself. Take control of your life just like I took control over this Power Tool Milwaukee. Not a sponsor. The day I agree with the Palestinian is the day the shaitan tickles my sphincter.
That's terrible, but I love it
Oh,
at the
that's
same time.
that is a great comment. I love that. Hang on, the shaitan might get to him first if he forgets morning prayer. I was attacking light, you desperate Yahtzee. Hold on a minute. Landing a plane on Sam's forehead is in YouTube chat now. What the fuck?
Oh, he's following you.
You could have asked for it, Sam.
Man. Sam's got a fan.
I'm just saying, Sam, you could have asked for it.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, we got someone in the guest request. See how hard you got to lie, little cuck. Prove any single thing I have said is a lie. Not once have you proven literally anything I have said is a lie. Oh no, Yoy in the request. Where'd you go? I was gonna bring you up.
Oh, this is already looking gorgeous.
Hello,
Hello, Yoy. What's up?
can you hear me? In case I need to put on AirPods.
Yeah, what's up?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Never ask a Palestinian what they were doing in Kuwait during, the 80s, 90s.
You mean besides supporting Saddam?
Yes.
Oh, well, they don't like talking about that.
Or nor what they did in Lebanon or Jordan either. As well, I think they did.
Or Egypt.
Like, that's literally why Egypt doesn't want to take them in, because they know what would happen.
Yep. What did the Egyptian president say? I would rather sacrifice 1,000 Egyptians than let one Palestinian in, or did he say 1 million Egyptians?
Did he actually say that?
Yeah,
He
he
said,
did.
I would rather sacrifice 1 million Egyptians than let a single Palestinian in.
I would rather sacrifice.
Well, our left-wing politicians wants to take in...
It's really funny that... It's really funny.
Wait. The exact quote is, "We are ready to sacrifice millions of lives to defend our territory."
Oh, that was it, yeah. I knew it was something like that. It gets spread around. Have you heard that there's now a discussion at NATO and in the European Union to kick Turkey out?
Yeah, the problem. Wait, to kick Turkey out of what?
NATO.
I mean,
So that won't happen. There is not a way to kick out a NATO member state. And if there ever, there is not a clause.
Dude, okay, so
There is
There's
no
not a clause,
provision.
but there are
There is zero provision to remove a current NATO member. And on top of that, even if that were the case, everyone would still have to vote on it. And I know that Hungary and Turkey have each other's back. And if anything were proposed to create a method to kick NATO members out, those two would be the first two to vote against it.
Yeah, Hungary is also massively against Hamas.
They would also be for each other, though, because they know that if one goes, the next is on the chopping block.
Also politics. They've been talking about doing that since 2022 when Turkey started fucking around with Sweden's and Finland's. So they're just talking. Nothing's gonna happen.
Careful, the Yahoo invented AirPods. We might have another beeper situation.
Well, all I'm going to say is there's currently reports coming from NATO HQ, and Turkish leadership have been called in regards to the Hamas situation.
I think that would be just them reprimanding them, not necessarily kicking them out.
They could put restrictions on them.
Probably what's going to happen is
Again, there's no way to kick. There's no way to remove a NATO member.
Well, you could dissolve the pact with them because it's effectively a pact. It's a defense pact, isn't it?
You cannot remove them. You cannot. You could sanction them. You cannot remove a. God damn it! Now there's another account. Play it on Sam's forehead. Son of a bitch.
Come on, you like it.
But yeah, no. There is no way to get rid of a NATO member.
Can't they just choose not to defend Turkey if they get attacked? If everyone collectively
Well, let's say if Turkey invoked Article 5, they could just vote no against Article 5. Remember, and a lot of people don't realize is Article 5 is not a just hey, let's all go. It's you have to say I would like to request an enacting of Article 5, and everyone still has to vote on it.
Yeah, so can't people? So the countries could then potentially just collectively agree we're gonna ignore Turkey.
Bruh, you made a new. God damn it! I'm gonna add you on Discord.
Yeah, the Swedish left right now wants to take in gas for hospitals.
Hey, I have figured it out. Play it on Sam's forehead. Is someone from Ukraine? Neat. Why are Ukrainians bullying me?
I think it's a fan. It's not a bully.
Why are Ukrainians bullying me?
Because you deserve to be bullied.
I will drop you.
Your ego.
You realize it might just be somebody using a VPN in Ukraine.
No, they said
Could just be a Russian
they
guy.
said sending love from Ukraine.
Oh. Yeah, once again, could still be a Russian guy as a Russian bot.
Nah, a Russian bot's not gonna actually come and try to be joking like that. Okay,
Or maybe it's an
I have
actual
sent you a
Russian
friend
in Ukraine.
request.
Yeah, it could be a million one things. All I care about is my food is now ready.
Oh shit, I have
I
DMs
just
from
made the
people.
best omelet ever.
I just made the best scrambled egg ever.
Someone named Jordan
Wow,
Karn
else?
messaged me on Discord. What? Who the fuck is this? They messaged me November 13th, a couple days ago. I don't know who that is.
Sam.
That was over a week ago, Sam.
Yeah, I know.
Sam, do you have like a source for the 120,000 in Mariupol?
Associated Press, Reuters, and Free Radio Europe and the UN did investigative. What?
I tried looking for it last week, but I couldn't find any like source.
I've got the sources in a video and tab somewhere. So basically, they all did multiple reports, and they said that at minimum, they think the current estimate is 120,000 because the Ukrainian government won't officiate it, and the Russian government won't let anyone in to investigate it. They used satellite imagery of mass graves that have been popping up, satellite imagery of the people being buried in those mass graves. And they also talked to people who were there and also had people report, okay, who from your family members went missing? Where are they? Do we have any contact with them? And talk to people who had to provide like photo evidence, like in order to prove that someone you knew was unalive.
Officiate the number.
The Ukrainian government will not officiate numbers of people who are unalived in areas they do not control.
Right.
Also, but like the events I've seen, it's like 100,000 in all of Ukraine. Then also like the mayor said like up towards like 8,000 in Mariupol.
Yeah, so in Mariupol, the last official number in Mariupol was 25,000. That was after 30 days of siege.
But the mayor said like up to 3 times of that like estimated.
Yeah, so the last official number that came out of Mariupol was 25,000. That was the official one that came out, and that was right when they lost. That was right when they lost control of the city at like day 30. So since then, Associated Press, Reuters, the UN, and Free Radio Europe have done the investigations. I think one of the articles is from Free Radio Europe titled "The Fear of Not Knowing." Hang on, Free Radio Europe, "The Fear of Not Knowing." Mariupol.
But what's interesting is that is a city smaller than Gaza, and that 25,000 happened in a month, and that's just civilians.
Yeah, but you know,
nobody's talking about it
because nobody cares. Like that's also why Russia supported Hamas supported Egypt for 0710 because he knows that will take attention away from Ukraine to Israel, Gaza. That's why he did it.
Yeah, because he's losing.
Because he doesn't want attention on what he's currently doing.
Oh, sorry. Here's one from BBC called "The Agony of Not Knowing." This one covers 25,000, then another 7,000, and then what does this one talk about? This one talks about the original 25,000. Someone talk about searching for their son. That fucking is sad. Let's see. Free Radio Europe, Mariupol death toll. 52 Days of Hell. There's that one. Human rights defenders, however, maintain that this number could be as high as 100,000. Yeah, that was a little bit before they started investigating. For anyone that wants to see what happened in the city of Mariupol, by the way, go on YouTube. This is a free documentary. Watch 20 Days in Mariupol.
Oh, it's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. I thought it was like a movie.
No. Oh, yeah. 20 Days in Mariupol. Yeah, they put it up free on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
I've wanted to watch that on stream just to show to people, but it is graphic.
I can't find it. No, wait. I wrote in Europe. I meant Mariupol.
Sam, you can do it on YouTube.
Oh dear.
And if you're doing something on your laptop, you can put an AI graphic filter over like when you're streaming on TikTok, so you can still play all the audio.
Is the channel Video NV? And
I don't know. No, this isn't the source for the 100,000 or the 120,000. I'm just saying this is something people should watch about Mariupol.
Yeah. So
YouTube.
it's like
20
another one
days.
from Video NV and title is in Ukrainian. I can't read Ukrainian, so.
It's an hour and 34 minutes long from Frontline PBS official. It's called just go on YouTube and search 20 days in Mariupol full documentary. And the channel you should get is Frontline PBS. It's an hour and 34 minutes.
And check if they have it on the. Yeah, I'll find it. Also, I want to see the reactions of pro-Palestinian, pro-Ukrainians when they see like is Ukraine support Israel.
Thank you, playing on Sam's forehead, for the support.
Because like right now, the Golda or Karin, if anyone of you live in Israel can like verify if the bill to donate arms to Ukraine passed or not.
Ellie, why am I checking Telegram? What am I looking for?
Oh, he sent me something, but I don't have camera access anymore, so I can't show it. Maybe he sent you this.
Does anybody know if the bill of that donate confiscated arms to Ukraine passed?
I know it passed the first round of voting. I don't know where it goes from there because your guys' government is fucking confusing. Ellie, I don't know what your fucking Telegram is. Where am I looking?
Can't be more confusion than the British government.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Dude, you guys is a bastardized version of the British government. Come on. I went to Parliament when I was on my way to Ukraine. I went to Parliament, I took a tour. I left with more questions than I had answers.
Wait, you went to
Welcome to England.
Oh, it's in England.
Turkey humiliated NATO. If NATO can't expel it, here's Plan B. Oh yeah, this. What just happened? I got an alert on my thing. Oh.
I mean, how strong is Turkish military even? Like, how strong it is? Is it?
NATO funds guarantee freedom and security among us. Political means, blah, blah, blah. Okay, where's... Could it compel it to leave? Yes, you can compel them to leave. Huh. Make their presence in NATO uncomfortable. Lock Turkey out of certain organizations by refusing Turkey's appointment. They could bar them from joining the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Yeah, they could do all these things, but that's not something that's going to get Turkey to leave. Turkey's, they're stubborn. They're not going to leave.
We can hope so.
Yeah.
But there should be a provision that needs to be added in that says, look, if you invite terrorists into your country as a NATO member, you will not get XYX military aid at all until they've left.
Health officials are warning about the new virus named Pal News. So for Paradise and YouTube chat, I like how you've just been patiently sitting here the last few days and have slowly come around to realize the irony of what goes on in my comment sections. Yeah, but I only got 15 followers this stream. I usually get like 100 a stream.
The trend is down.
Yep.
Right?
What?
Sorry, I'm eating. The trend is dying.
Trend of what?
The trend is dying.
Oh, the pro pallies? Yeah, they're morons. Yeah, but for me though, it's like I cannot stop talking. At least for Ukraine, like Israel, I'm sure will be fine. They're strong enough to fucking take care of themselves, even if I stop talking about stuff. It just pisses me off that people have kind of just forgotten about Ukraine.
I get that. I mean,
Like they've treated it like the pro-Pally movement.
Sam, I was actually going to speak to you about this because that's why
Uh-huh.
I messaged you a bit more recently because I was going to have a conversation at some point.
Uh-huh.
I want to sort of do my channel around some information about Ukraine and ongoing conflicts. Obviously, you've got a lot of knowledge
Uh-huh.
on that. So
Have you watched my video on where to start with the basics of Ukraine?
Yes,
Ah, good.
but you also know. But
Oh,
you've
my
also
shin.
got all the Telegram channels, and quite frankly, I don't need 1,000 more Telegram channels. So
Are you
sometimes it's
okay?
better to have somebody who's
Here's
a bit
my
more aware.
here is my Telegram and my Twitter feed. Russians getting blown up. That's my feed. That is what the Telegram channels are. You get a couple informative posts and analysis of stuff, and then, oh, look, a Russian getting blown up by a drone. It's like, oh, all right then.
Sam, is Turkey's army even like that strong?
No.
Their military.
Fuck no.
Or is it just like Russian weapons they have?
Yeah, it's just paper tiger. Not very capable.
Okay.
The pro-Pally support dropped so fast. Actually, yeah, Paradise, the funny thing is, let me see if I can pull it up. Google Trends.
It's like basically most people here don't care much. They might think bad of Israel because of like the war, but like they're already not like not pro-Palestine either. So you just read what they see on the media and they see the war and they're like, okay, fuck Israel, basically. Then if you like ask simplest question, they're not gonna be knowing. But also depends on the right.
You guys want to see what the trend of searching for Palestine has done on Google worldwide in the past 5 years?
Decreased.
This is the Google Trends for the searches of Palestine on Google in the last 5 years.
That's what I'm saying.
So we got a spike in 2021.
Right.
Then
21, right?
wow, people start October 7th. What? It goes up and then boom, fucking drop like a goddamn rock.
What's the most recent one though? Like
Under
for the
25%.
past 6 months.
Oh. Past 3 months.
Okay, also good.
It's about the same as it was a couple months ago. Still a lot less than it was before.
Wait, you just showed the last, what, 5 years?
Wait, Sam, can you show us what it's been like for the Israel one, trending for Israel?
Oh god, it's probably the same.
No, I'm just interested.
It's only pretty much like the comments and social
you can scroll sideways?
The entire right is pretty pro-Israel.
But you need to, as opposed to...
Israel on top. It's dropped like a fucking rock, but Israel on top. Look at that.
More people are looking up Israel than Palestine.
Again, the dude in the chat. It's funny how hard you have to lie to yourself. What, dude? I'm showing you the source.
Zayu is stealing the trend from the Palestinians.
I like how even on October 7th, the search for Israel was higher.
As it should be.
It's a loud minority then.
And let's see something really depressing. Fuck.
What?
I added Ukraine in. Ukraine's in yellow.
Still more popular than Palestine.
No. No. Oh wait. Yeah, it is.
No,
it is.
It's not.
It is.
Can
It is.
you-
No, it is. It barely is. It's in between Israel and Palestine.
Can you scroll like to the right?
No, that's as far as it goes. I was expanding the
Oh,
screen. I
is
had
it
it.
up until
I had
today?
it. I had it cropped off, so I had to do this to open it all the way.
So it's up till like it's updated till today.
Ooh, breakdown by region.
Tunisia.
Hang on. The #1 search for Palestine was Tunisia. Wow.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Germany had the highest search for Ukraine. 1% of Germany gave a shit about Palestine.
That is not
Poland,
surprising.
2%. Austria, 1%.
Okay, check
Vietnam,
Sweden, check Sweden.
5%.
What is
Look at
that? The
Sweden.
Czechia?
What? Shit.
Okay, show only interest for Palestine for a second.
The number 2 for interest in Palestine is Palestine. There's more people searching for Israel in Palestine. Look at this shit. More people in Palestine are searching for Israel.
Israel. Oh my god.
Israel on top.
This is Zionism, baby. We're colonizing their minds.
Wait, show the rest of the list. It's Qatar 5, Maldives 4. I'm seeing a pattern with the countries.
I like how Israel is still pirate in those countries.
Okay, now can you change it to just Israel? Interest for Israel?
Israel?
Okay.
Brazil? Oh yeah, Brazil supports Mexico, Indonesia, Spain.
Indonesia. Okay, Indonesia, that's for nefarious reasons. You can
This
bet on that.
Palestine. Kuwait.
Oh, this is so interesting, honestly.
I wonder how many countries are gonna arrest.
Germany, Poland.
Do we just type in Google Trends and we can have a look at this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There might be something about this. Interesting. Didn't know this existed.
You didn't? One of the best things about Google.
No.
So what idiot they learning about the enemy?
Sure.
Whatever you have to tell
They're-
yourself to sleep at night, bud.
It's almost kind of like they're obsessed with us, and it's giving desperation.
Okay, Israel is far more popular here with Palestine.
Wait. Type in Jew versus Ukrainian versus Palestinian. Like, how many people are actually searching the people?
Jew or Israeli?
Jew. Because most people don't call Israelis, they call them Jewish. Or Jew.
Okay, but take out Ukraine, Israel, and Palestine, so we'll have
Yeah.
a better
Remove.
system.
Remove. Why
Because
would
they,
people be
they
searching?
like-
Why would people be searching Ukrainian?
Just trust me on this one.
You didn't remove Israel.
I know. I could read.
You can never remove Israel. You can
So
try.
Jew is in blue.
Ukrainian,
Oh,
yeah,
Ukrainian is
Ukrainian
high.
really spikes.
Well, yeah. Gee,
Although
you see
you
why?
say
What
it's
happened in
recently.
February of 2022?
Oh yeah, that's fair enough.
Oh wow.
No, but
Okay.
just the search of Ukrainian.
Palestinian went up on October 8th, higher than
I
Israel,
wonder why.
or higher than Jew.
Can you change it to Israel?
Wait. Watch this. Hold on.
Okay, change
yes.
it
hang on.
to Israeli.
I feel that would give us a clearer image.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
Okay.
All right, hang on.
fair enough.
I'm gonna add something here.
Talmud. Okay,
Ah,
no.
damn it.
There was a
Oh,
certain
it
spike.
does have spikes. Yeah, it does have spikes. Doing it in the
Minuscule.
past 4 months.
The past 12 months. Oh shit! What happened on November 13th?
Yeah. Why did Talmud go up on November 13th? What happened? Ooh.
I was
Ooh.
actually
Ooh.
debating. Wait. I was actually debating somebody on the Talmud on November 13th. This guy called Lewis Aaron.
Hey, Hamas
Oh,
went up.
Hamas. On November 2024.
I like how. Wait, hold on a minute. So you're telling me that on October?
Hamas is wow.
Oh wow!
When is
Apparently,
that?
October 7th. Apparently,
That
people
is
just
October
didn't know Hamas existed.
Well, there was a spike in 2021.
Wait,
I think.
not
Don't forget, it's also possible that people were typing hummus and got it wrong.
Nazi Yahoo in jail soon. Yeah. How's he gonna be in jail if he's not going to a country that's going to arrest him?
Netanyahu is never gonna go to a country that will like the countries that are gonna.
You know where
hurt
he
him
could
are the
come?
ones
The
that will
U.S.
never
of A, baby.
You know what I'm interested in finding out actually, and that what you just brought up, Netanyahu versus Sinwar. Like, how many people are actually looking up the leaders of Hamas versus Netanyahu?
Also, like
There is a really
Benjamin
morbid.
Netanyahu.
There's a really morbid
God damn
one
it.
that I'm thinking of. There's a really morbid one that I'm thinking of that I'm.
Yahya al-Sinwar. That's his name. And also Hania. Or Mohammed Def, Hania.
How do you spell his name?
There's a really
Ishmael.
interesting
I think
one.
there's an H. Ishmael.
Hania.
No, it
No.
says Ismail. I think it's not Ish with an H. It's
Fuck.
Ismail.
How the fuck do you spell his name in English?
I don't know. He's just terrible.
Do you see what's on my screen?
Yeah, so visit rate.
I can't spell his name right.
Ismail. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
whatever. Anyone see that number?
Yep.
They're so starving.
Wait, go back.
Have you seen like the Bisan, the journalist who's like pretty much?
Yeah, she got fatter.
Sam, Jess is telling you how to spell it.
Oh.
Hania.
No, it's the first name that he didn't spell right. Ismail is no. It's okay. Here it is. Okay, good.
So
Okay.
Hania's green, BB's blue, Sinwar's red, Taif's yellow.
They don't look up the leaders except Hania when he got unalived. And then I think that's Sinwar in red.
Yeah, October 8th. No, what? They all looked up BB on October 8th and didn't look up.
Told you.
Oh my fucking god, these people.
That's why you have like Ariel with the question like, do you know who the top leaders of Hamas is? They don't know shit. And then when we take them out, they're just like, oh, let me Google this motherfucker. Let me see who he did, this resistance fighter.
It's
They
didn't even know who he was.
They didn't. That's the thing.
Oh my fucking god, these people don't know anything.
Mohammed Def is like off the radar completely.
Nobody really cares about him. Like, he's not really that important to most people.
Mohammed Def.
Yeah.
Mohammed Def is a pretty key player in Hamas. I would
Alright,
disagree
it
with
is
that.
it's 6:45 in the morning. I gotta
Yeah,
I
but,
gotta
like,
I gotta
it's
go.
not
I
like
gotta
the
get to
face
bed.
the Same way Hani or Sinwar is.
Hey,
if you're honest,
everyone,
like,
make sure you drop follow if you aren't already. I don't know. Hang on, what's today?
Don't follow.
I will be live
Sam.
tonight. I will be live tonight.
When in how many hours is that?
You mean?
I will be live in. What time was it? 7 hours ago.
What? 11 p.m.
Whatever time it was, 7 hours ago for all of you. Is around when I will be live.
It was 7 a.m. for me.
Okay, then 7 a.m. is when I'll be live for you. I'll be going live at like midnight Central US.
Okay, so early morning for me then.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
All
Bye bye.
right, good night. Enjoy your breakfast.
Yeah, no, it's my lunch. It's now you got me fucked up. This is my dinner. This is my
your
dinner.
breakfast,
I'm about to go make dinner. Fuck off.
It's your.
Okay, GGTs but not pals exposed. Hey, I do my best here. Glad you've stuck around, Paradise. By the way, I did shoot what's his name a message, the dude you recommended on YouTube, just to see where we align on stuff. Andrew Wilson. I did shoot him a message. He immediately made fun of me for being a Marine and said that I eat crayons. Oh, God, pal, you are so angry for no reason.